Hello everybody and welcome back for day 2 of the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. My name is Nekkra and I'm your desk host this weekend, joined by an incredible team of casters to bring you all of the exciting TFT action. And exciting it was! Yesterday was an absolute blast and we had a lot of firsts happen on a regional finals broadcast. A couple of 100 HP wins, yeah that's right. And we also ended up with an incredible comeback from Robin Songs at 1 HP to take the entire lobby win. That's just what happened on day number 1, so who knows what's in store for day number 2, as we now have 16 players competing over the course of 6 games, and the lobbies will be reseeded every 2 games where we cut the competition down in half. So only the top 8 will advance on to day number 3, where there are Worlds invites on the line. To the top 3 from day 3 will qualify to the World Championship, and the finalist with the highest average placement across all 3 days will also qualify to the Gizmos and Gadgets World Championship. And the remaining 2 finalists qualify to the Last Chance Qualifier. But besides the World's invites, there's also a $25,000 prize pool, which will be split up amongst all of our top 16 players. So everybody from today will go home with at least a piece of that $25,000 prize pool, if not more, in the form of a World's invitation. But let's go ahead and welcome in our first 2 casters to the desk. We've got Admirable and ggdoa joining us for games 1, 3, and 5 today. Admirable, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty fantastic today. I mean, you pretty much just hit the nail on the head describing what just happened on day number 1, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen here on day number 2 and 3, because ggdoa, there's so much more at stake here, because now it's not just 2/3 of the lobby that's making it through. It is half of the players getting cut here today.
Yeah, it's a little bit more cutthroat today for sure. When 50% of the players are eliminated, that definitely puts the onus on the players to perform just that much better. And there's that added element that if you do make it to tomorrow, the results from today could still impact your World's Chance opportunities, because that 4th spot is based on overall placement across the 3 days. So there's a lot on these players' minds going into it. It's a lot of 6 games in a row is a ton of focus to have, even as a professional TFT player. So it's going to test them, but it's going to give us a lot of great games. So I'm pretty hyped.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to have another 100 HP win. Who knows what today has in store for us. But let's highlight some of the players to look out for. And I want to talk about actually the compositions, because I totally just completely missed that. A lot happened on day number 1, but this is kind of what happened overall when we take a look at what the meta looked like yesterday. ggdoa, does anything kind of stick out to you about any of the composition data that we have here?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the big number to me is the 33% win rate for Sniper Bodyguard, actually. And I think that can be chalked up to a couple different things. One of the big ones is that if you're using a Sniper crest, who you put that on can have a big impact on the power of your board. And I think it might be a composition that people are a little bit underrating right now, so they're not necessarily preparing for it or have had necessarily a great plan to counteract it. And so I wonder, we always talk about the tournament meta. I wonder if today we're going to see, more people trying to play it and more people trying to play around it a little bit more than we did on day 1.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing about this too, Admirable, I think do any of the win percentages stand out to you? Like Aurelia carry, that one looks a little surprising.
The Aurelia carry definitely feels a little bit low, but I feel like one of the strengths of that composition is just the fact that it's so consistent. But the top 4 even is pretty low on that number there, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that players have just become so accustomed to having to handle it, or that so many players are seeking it, that it's kind of difficult to actually build out the Aurelia 2 quite as consistently as you may have, before everyone kind of discovered, like, hey, wait a second, this is like the best melee that's in the game right now. One of the big wins with this from any of the Aurelia comps yesterday was actually Solus taking down the 3-star Aurelia on 4-2 from a giant mercenary cash out that ended up happening, and just ended up completely winning out the lobby from that spot, just hands down. But also the Arcanist one, the 6 or 8 Arcanist builds that were taking place. It took quite a while, I'd say, on this patch for players to really figure out how that formula was working. And this is even for the players who are very adept at this. I'm looking at like Ramblin' and Spicy Appies. These are like the 2 best AP players that are in North America. It took them a while to figure out how this composition was working, but as soon as that started working, it started rolling through pretty well.
For sure. And Admirable, you bring up a really good point as well, that this doesn't tell us everything that happened yesterday. There were definitely some high roll moments that allowed a lot of these players to really kind of push past the boundaries of what the meta holds. And ggdoa, you're absolutely right that when we take a look at how a tournament meta develops over the course of a weekend, this could definitely be shaken up today as well, especially based on the creativity that we saw from our players yesterday. But now let's talk about some of those key players to look out for today. And we've got to talk about Gizmos, of course, because he was our points leader from day number 1. He ended out the day with 43 points, an average placement of 2.83, and that's leading the charge when those average placements do matter when you take a look at the world's invitations that are on the line. And Gizmos is one of those players that a lot of our casters, a lot of the community touts as one of those players that they're either on or they're not. And Gizmos will be the very first to admit when they understand a meta and when they don't. But based on yesterday, I'm pretty sure Gizmos has this patch on lock. So I can't wait to see what happens for him today. But kind of on the flip side of things, Admirable, another player that we have to highlight is one that hasn't had a lot of practice recently.
Yeah, TSM Solus. Solus just really on this particular patch, or honestly just on 6.5 kind of in general, has just not been playing that much. He's just been totally lost in the arc. And as far as I'm concerned, this this regionals thing, it's like a TFT daily for him at this point. But this really did highlight, I think, one of the primary strengths that Solus has, which is just a very strong fundamental understanding of how the game engine for TFT is going to be working, how the momentum is there, what the inflection points are. And frankly, when you don't have all of that experience, really, I'd say one of the biggest things it cuts into is your early game practice and how exactly you're going to get those win streaks. Solus doesn't really play from that angle. He really likes to play from behind, and he tends to try and take advantage of those loss streaks to get a major momentum shift as the mid or the late game approaches. And yesterday was just absolutely a wonderful day for him. In game number 1, kicking it off with a major point of luck, and then for the rest of the day, just performing pretty well overall.
Yeah, Solus definitely had one of the... I think that game number 1 was when Solus had that great mercenary cash out and then was able to take that to victory. But also just see Solus play mercenaries or just, make lemonade out of lemons has been really, really fun to watch. ggdoa, there's another player that we've got to highlight as well. Spicy Appies. Definitely performing incredibly well just this entire set.
I mean, yeah, I said it before. I forget which tournament it was, but I said I declared set 6 the set of Spicy Appies, and he's really continued to deliver. He plays, he plays a great AP style. Everybody knows that at this point. He's kind of the Arcanist master, the Mage master of the current meta. Played a lot yesterday, but also showed us some games on Deep Chemtech, which was interesting, and then a Deep Yordles reroll game, which he managed to take a 3rd with too. So he does have a little bit of variety, but definitely tends to angle towards that AP style and tends to flex around those items, right? The tiers, the rods, the things like that. But he's just been playing out of his mind this set. It's not necessarily the fact that he's going in a direction meta-wise that not as many players tend to go. More players tend to focus on AD than AP, it seems like. But just the way he's able to play through all of his games is just so meticulous and so well thought out. And it's kind of the old adage. I mean, people credit it to Bruce Lee, but who knows who really said it first? But it's like, I don't fear the man who's practiced 10,000 kicks. I fear the man who's practiced one kick 10,000 times. And Spicy Appies in the AP style has practiced that 10,000 plus times. So certainly a force to be reckoned with, and we'll see what he can do today.
Yeah, I mean, in the pre-roll for yesterday's show, Casanova had a wonderful breakdown of Spicy Appy's approach to the game of TFT, and so just getting a chance to see that in action again and have it be such a success for him, I think this is going to be an incredible weekend for all of the players that we've highlighted here, but there's also more players. This field of 16 we have today is absolutely stacked, and you can see where these players are going to be for the first 2 games of the day, and then we will reseed them based on their placements. But I mean, Admirable, this is such a stacked competition. I feel like no matter what lobby you're looking at, it's going to be a hard one today.
The beauty of the regionals tournament where we take the top performers and we compete them against each other. Now it's the Gladiators Arena that's taking place in this one, ggdoa, because it's tough to pick the 8 players that I think will actually get through on this one. It would take me a pretty considerable amount of time, I think, to decide on 8 and feel comfortable about it, because any way you slice this, it is going to be a tough lobby.
Well, I don't know about 8, but I've already decided on 4 of them at least. You know it from yesterday. We got the Doa Dream Team. It's Ramblin' Milk, Spicy Appies, and Liquid Robin. Those are the 4 that I'm predicting to go to Worlds here. We'll see. You know, I have been known to get predictions wrong in the past. Not often. Not often, but it does happen. So, you know, at least I'm thinking those 4 are going to do pretty well. But, you know, you got to look at this list and say there's a ton of great players there. One in particular that I'm happy to see in day 2 is Goose. He's an OG of the TFT scene. He's a ton of fun to watch. He's one of the most flexible players out here, and it's great to have him in day 2. So best luck to him as well.
I have a friend joining me on the broadcast right now,
hello.
my cat. I love that, Doa, and I think that we were able to highlight some of these players, but obviously every single one of them playing in the NA Regional Finals are incredible. So I think you can't go wrong really with backing any of them or supporting them to get to the next day and then also just to the World Championships. But hey, thanks to our partners at Ball Street, we have a great way for you to interact with the broadcast today, and that's by going to fantasytft.com and getting in on the stock market action. The stock market is open for today, so get your predictions in for the winners and the losers of each of these lobbies, and you can potentially walk away with some new little legend friends. I think this is going to be a great day of competition. Admirable, do you think... I feel like we saw it all yesterday, but... what is one thing you think might happen that would just absolutely blow everyone away?
It would just absolutely blow everybody away. I guess kind of like a repeat performance of yesterday would kind of blow everyone away. This is a very difficult question. My mind goes racing into like 100,000 different possibilities when you ask me a question like that, because you know I'm no Nostradamus in this one. I can't just put together a dream team and watch them go through.
Nicely done. I mean, yeah, I'll be, if they do make it, then I will be Nostradamus for sure. But no, I think I'd love to see someone actually pull out the legit Time Flies build, you know, the Sim Zillion combo. We saw Assassin Zillion, which is kind of almost part of it a little bit yesterday, but I want to see the legit build. I want to see Robin pull that one out. We'll see if he does.
All right, well, it's day 2, game number 1 of the NA Regional Finals. Take it away.
All right, thanks, Nekkra. Here we go, Admirable. Game 1 of the day. Day 2, Goobums is the player that we're going to be keeping an eye on. You know, I know we're not supposed to have bias and all that, but your favorite player, I've heard you say many times.
We're not supposed to have bias on Goobums?
No, or anyone. Well, you know, we're supposed to, we have to cast objectively, but we can still have our own personal biases. That's just human, you know?
Oh, yeah, no, I can definitely cast objectively. Wow, look at that beautiful play from Goobums buying that Alawi.
Yeah, that was very objective. I applaud your objectivity, yeah.
Got to see that the additional attacks on the mutant there real quick. It's the 40%, 75% to get those additional attacks if they're managing to connect through. A good catch early on.
Yep. So not one as many people have been playing lately. There was a time when there were some Cho'Gath reroll builds where people would take advantage of that kind of thing. I mean, it's because it's not bad with things like Malzahar as well. Cast faster. We got a gold augment for our first one of the day. Ooh, okay. So Tier and Cloak start, and the option of an Arcane Crest. A couple other different, decent options as well. Built different, definitely requires kind of a separate style of playstyle than others. Salvage Bin is just a general strong augment just because you get a completed item and you have the ability to remake items later on by selling the champions that they're on. So some big choices here. What would you go with?
This is just so difficult. Salvage Bin is definitely, like, I'd say the most flexible one that takes place here.
For sure.
With a cloak on my bench, honestly, I'd probably go with Built Different at this point, just because it's such a strong, particular augment. I don't feel like this is an augment you have to commit to, and frankly, I think it's okay to take an augment like that and treat it as though it's basically like an economy augment, because your units just get so much stronger that you can play the game a little bit differently. You don't necessarily have to be playing to win every single one of your games. Now, to see Goobums take Arcanist, that's really not much of a surprise. I'd say Goobums tends to lean towards the AP side of things, and these 2 items that get dropped after he takes an Arcanist trait have to just be a tremendous breath of relief at this point. You take the Arcanist one and you're hoping, please don't drop Bobo.
I mean, and check this out, too. Get the Yordles in there as well. So Yordle Arcanist with the crest already, and I mean, Corki's a great user of that Arcanist crest since he does AP damage anyway. So great. I mean, very good start synergistically for Goobums right now, and either way, it should be a great start economically too.
Yeah, this is a fantastic start, honestly. Like, you have so many setups to have this composition absolutely blast off. With 4 pairs on the bench. All 4 of these pairs can make sense as well. You know, the Alawi can be paired with a Bruiser to just make sure that you have some extra like some extra HP on the chart. You have a Swain pair, you have a Brand pair, you have a Zyra pair. So many things can take off here.
You notice that a Sharpshooter's getting picked by Solus, and he got an even better Yordle start with the Vex and the Gnar and 2 Corkis, of course, one of them popping out from that Sharpshooter choice, I believe. But yeah, that's an augment that is very strong right now, just because of the strength of Sharpshooters in general. We're going to jump over to Non-Tom's board, who has a Zephyr early on. Interesting as a Slam. And I mean, obviously Zephyr is a great item, but if you build it this early, you're really going to have to be sweaty with your placement. But we also do see the Zephyr Blitzcrank trick, right? You can't put you can't put your carry in the spot next to the corner anymore, because the one in the corner gets Zephyred, and then Blitzcrank grabs the carry, right? And so that's what you see him trying to do: anticipate who he's going to play and try to grab that carry early on and get some round wins.
And this is a prime example of what you just mentioned too. That Gnar goes right up the air, and boom. There goes that Lucian, and that Lucian isn't going to go down super fast, but it's going to go down a lot faster than it normally would in this spot, and that is a huge difference that Non-Tom is already making here. You know, you mentioned that Non-Tom's going to have to be a bit sweaty here and paying a lot more attention. That's probably something he's likely to do anyway, and now you're forcing your opponents to pay attention, but in particular, pay attention to you. And I think that's a great spot to be in for Non-Tom is you know, I'd say the early combination here, you have a cloak, you have a glove, and you have a belt. There's not really much you can do for pressure at this point, but with a Blitzcrank, the Zephyr just makes a little bit more sense. So without that Zephyr there, Non-Tom likely is taking a loss with 4 units in play on the opposing end, and that is a major difference.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to lose, you at least want to lose as little HP as possible, right? You know, and just kind of jockey for the lower, you know, rankings so that you can go into the carousel and get a little bit better pick. But you can see him moving the Blitzcrank up to the front to sort of like lull people into a false sense of security, then try to deduce who he's going to play and move it to the appropriate corner. Not a bad idea. And like,
until
this
the
is
one
of the
time
oldest,
he leaves it in that front line.
I mean, hey, if there's a strong front line you want to, why not? But like, this is the oldest Blitzcrank trick in the book, right? And it's so annoying to deal with. This basically makes everybody have to respond to him. And even if he's not going to be winning rounds, he's still going to be like taxing the other players mentally if they know he's an option to run into.
Look at this Vex. This Vex shield is, you know, it's absorbing a lot of damage, but it's not producing a lot of damage in a spot like this. So it's kind of interesting to see this all split up. You know, the Blitz is blitzing each other at this point. And this Brand trying to pick apart this Vex, and the Poppy snipes it down. Oh,
not bad.
Yeah. This is a great early game.
I mean, you know, it looks like it's going to just be a lot of very close losses, right? Which is what you want to do. If you want to go on that loss streak, you want to lose a little HP as possible. He's got 10 gold now, so the interest is rolling as we move into Carousel. Non-Tom's second pick, so not the, you know, choice of whatever he wants on the Carousel, but still a good chance he'll get something he's looking for.
And honestly, the augments on the side, it demonstrates so much just the players in general. Like Spencer tends to play for like a tempo and a flex. Solus likes to play like very decisive builds, ends up taking a twin shot first. Sox and Non-Tom on Disintegrators, just very strong augments that allow you to play in a lot of different ways, but tend to favor towards the AD. Robin having a very, very flexible one with the Celestial Blessing early on, and then Goobums and Ramblin both taking augments that are going to favor them on the AP side of things. Ramblin gets to save some items with the makeshift armor. Goobums, of course, it's Arcanist.
Yep. Now we got to look at Beast Coast Sock's board here. He's got the Brand 2. He's got the Shiv. Hey, man, that's the team he's on.
I just forget that it's called Beast Coast every single time when I hear it. I'm like, yes!
No, they're making... hey, I applaud any org picking up TFT players right now. Any org that's not is missing out. So props to you, Beast Coast. But look at this. The really early Seraphine gets picked. It gives him Socialite for the Brand, and also just gives you, theoretically, if the fight goes long enough, which a lot of early rounds do, a good amount of damage and a good amount of healing, too.
I'm curious if this fight can then win out here for Sox as well. The Shiv definitely gives him some damage over time. And in this early game, it takes a little bit longer for the units to get sniped away. And that Seraphine being able to just wipe down those front units, I think that Shiv is helping quite a bit in a situation like this.
Oh, definitely.
William's going to take another loss here. This is a pretty big loss to be taking. And Sox now on a 4-win streak. And this is exactly the kind of play that Sox likes to see, is to get this early tempo, get an econ advantage by making your board a little bit stronger, and that allows you to kind of stay that half a step ahead of the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, here's the Syndra too. Nice. All right, so still looking for that 3 Debonair, because that is a VIP brand, and if you can get the Debonair online at this point in the game, that brand is going to absolutely light up the other team. So if he can find that, he'll be in really good shape. Until then, it's still a decent board, but... you know, I feel like at 3-1, 3-2, you're going to have to start worrying about ways to kind of make this a little bit stronger. For now, though, 100 HP, theoretically streaking into Krugs if he wins this one. Not a bad start for Sox, although I may have just jinxed him. This caster curse thing is real.
Oh, boy.
Ooh, twin shot. All right. Look at that Gnar, though. Gnar 2 with a Bloodthirster at 2-6. That is pretty scary.
This board on Sox's side is so strong, though. I don't know if it can handle the
is.
Bloodthirster Gnar. It's
that's the
so
thing.
big. Now
Yeah,
the
it's
Syndra is,
huge.
golly, it's going to knock down this loss to just one singular unit. But Sox, so much less concerned with the life total right now. I'm curious if you could offer him a 5-win streak for life total, how much he'd be willing to pay right now.
Oh, if I were Sox, I'd be so mad because I'd be like, oh, I lost my win streak right before Krugs. Stupid Lucky Solus getting a Gnar 2 on 2-7. Like, you can just tell his teeth are grinding right now. Obviously, Solus is a
Robin
very good
here.
player, but
My
Sox tilted, no
gosh.
doubt.
This board from Robin is so strong.
I mean, yeah, actually, looking across these boards, there's a pretty strong lobby already in stage 2 here. That's another VIP brand, but this one's got the Debonair trade online.
I always feel like when the lobbies have these such strong openers, there's two things that you tend to see, which is number one, players having to spend their gold very aggressively, and then number two, whoever didn't have to spend all their gold very aggressively, they start going up to 8 and making some big boards, and sometimes they feel comfortable and they go to 9 and make some even bigger boards. I really feel like that's where this game is headed right now, because Robin's board is just absolutely stacked right now with a blue buff on the VIP brand with a 2-star Talon that's happening right now. Solus has got that 2-star Gnar that's taking place, and the top 5 players right now seem like they were all competing for a win streak style to be taking place. At what point are players going to have to be like majorly concerned and start rolling just for the sake of their life total at that point?
I mean, I think that kind of depends on the players towards the bottom of the lobby, right? Because just from the boards we've seen, we might be looking at a lobby that's going to get a little bit split, right? Where you have people with a lot of HP on top, and then a big gap between them and the HP of the people in the bottom half. So we'll have to kind of watch it develop here. As we see Ramblin' try to take on Robin here.
Talon
like
just...
Yeah, he's going to get run over, man.
Malzahar.
2-star Talon, 2-star brand with the VIP package. This is, I think, honestly, VIP brand with a blue buff is one of the strongest things you can put into your game in stage 2, stage 3. So this is probably going to be pretty good unless something catastrophically wrong happens for him to, more or less win streak through to stage 4. We'll keep an eye on it. But time to check out Solus board. Solus, again, was the fortunate receiver of a Gnar 2 back in stage 2. Has a Bloodthirster on it. And you know what, Admirable? You can just carry Gnar. Appy showed us that we could do that, in the last tournament and now, or 2 tournaments ago, I guess it is. And now here we are, a meta where people say, hey, you know what? If you really want to, you can just play Gnar as your carry. Now, I think this is going to end up on a twin shot eventually, but Gnar's a great item holder, too.
Gnar is just good. I feel like almost any team that you build, like, you can have a justification for Gnar at the very least just because of the socialite aspect of it. But now coming into this round, Solus is now finding that the Gnar can't necessarily do everything, or can it? The Lucian here getting some big pickoffs, having Armor Shred plus having the MR Shred. But this Gnar with the Bloodthirster, it's trying to chew through everything.
Oh my goodness.
Not going to get there, though.
Yeah, that was close. Never quite connected with the Lucian with the rock. And if Lucian's able to kind of run free, that is going to be a dead Gnar. Ooh. So it's time to choose another augment. Another gold augment choice. Interesting picks for Solus and Milk here. I feel like, Exiles is okay for something like Twin Shot, but yeah, it is going to be Exiles. Okay. That's kind of not the big surprise there. And we do see the choice from Milk come through too. And Milk right now playing very flexible. This could still turn into a number of different things. 4 Scrap can evolve into something. Innovator can become 5 Innovator, even though it's not quite as common as it used to be. So, Milk playing his typical style and kind of leaving things open to adjust later on.
I always love watching Milk play because he just seems to have so many eye-opening things take place just like over the course of a round sometimes. And then when it's time to be very deliberate, he's just one of the cleanest players I feel like that I see play. And you pretty much hit the nail on the head talking about the flex of this one. With 4 Scrap, 3 Innovator, 2 Rods, a Sunfire, and a Last Whisper right now, this can really go so many different directions. Plus there's a Reforger that's on the bench right now, so this could change even more depending on the situation that Milk's going to find themselves in. But for right now, I feel like this team is going to need a little bit of help in order to find that big upgrade spot. I will say that backfoot was a major find in terms of the augments. It was just pretty much an econ one on the first one. But it still isn't enough to get the job done right now. Milk cannot afford to keep taking these losses for too much longer, if really longer at all.
Well, that's the thing, is that, backfoot's a strong augment, but when you look at his board, it's still 1 stars. It's still, not maybe the strongest carries, strongest item combinations ever. So it's going to be something where, like we were talking about, he's playing flexible, probably going to look to try to find a 4 cost to get behind in stage 4 and take it from there. We'll see. Milk, he does find an Ari with a sword.
Yeah.
That is pretty huge, actually. Yeah, because you can put you can obviously put a rod with that, make a Hextech Gunblade. There's a number of different things you can use Ari for.
You got the back foot. So many things are adding up right now where Milk is like, this was just a primary style of find I think that Milk could have had, and I'm curious to see when he's going to try to rocket this off the ground.
It's also
going to be right here.
It's also just 4 gold and a sword, too. It's going to be the 3/5 level up to 7. Yeah, okay. All right, another Syndicate in the Braum. Gets found. So will it be the swap to the Ari? Because he does have that Last Whisper as well. Okay, that's
Ari.
Yeah. I was gonna say I'm kind of expecting him to sell that because he's got that Last Whisper, right? And so you can't. Ari isn't gonna be a great user of that, and there's not really gonna be a lot of other great options to take advantage of it. So why not just use it for the sword and 4 gold, and that's what the plan is gonna be. That still leaves him without a major carry right now. I guess it can be Gnar again for the moment, but. Yeah, still not the strongest board ever.
Definitely I feel like it got a lot stronger in that situation, though.
Definitely got better.
Just, being able to 2-star the unit that's carrying all your items and such, and getting a 2-star Zillion in play as well, so you get a little bit of crowd control plus some more damage here. If you're going to take a loss, you're not going to take as big of a loss, which I think is a pretty strong effect of what I was just mentioning. But Milk does still need some improvement here. It hasn't quite been found, and I feel like that's because of the way the items have dropped right now. It's just the Last Whisper and then finding 2 rods, not where you want to be.
Well, let's take a look at Spencer's board. Has the Locket, going for a 4 Hextech mid-game. Finds the early Sivir as well, which is pretty big, and has a sword on it too, so, can add in an Infinity Edge or something like that possibly later on. But for now...
Great looking board.
It looks okay. I feel like it's a little bit on the fragile side, because you don't really have the strongest front line. Manages to dodge the Shroud at least with this. Oh, no, wait, he doesn't know that Sivir is getting hit by the Shroud, actually. She takes a long time to cast anyway. You've got the shield to sort of buy some time, and it's still going to be strong. Either way, we saw Sivir being the most played comp in day number 1, and you can see why. A lot of damage with that AD Sivir.
Seriously, I mean, this is also, you get like the bootleg Runons on at this point with the Shiv. You're just putting out a lot of damage. So again, even if you're taking a loss, it's just not going to be that big, and you have a primary setup for what direction you can very easily go at this point. And so if other players are looking to try and go this direction, they know at this point that they're likely contesting with you at this point. That Locket, I think, is a great source of the front line. Good recognition here from Spencer, and the early find on both the Seraphine and the Vi here, it gave you that Bruiser plus the Hextech plus the Socialite and an across-the-board reach. It's just such a great spot here for Spencer, and a lot of gold to add on top of that. Already 24 XP into 6 with 50 gold stacked, and we haven't even gone through the creeps yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's, Shiv is going to capitalize on the Hextech damage, even in its nerf state now. And you've also got things like Enforcer as well to sort of like boo you up a little bit. Now, that's still a board I feel like that's going to start to fall off a little bit in stage 4, so it's going to need to get improved. And we'll see if he's able to do that later as we jump back over to Non-Tom's board. Found the Draven. It's not the VIP Draven. Still pretty decent Draven items, though. Draven obviously another top comp right now, but the question is, can you find the VIP and 2-star this?
Yeah, if you can find the VIP for this, Non-Tom is in a fantastic spot at this point. You have the QSS, you have an Infinity Edge, you have a Rage Blade. This Draven is not going to slow down at that point. And you know that Socialite is available, and you still have the Zephyr to help buy you some time in this spot. So for Non-Tom here, I think your board is justifiable enough to go for a faster 8 style of play here and hope that this Draven can clean some stuff up. And that's exactly what we're seeing this round, because once it gets past this Vex, well, I guess maybe if it gets past this Vex,
the Vex, yeah. That Vex is so tanky.
Holy smokes.
That's the thing, the Draven couldn't do enough damage. Goobum's able to get some damage done with his Arcanist on the other side. And yeah, it's kind of all about, can you make this board a bit stronger? There's a 4-2 level to 8. Plenty of gold to roll down with. Oh, the Aurelia 2 option. All right. So Aurelia, obviously another strong AD carry right now. Not the direction he really wanted to go per se, but maybe a change of plans is in order with this.
Does give you a scrap, and it's just a big unit as well. It's pretty tough to not put this Aurelia in play at least.
Yeah, I suppose. But it does feel like Non-Tom is kind of scrambling to put together a board that's going to keep him from hemorrhaging HP at this point in the game. Goes up against Liquid Robin now.
That's
good Zephyr, though.
Great Zephyr, yeah.
Yep. All right, Draven hammering away at the units foolish enough to jump into the back line against him. Able to take down the front line pretty quickly, and this is more what we're used to from Draven, but the problem is you see him walking up like that, not the VIP Draven, and so it's not going to be quite enough again. It's mild losses being taken by Non-Tom, but they are still losses, and he is still down to 40 HP right now. Okay, there's a Victor, there's a Vi. Is there an option maybe a little bit later to go for something like 4 Enforcer here? We'll see. Has to find some way to kind of make this work, yeah. Switch to Galio.
This is getting a little bit harder. It does feel like that that Non-Tom is committing really hard to the idea of Draven, but frankly, I feel like when you find a 2-star Aurelia and you have an Infinity Edge and a QSS, like it could be time to change gears at that point. Like, if you can't find another Draven, this is going to be just an absolute disaster at this point. You do have a strong setup for the Draven, but you have a pretty strong setup for the Aurelia as well.
I think the tricky part is that with just the IE and the QSS, that Aurelia is going to get stuck on front lines a lot of times, whereas Draven at least has a little bit of armor shred, so he's going to probably give you a little bit more, mileage for now. And yeah, that is a win there in that round at least. I think Clockwork coming up big, the attack speed really making a big difference here. So the Aurelia feels temporary, and he's just looking for that VIP Draven. If he doesn't find it, I'm a bit worried for him, but I think at least, he's kind of making the best of the situation anyway.
4-5 carousels coming up now. Socks and Milk going to have the first 2 picks, sitting at 24 HP apiece. You move up into that top 4 spot, 61 for Spencer and 88 for Robin, who is the only player currently on a hot win streak right now. And this is going to be a big part of the game coming up on this 4-6 augment. I feel like for some players, they pretty much all committed, it seemed like. So this augment that's coming up is really just going to be how much can you take advantage of, rather than what direction are you going to get from it. And Robin right now having a very tough choice. Do I take the chain or do I take the cloak?
I mean, I don't know what his board is, but I like Chain Vest generally better. Although we've seen so many Zephyrs, actually. I feel like we're definitely back in a big-time Zephyr meta, so maybe it is cloak every time. All right, checking out Spencer's board, catching up with him again. Currently 4th in the lobby at 61 HP. Has that Sivir carry, but still has not managed to secure a Sivir 2 yet. Still relying on 4 Hextech. And that's, this really looks like a middle-of-the-pack board for this lobby. And you can see he's exactly there. And it also looks like a board that without a Sivir 2 might start to fall off here in the near future. So we'll see how these rounds go.
Ooh, a Zephyr onto that Sivir at the start as well. Plus, you get the Banshees off the scrap and that backline Aurelia. For Spencer here, not even a pair of Sivirs have been found yet either.
Yeah,
this could be a little bit tough here. This is a major loss that Spencer is taking, and Non-Tom with that Zephyr is a pretty massive difference. It feels like in terms of what's going to be happening in some of these fights. For Spencer now, though, maybe this augment gives a little bit of direction. He does have Salvage Bin and Thrill the Hunt, which could pretty much go into any build. It just depends on what that third augment is going to be. It does, I think, need to be combat related, though.
Well, here are the augments. Spencer with an option for Portable Forge. Interesting.
Yeah, Titans, I think, is the pick there.
Yeah, it was a little bit low on HP, and it's just like what we were just saying. Very middle of the pack board right now. This at least gives him a bit more time to get something a bit stronger together. We're going to move over, though, and take a look at Ramblin's board. Ramblin currently 3rd in the lobby right now, 77 HP. Has a pretty early Jace online, actually. Managed to get the 4% roll there. Pretty good Jace items as well. Has the Tom Kench. So trying to transition into just a stronger late game board using some of these 5-cost carries.
I think this is a pretty strong-looking spot here from Ramblin as well. The makeshift armor has allowed him to just build these bruisers up and have like natural additional stuff that's built in. You know, they're like bootleg enchanters and bodyguards at this point. And when you have a Tahm Kench that's early on and you're able to start feeding it, what that means is eventually that makeshift armor gets kind of overrun, but that's almost a good thing at that point, because it means you're stacking everything with items. So if this Tahm Kench can actually produce some stuff, well, you notice he moved the Tahm Kench onto the Socialite here. If this Tahm Kench can start to produce some items, that is a big problem for the rest of the lobby here. So I'm curious to see how Rambling can take this board.
Wow, check it out. He actually Zephyred the Corki. It was a scrap roll Zephyr, but he had the Ziggs in the right place to take advantage of it. That's the kind of foresight you need if you're going to be playing this. Meanwhile, Tahm Kench is actually paying dividends here. That's a lot of money coming out of that frog, fish thing, whatever it is.
And look at this Jace as well. This Hand of Justice produced so much additional damage out of this Jace. Ramblin is one of the first players I've ever heard use this articulate term, that survivability is damage. And that's exactly what we saw from that Jace in that fight. That Hand of Justice, without that, Ramblin, I don't think, wins that fight.
You know, I want to call out, too, the swap with the Tahm Kench onto the Socialite Hex, because I feel like yesterday and then kind of today, too, we've been seeing too many carries on Socialite Hexes get Zephyred. All right? It's obvious people want to Zephyr the Socialite Hex. I was kind of shocked by how many carries were getting hit by it yesterday. I want to see people pay a little bit more attention to it today.
Goodness gracious, this lobby feels like it's going to be pretty stacked here too. Sox unfortunately got knocked out before we hit this final creep spot, and Milk's sitting at 8 health. You know, the boards have been pretty aggressive, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, how it felt like players, because they had these strong early games, it was going to force players to spend their gold a lot more aggressively than they normally do, which means you're very often not going to have the strongest board in the world. So if other players are hitting and you are struggling, it is super bad news at that point.
Well,
for Milk here...
Oh, go ahead.
For Milk here, he does find a pair of Vi's, he does find a pair of Sivers here, but pairs are not going to do it right now. And I am really worried for Milk in this spot.
It hurts bad. Gotta get some items there. All right, Hex Tech. As we're gonna go up to 5 Hex Tech. Okay, maybe you can get in 6 a little bit later. Does he have a Jarvan on the board right now?
Oh boy,
wasn't able to see. I'm just waiting to see if that Sivir does enough damage. That Draven 2 in the back is pretty terrifying. Yep. May not be the VIP, but or is it the VIP? I'm trying to tell. It's hard to tell in that green background actually. But either way, Milk's not going to get a chance to find out because he is out in 7th. Rough start to the day for Milk. We do have 6 games to play, so it's not the end of the world, but it's not a great start.
Big way to tell if it's that VIP Draven is if that thing moves, it is not a VIP.
Yeah, see, it moved, but I swear I thought I saw something underneath it. But you know, I agree. If it moves, it's probably not the VIP.
Yeah, they always have a reserve table.
Exactly. Yep.
Look at
if it moves, it only moves via a chauffeur, you know. Yeah. All right, here's our Arcanist player in the lobby. Goobums.
The classic reroll for 3s. 8 copies of one, 8 copies of another, and then a tempting offer for another.
Yeah, I don't think you need the well, you want the Senna too, but you also want the Vex rather. Yeah, you lock.
Malzahar. I think this is one of the rare sites that we see for locking.
Yep.
And I love when players get to lock. I feel like this is always such a unique thing, and I feel like it's just one of the most underutilized things in the game because it is an opportunity cost for locking, but when you get to see it, you get to see it. For Goobums here going up against Robin's board, this is a battle of the AP to see who's going to win it. And this Malzahar cranking out a lot of damage, but you see the same thing on the opposing side, plus an Ahri that's in that backline with it. So Goobums taking a hit here from Robin. He drops it down to 33 and is now sitting in 6th place. But some really strong potential here. I think Goobums has about 2 more turns to really make something happen here. And that's at the max. I feel like if at the end of that second round he does not have a big improvement, that is a wave goodbye to Goobums in game number 1.
It kind of seems like this board is waiting for an Ahri as well, especially because he's kind of bypassing the Malzahars. I think he's kind of looking for an Ahri to complete this, move the blue buff over to that. At least you do have this strong 4 enchanter angle, so if the Ahri is found, if he does get another good item or two, maybe he can start to contest other people's boards. Here comes Ramblin' though. Has a Morello's on the Seraphine, which is always a pretty scary thing once it goes off. And then you've got that Jace as well in the back line.
This Jace is just untouched for so long. But when that Malzahar starts to bounce, it is a big difference here. Ramblin' taking a massive hit here.
Yeah.
And I actually just noticed that Goobums has 3 Arcanist emblems.
Yeah.
On their board. I was like,
I
this
got the 4
board doesn't look
Enchanter.
like 6 Arcanist here.
Yeah, I mean that's enabling him to go so deep into Enchanter, and so you've got that extra shielding, extra healing, and extra MR as well, which in this lobby is going to be pretty important. Wow, and there's even another Arcanist emblem there.
Yeah, Goobums went for the stone plate here. I do think he needs some front line taking place.
I don't know if he grabbed that.
Robin.
Okay.
Robin
okay.
having again another struggle on what to take in that spot. Just feels a little bit tough for Robin in some of these situations, but
Yeah.
the board's looking pretty darn good, I'd say, from Robin's side right now. 25 gold, pretty strong, I'd say, on the lower amount of resources. It's a very comfortable spot for Robin, and a look at that. A victor gets found. Does this open up the giant Arcanist angle? The 8 Arcanist?
You can go 8 Arcanists. He skipped an Ari there, actually. So, he's already got a 2-star Ari. What am I talking about? This is a different board we were looking at than we were looking at before. I'm getting my Arcanist boards confused, apparently. But yeah, goes up to 7 Arcanists. Can maybe find 8 soon. That would be pretty strong. You kind of need it, I think.
Goodness gracious, that Draven. Look at how...
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's not good. That's not what you want to happen. I will say that Victor, a very, very threatening laser that came down. If this was 8 Arcanist, how different could it have been in this spot? How important is the socialite aspect versus having the 8th Arcanist in play? Because the Seraphine right now is the one that's holding place, or you're going to have to lose a bodyguard for that to happen.
I feel like you might swap to 8 pretty soon here. Find a way to get that brand in. We'll see.
Is it enough?
That's in the 3 Syndicate. So, I mean, the thing is that the one of the reasons Draven is great, and that is a nice 2-star upgrade for the Seraphine. One of the reasons Draven is great is because you would think he's one of those heroes that kind of needs to ramp up, but he really doesn't at this point in the game. He's just going to do a ton of damage immediately. And so your front line is often going to disappear very quickly, and if you don't have a lot of damage or a good amount of healing coming through on that Ari, you're going to have a hard time surviving against it. So I don't know if 8 Arcanist is necessarily even going to help you that much with that.
Ramblin spreads out here despite having the Keepers as one of the augments in this spot, and it wasn't good enough to stay away from the damage that Malzahar is going to produce in this spot. Ramblin taking another hit. He drops down to 6th now at 10 HP. And as we come into the movement towards Stage 6, Doa, we still have 6 players alive. Sox was eliminated before we saw the Stage 4 creeps. Milk was eliminated right after that. All 6 of these players coast through 5 the rest of the time.
Yep. Wow, 2-star. Tom Kench gets found for Ramblin', so this board is ramping up a bit as he looks to get together, or put together pretty much a legendary board at this point. Yeah, 2 Socialite. Just in time to take down the dragon. What's it going to be? It's going to be Zeri carry.
Zeri's going to act as like the AP carry for this spot. And that could be a big one there too. So now, if you can find a way to take advantage of this clockwork angle and upgrade some of these 5s,
Wow.
oh, this is a big deal. Ramblin' here just going for the level 9 5 cost at this point. And frankly, this is just a strong composition that can take place.
Okay. Yeah, just throws the Jinx in. Oh no, it takes it out again right away. I was like, yeah, do you really need a 1-star Jinx? And I don't think that is going to help you too much. But you do get Clockwork with the Orianna, so that's going to be a little bit stronger here. All right, that Draven in the back looking pretty strong here.
Yeah, it's going to be the Jhin that gets Zephyred here. The Rage Blade, a slight damage increase as it goes through. But that Galio just absolutely stunning that board and having this Zeri so much time to put out damage alongside this Jace.
I think this is a great option because you've got both the Jhin and the Zeri firing through the enemy front line and hitting the back line. And so at that point, you don't even really need to worry about taking down the front line quickly and going front to back because you've got backline access with those 2 piercing snipers, right? So I think that's a good answer to the Draven and might be top 2 board. We'll see. Meanwhile, Goobums. Low health, but 6 Arcanist, 4 Enchanter, does have the 2-star or the 2 3-star front lines, that is. Just not a ton of damage per se. No major carry in terms of the Malzahar, no big Ari carry or Victor or anything like that. It's more about surviving, and just kind of like death by 1,000 cuts at this board, it seems like.
Yeah, it's just kind of natural damage with with 6 Arcanist as the threshold point. Plus this Orianna having the Shojin, plus being an Arcanist, it's so much damage if this can get cast. And this Victor, you'll notice it cast there, it dealt quite a bit of damage, but not enough because you have 4 enchanters in play. I think Goobums might have found a strong recovery point here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's making up for that lack of damage, like you just said, with the Enchanter trait, and being able to go so deep into that against a fairly AP heavy lobby aside from the Dravens. You're going to be able to survive long enough to just outlast.
Well, there's now the question. And there's the answer. 8 Arcanists now for Goobens at this point. You lose an Enchanter, you're keeping a Yordle, and now it's looking for improvements on the board at this point.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I mean, 8 Arcanists jumps you up to 145 AP for your entire team, which is an enormous amount of power. So giving up 1 Enchanter, you're making up for it by being able to do more of that damage up front that he was kind of lacking a little bit. So seems reasonable to me.
Look at these shields on the front line that you have because you're an 8 Arcanists. Those are thick shields, and that gives so much time. If your opponent cannot reach the back line, they just basically cannot defeat you at that point. The Sivir can reach the back line. Spencer here taking the hit, though. Non-Tom getting knocked out in 6th place. Spencer down to 4. Robin down to 7. It feels like this board is just flopped at this point with Solus now at 24 on top of the lobby.
That Ionic Spark is looking pretty juicy right now. I wonder if that Hextech emblem is appealing to anybody at the moment. Okay, yeah, I think I was trying to remember who it was that was going a little bit deep into Hextech this time around. Some interesting choices on this carousel for sure, but I think Robin with the Ionic Spark is probably going to be the big winner here.
This is a tight situation at 6-5, and we're still not at our top 4 at this point.
Yeah, really close lobby.
And Solus here, just beautiful board.
Yeah, 4 twin shot, couple of 3-star 3 costs in Gangplank and Lucian. Pretty great Lucian items. Jinx with some pretty great items, honestly, too. If you can find a 2-star Jinx, he'll be in really great shape, but not level 9 yet. So maybe a little bit low on the gold in that particular case. I mean, you want to be level 9 at this point, so you can put in that, you can find that Jinx too a little bit easier. If you do that, might be a lobby winner. We'll see how he does against Goobums here, though.
I do think that against Goobums here, that, you see these enchanters on the bench right now. I think the idea for Solus is that you want to fight the AD players, take advantage of the 4 bodyguard you have, and then make a shift from this.
Wow.
You did roll a ton here after you get this win, and 3 players get knocked out. Goobums, Robin, Spencer in that order take 3rd, 4th, 5th respectively. And now that you get to see what you're against, which is Ramblin' with this giant cost board, you're going to have to make some adjustments to this and really make them pretty quickly here, because on stage 6, you're taking a heaping pile of damage. He is going to decide to go to 9 at this point and stacks on a 2nd copy of Braum to get that extra armor in the front line. 4 bodyguard, 4 twin shot. You're hoping that's enough. And frankly, we're going to find out if it is, Doa.
Yeah, I like it. It's a good amount of crowd control. We'll see how well the Zeri can dodge it. You've also got the crowd control coming in, powered by Silco on the Ramblin' side of things. And we will see if the piercing damage is enough. Galio slows people down. The Zeri doing a lot of damage. She gets CC'd a little bit here, though. Braum out in the back, not making a big difference, and it's just going to be rolling across the board is Solus to take the first win in Lobby A of the day. Solus gets it done with Twin Shot, the power of Sharpshooter, showing itself again.
And I talked earlier about how Solus really, some of his strength is the fact that he understands the playing from behind aspect of it in this one. But in this game, he got Sharpshooter. He found some twin shots early on, found a great spot to stop and try to 3-star those twin shots as well. Just absolutely kind of able to sneak across the board there and have options on his bench, depending on who he's going to be facing as players get eliminated towards the end of that 6. Just what a fantastic game plan that Solus showed in this one.
Yeah, especially Admirable. I think you made a note as well that a lot of players were kind of attempting to play from more of a win streak perspective rather than kind of playing from behind in that particular lobby. Do you feel like that had any impact at all on just the overall state of the game heading into the late game stages?
I do feel like when you have a lot of players that have an argument for competing for that win streak, the game just does get a bit more aggressive. And so the players who are not under that same pressure, like Ramblin' in that one, he successfully had the win streak. Notice that he got to 9 and built a really strong board. For Solus, he was able to, when he's taking losses, not take as big losses, and again, kind of re-roll sitting on 8 for a bit until you find these 3 stars and really get to make something of it. And then also have that backup plan that's there. It just forces players to have to play a little bit more aggressively and a little bit faster than they normally do. And oftentimes that really can cut into your game plan because now you just have a built-in higher failure rate when you're trying to roll and look for very specific units at that point in the game because the other players are so strong. They've had these win streaks. They have the time, and you don't.
Yeah, for sure. And then bodyguards as well, Doa. We were looking at the compositions at the top of the day from what we saw get played out in day 1, what saw some good success rates. You know, in the meta right now, why do you think bodyguard is so strong when it comes to looking at maybe the field of competition or just this new patch in TFT?
Well, it's interesting. I feel like Bodyguard is strong. It's not as strong as Bodyguard has been in the past, but it did get a buff fairly recently to kind of bring it back into relevancy, we'll say. And so if you're running something like the Snipers, it's certainly going to be a good front line for that comp in particular. But it's going to be, you know, just kind of the same as it's always been, right? Where you can put the good front line up there. You've got a lot of a good amount of crowd control with the Braum, at least with that. So, you know, Bodyguard is okay. I've always enjoyed Bodyguard stuff because I've always liked the sword and board fantasy and like MMOs and things like that too. And, you know, play Protection Warrior and all that kind of stuff. So I just like that from an aesthetic perspective. But, you know, I feel like we don't see Bodyguards popping up as often unless it's going to be Syndicate or Sniper kind of stuff. But if you can get the comp around it, it certainly can be helpful.
Yeah, I do like that combination of like range damage and then also having like a really tanky front line to make sure that your backline's not getting too much damage taken to it. But let's go ahead and take a look at the lobby winners. We did see Solus take our lobby A, but Liquid Goose, Doa, taking lobby B.
Nice, the OG, the old Goose himself, getting the win here, winning matches, winning tournament games in set 2. And claiming one today at the beginning of day 2 of the NA Regionals. You love to see it. He's a player, I think, that a lot of fans had maybe written off as being a player that's over the hill in their competitive career, right? I mean, he had his heyday in set 2, set 3, and he's relevant. He's a popular streamer, but is he the most competitive player anymore? Maybe not. But I think Goose has come to this tournament to prove everybody wrong, right? Had a strong day 1 and couldn't really ask for a stronger start to day 2.
Yeah, what a great start for him as well. Play the Socialite Enchanter Malzahar 3 carry to be able to take that lobby. And we also have to look at how everybody else did in these lobbies as well. We already know sort of how lobby A went. Unfortunate for Socks and Milk getting those 8th and 7th places. But Admirable on the other side of things as well. Voidson and Spicy Appies with an 8th and a 7th respectively.
Yeah, not the start to the day that you're looking for, but, you know, I was going to say that just about anyone at this point. I'd say it's a little bit more surprising to see Spicy Nappies and Iniko take these 2 bottom 4s to kick off the day. DQA continues to have a very consistent performance throughout. Another top 4 for DQA, a player who didn't have a ton of practice, I would say, coming into this regional event. Setsuko with a very Setsuko finish, and Robovan Kenobi has just, I feel like the last few games for Robovan have just been pretty big as we keep walking through it. A 2nd place finish here, just, you know, this is game 1 on day number 2 here, but it is a much more aggressive cut that we're taking today. It's not just 8, or rather it is just 8 players getting cut, but that's half the field remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Roby Van Knoop took a 3rd overall in day number 1, so a player that is rocketing up the you know, tier list probably for a lot of people in NA as far as who's the best player out there. And it'd be really cool. I love seeing you know, quote unquote newer players come up and take tournament wins. And if Robbie Van Knoop can get to Worlds, you know, make it to day 3, get to Worlds, that would be a pretty amazing story for him.
For sure. Roby Van Kenobi and a couple of our other players participating in the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals on day 2 could definitely make a name for themselves heading into the rest of the day. And also taking a look forward at making day number 3 and potentially Worlds as well. Great stuff from them. And hey, maybe you could still get in on the stock market. Head over to fantasytft.com. It's still very early. See where your positions lie if you are a part of that game number 1, and keep predicting who you think is going to take these lobbies. Also potentially go 8th. It's completely free, and there's a how-to guide in case you have not tried out Fantasy TFT before. But that's going to do it for our Game 1, and what a great start to the day so far. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will continue with the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. We're back from break, which means that we can continue with the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals for Day 2. We've got Bryce and Frodan joining us on the casting desk. Take us through games 2, 4, and 6 today. Bryce, what are you looking forward to? It's Day 2.
It's Day 2. Yesterday we eliminated half the field, or a third of the field. Today it's half, and it feels extra high stakes because, 3 people making the regionals, a couple people in last chance qualifier. So this is kind of where the rubber meets the road. Maybe some pretenders making it through Day 1 into Day 2, but if you make it through Day 2, it's very hard to be a pretender at that stage. So I'm just excited to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, Day 2 is going to be absolutely amazing. We already kicked it off in such a big way, Dan, but what are you also looking forward to? Just based on, is it just the stakes of today that makes Day 2 so exciting?
Yeah, Day 1 has a lot more leniency because you're only cutting a third of the field. Now we're cutting half of them. So just every single mistake is magnified that much more. On top of the fact that these players are very intimately familiar with each other's game plans. Right now, most people are playing face up on their cards. There's no real tech that's being hidden. So how do they respond to that? Some players are just going to continue their game plan and be flexible or stay on their current trees. Others are reconsidering, even after this first lobby, if they should pivot and try to do another tree entirely and throw their game plan out the window. So all of a sudden, you start to see how players are handling the pressure. And for their sake, I hope they're right.
Well, let's talk about a player that didn't buckle under the pressure, made no mistakes in that game number 1. Let's talk about Ramblin', who did get a second place in Lobby A. But Dan, I feel like that's not the full story of what we got a chance to see from that game 1.
Yeah, it's definitely tough to just decisively stamp made no mistakes in general in a game of TFT. I think most people would agree that it's one of the most beautiful aspects of the game is that almost nobody has played a true perfect game of TFT. And if they have, it's very far and few in between. But a player like Ramlin's caliber, just the execution when his back was against the wall, where he had 1 life on stage 5, he took way more damage than anticipated, some unfortunate matchmaking, was playing like a Ziggs 2 Jace 1 carry, was trying to go for a fast 9 where everything had to be flawless in terms of his positioning and how he's trying to execute. And man, was it special. If you were watching in his chat, it was just a crazy hype game. I'm so glad that the main Brock was able to catch tailwind of it because it was just beautiful, immaculate TFT.
Yeah, it really was beautiful TFT, and it has to be said, this is not how Ramblin' normally plays TFT. He normally spends a lot of time on level 8 building a strong board, but I think he correctly identified that with the item situation that he had and with how strong the lobby was getting, that he really needed to play around legendary units. So he traded the massive HP pool that he was able to preserve throughout the game to play a little bit more of like a Soju-oriented style trades. All this HP goes down basically to 1 life, full pivots his board into legendaries, and gets a really nice second place that could have maybe worked out as a first as well. So such a beautiful opening salvo from Ramblin', flexing a lot of that playstyle versatility. There's a reason why most people consider him one of the best players on the server.
I know Ramblin' was one of our players that we highlighted at the beginning of our Day 1 broadcast, and it's great to see him have such a good performance to kick off our Day 2. But we also have to talk about Lobby B, because we didn't get a chance to watch the action over there on the main broadcast, and that's where we're headed for this game 2. And, what happened there? I feel like it was unusual to see Aniko and Spicy Appies take a bottom 4, Bryce.
Yeah, Appies honestly was lucky not to go 8th place in this lobby. It was a prismatic opening augment, so it was immediately kind of throws the lobby for a big loop because people get so strong so early. Appies commits to brand reroll and just struggles to hit the brands. He eventually gets the brand 3 online, but just kind of falls behind the curve and isn't really able to upgrade the rest of his board. On the flip side of that, Goose gets Triforce Prismatic, one of the strongest prismatics in the game, and opens a whole bunch of 3 costs out of box and plays very fluidly in the mid game as Gooses want to do. Ultimately gets into an AP-oriented line, and he hits 5 3-stars in this game. Morgana, Vex, Senna, Gnar, and Malzahar, and it was just a disgusting board by the end. Really, really well played by Goose, and an awesome start to the day.
Well, let's go ahead and jump right back into the action. It's Game 2 now here at the NA Regional Finals.
All right, welcome to Lobby B in Game 2 of Day 2 here at the Gizmos and Gadgets North America Regional Finals. It's Frodan and Bryce Blum here to bring you the action starting from Team Liquid's Goose, artist formerly known as Grand Vice 8. If you watch previous regionals, you may say, who's Goose and why is he on Team Liquid? A little bit of a branding change. But his brand is not only the thing that's been changing for Goose, it's also a little bit of his play style and his approach to teamfight tactics. And here is one of the biggest fans of Goose that you'll meet alongside me. It's Bryce. Bryce, why don't you talk to me a little bit about Goose in terms of where he currently stands right now in TFT?
Yeah, I've been a big Goose fan for as long as I can remember, basically since the inception of TFT. Where he isn't his strongest is as a tempo player. This man slams items. He is incredibly creative with his board state at all times. And what we're starting to see from him is opening up his play style a little bit, right? He's being open to reroll for the first time as wow. Hold the phone. We are in another prismatic opening lobby, and this man has the opportunity to run it back. He's getting offered Triforce 3 again. Is that a pick, Dan?
I mean, it definitely seems like the strongest pick on paper. The stats and data is very strong to argue that Triforce is good. And Triforce also is really powerful specifically in this spot because you have a lot of flexibility with what you want to do. You look at the itemization for Goose. There's several ways that you can choose to approach it. And it looks like he's going to go for Triforce again. Now, question is he going to run more of the ability power, the AP tree, or, because he has a bow and a glove, could actually end up thinking about more of the attack damage carries that ends up focusing more on either twin shots, for example. You can reroll Senna. I am curious to see what Goose wants to do this game.
And the answer is he doesn't know yet, right? Because Goose is not someone who takes an augment like this and says, okay, here's the game plan. He does. You're absolutely right that with the glove start and with the bow, maybe you head in that direction. And wow, what insane shop here. When you're playing Triforce, you want to play around 3 costs, and he gets both of the 3-cost Yordles in Gnar and Vex. Unfortunately, he does not have the 3rd Yordle, which is a bummer, but he can absolutely play around this, and this is one of the boards you can build in Triforce. You can play around Socialite Square, potentially. You could carry this Gnar in the front line. You get the Senna, right, another 3 costs, and build up around the Socialites. So a lot of different options for Goose from this spot, and an incredible opening shop.
Yeah, a very big makeover. Oh, hold the phone once more. Satsuko also has Triforce, which you might think, are they going to run into each other considering that they have 2 overlapping items? It actually sometimes works in their benefit. Kind of a little bit of an under-the-table handshake agreement, like, hey, I'm going to be going for these 3 costs, and while I thin the pool, you can also go for a different kind of 3 costs. It ends up being some nice synergistic effects. The only thing is that neither player knows how to communicate that to each other. And of course, it really depends on how their early and mid game is going to shake up. Because the big downside about Triforce is that you do feel like you have to play these 3-cost carries. And if it's a situation where they end up overlapping strategies, that could be pretty rough.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And the stylistically speaking, they're both capable of playing a lot of the different backline or frontline options, so they're going to have to need a lot of game awareness, stay on top of each other, make sure they're not going for the same units and play to their advantage rather than disadvantage. Hopping on board with Nico, who took the loaded dice augment, High Roller. This is a strategy that's starting to become very popular on the North American ladder, where you take this as an opening augment and you use it to find a ton of copies of Ziggs and Poppy early. The idea being, 1, you give yourself tempo by having some strong 3-stars on your board early, and then 2, you take advantage of the way the Yordle trait works, where you start to print a lot more gold. You can play 6 Yordles from this, but you can also just start printing only 2 and 3 costs, supercharge your economy, and play to various different outs. So this is a style that's becoming a lot more popular. What do you think about this strategy, Dan?
It feels really cool. First of all, it's pretty ingenious. Like, I believe we can credit this to K3 Soju for popularizing it. Obviously, he's not the first person to play it, but the first person I think to conceive this idea is actually one of Soju's closest friends in Prestivant, to just use it on the Yordles, in which we of course joke that Yordles stick together, so of course you would discover the strategy. But it makes a lot of sense. You have flexibility because you have so much economy for the rest of the game. That being said, there's also a really interesting dynamic that happens with Yordles. I just want to call it out now in case it happens. If everybody is going for things like Yordles, right? Because you see Triforce, a lot of people might try to go for Vex 3, and there's a situation where Iniko has no more Yordles to print that could be fed to his normal Yordle strategy. He might actually end up getting an early Vagar as well. That's a very obscure thing that might happen, but keep your eyes peeled. Right now, this lobby is really heating up with the possibilities of what we might see. Speaking of possibilities, I didn't really think about this, which is an early Woodland Charm pickup to try to get some early frontline. A lot of people criticize prismatics like Woodland Charm, saying, why is it even in the game? But a lot of people start to realize it's actually a really powerful augment to streak, and Kivix has that level 5. He's got an extra unit, overwhelmingly putting tons of pressure to every opponent he faces.
Yeah, a lot of people consider this augment to be completely unpickable, and this is part of what makes Kivix such an interesting player to follow, is that he is extremely off the beaten path in his augment selection, in the units he prioritizes, in the items he slams. This is just not someone that is playing, the conventional wisdom, right? He doesn't think the conventional wisdom is overly wise. He also is a player that used to be able to grind like crazy in previous sets, right? He was like up around 1.5 KLP in set 4, I believe, but hasn't been able to play that much TFT lately. And so when he looks at himself against the rest of this field, he's like, look, my edge is not going to come from playing the standard lines that other people play, because they've played them more times than me. They're going to play them better than me. Instead, I'm going to focus on my game. I'm going to try to play differently and see if I can make it work. And this is a great example. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but I'm excited to see this augment pick up from Kivix.
Yeah, quite unusual, because Kivix is a notorious reroller as well, and him pushing levels so aggressively, being low eco, makes it a little bit more difficult. Ionic Spark, a hold of an extra Sejuani, and Kivix, again, his MO is not only does he like to reroll, he likes to reroll unusual champions in particular. We'll see how it continues to develop. Meanwhile, Inigo hits a 3-star Yordle. I believe it was Ziggs. Now, going up on the other side, DQA has a Warwick 2 with a Titan's Resolve already, and has March of Progress. Now, March of Progress has been under fire as being a prismatic augment that only works in solo queue. It's really effective against people who can't punish boards, but it's also an augment on paper that's really good for reroll, because you can't hit the level button, so you pretty much use your gold to roll whenever you can. And because you're leveling slower than other people who try to push level 7, level 8 more aggressively, this should be the comfort window for DQA to theoretically get that Warwick comp online.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and I like this adjustment from DQA, because a lot of people play March of Progress and they reroll around 3 cost specifically, but in a lobby with 2 Triforce players plus a Nico going with the Dice Yordle strategy, it feels like the 3 cost units are going to be incredibly contested in this lobby, so someone might hit their units and have it work out, or they might all be holding hands in the bottom 4, but DQA says, get me out of that mess, I don't want to be there, I'm just going to play some Woo and play around 2 cost units primarily. And the nice thing for him is that while all the 3 cost units are going to be pulled from the pool, no one wants Tryndamere except for him, so it'll actually be much easier to hit Tryndamere 3 than it normally would be. Hopping on board with this fight, Kivix going up against Goose, trying to preserve this win streak. Is he going to be able to do it?
He's trying to. It looks like the Gnar is finally through the front line, but there's so much more units than Goose was expecting from a normal board, and Kivix is going to wrap up Stage 2 campaign with the streak, and that is what Woodland Charm is supposed to do. Now, from this point, a lot of questions from Kivix's perspective. Can he keep up the streak? And if he does lose it, what's his game plan there? And most importantly, a lot of people have prismatic game plans which are pretty straightforward. Woodland Charm is pretty open-ended. Does that mean that you go for a big, say, Colossus unit? Are you playing it around Alistar or a Galio in the late stages of the game? Or is it just like another Braum that tries to go for a big Vault Breaker? We'll evaluate those as the game continues, as we have 2 players streaking, not just Kivix. It's also Spicy Appies, who went for Radiant Relics, which is a throwback to the previous set of Teamfight Tactics Reckoning, where you got a Radiant version of it, a completed item, and has that Infinity Edge, which gives a lot of extra ability attack damage power to a lot of his champions.
Yeah, I mean, such a good item opening for Spicy Appies. He opens with a Last Whisper and a sword. He has an extra glove and a cloak, and he's got the Zenith Edge, I believe, this Radiant Infinity Edge. So this is a really strong opening augment pickup in particular. A lot of tempo you get from having such a powerful item early, and with this Ezreal too, he has a great holder of it. And this is Spicy Appies back in comfort zone. Last game, he played a little bit more of a risky strategy. I know he plays a lot of brand reroll, but I didn't love the line in a prismatic opening lobby. This is Spicy Appies playing tempo. He can play around so many different AD carries with these generically insanely powerful items. I expect him to be pushing the tempo, trying to contest Kivix for the win streak in Stage 3.
Yep, that's right. Force Scrap also coming in very handily as well, putting the cloak onto the Blitzcrank. Should be able to get a very convincing victory over Setsuko, who needs to conserve their gold. And Setsuko also has hit an early Sivir, which might throw an interesting wrench in the plans. Maybe it's a temporary carry, maybe something he leans into it. I'm guessing that Setsuko instead is going to go for a big level 3 roll down as he does, or level 6 roll down, excuse me, as he does take pretty big damage. Both him and Robovan Kenobi both at 56, a massive gap in HP. How will players like Setsuko turn around because he can't afford to take that much more damage like this?
Yeah, on the plus side, since he's playing around Triforce, we know he's going to be full sending at level 6 here and trying to play around 3 costs and see if he can pick up some 2 stars and find a line. Robovan with the very powerful twin shot, Soul 5 twin shots, such a powerful trait, and you're able to get it all on the line without the jinx because you have not 1 but 2 extra twin shots. Are you surprised to not see Robovan rolling it down here to try to find the Lucian the GP? It looks like he's trying to greed maybe a level 7 on 3-5 situation.
Yeah, so I actually think that this is a really good choice from Robovan because he's looking for 3 costs, and at level 7 is when you usually want to roll for them. Doesn't end up getting a nice Zephyr on their Velia to stall out. If he can find a way to lose by the fewest units possible. Robovan doesn't actually want to win, as clearly noted by the lack of rolling, but he wants to try to lose by just 1 or 2 champions. Oh dear, a 5 champion loss. Quite brutal. This might actually accelerate the pace to the point where Robovan might have to think about rolling next turn. He might have to level after 3-3 because I don't know if he can afford to do this if he's going down to 30 life by the carousel.
Yeah, and this is the problem. Oh my god, with a second prismatic, we're in line for a triple prismatic lobby, and the options for Robovan are disastrous. I mean, weak spot 3 is a really, really powerful augment, but it's just not that good considering he's leaning towards an AP-oriented version of twin shots because he already slammed the blue buff and the gunblade. Setsuko gets a so-so option in Band of Thieves. This is kind of like the baseline bar for prismatics. You're never cursing Mort Dog for giving you this option, but you're never thrilled when you pick it. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think I sometimes wish there was like a 4th augment that was always a very safe choice in a lot of these situations. And Band of Thieves feels like it would be one of those candidates for like, well, if you don't like any of these options, do you want to just take 2 Thieves Gloves? Yes, but considering that they don't give inherent combat power to something like a Phalanx, for example, giving all your back 2 row champions a bunch of armor and magic resistance, I feel like it's okay. I will say that I kind of disagree with the fact that Weak Spot 3 is not that great. I actually think it's actually a really powerful augment in general, and because it does 2 things. 1, Robovan doesn't have to focus too much on anti-healing through a Morel Nomicon, and now can keep champions like Warwick 3 from DQA side a lot more in check. And the second is that he doesn't have to worry about whether or not Gangplank ever gets stuck on champions. But the one thing he does have to worry about is the lack of power on his board. Does he ever get to activate that twin shot and weak spot synergy? Because late game, we know the potential of Robovan's comp, but right now he just does not have a lot of health to work with. And there he is, 31 HP at 3-4. This is what a prismatic lobby can do if you're not able to keep up.
Yeah, and it's not just a prismatic lobby, it is a triple prismatic lobby. In 1% of your games of Teamfight Tactics, you will go prismatic, 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 and we are in one of those situations here. And that is a huge wrench in everyone's game plan because the power that everyone's going to be getting from their augments is going to be so staggering that there's going to be an unbelievable amount of pressure applied on the lobby from the high rollers to the low rollers. So, it's really game plan changing. It's also worth noting that with multiple Triforce players, with a twin shot player in Robovan, with a Yordle's, high roller in a Nico, these 3-cost units are going to be so hard to come by. It's going to be crazy. So someone might wind up hitting, but man, is it going to be really, really tough if you're one of the people trying to grab some of these unbelievably contested 3-cost units.
Yeah, we'll see. Setsuko is holding those champions. Robovan hits both Gangplank 2 and Corki 2, so we know that he is going to be set at least for the next fight to be more competitive. Setsuko going up against Voidsin, a player who does have Exiles and Knife's Edge. A little bit awkward because they don't exactly have great synergy with each other because you have to space out to get the maximum shield, but you also have limited rows to be able to get that attack damage. And it does look like that Gnar is going to be able to chew through. Knife's Edge, a very powerful augment back in Gizmos and Gadgets when you're able to utilize champions like Yone and Fiora to crash through the front gates, or even an Urgot. But it's been a little bit more open-ended on how you want to play it if you are going to be leveling up aggressively, which is what Voicin likes to do. So we'll check in. Is he forced to play Irelia? Is he going to be able to stay with Gnar? We'll find out. Take a look at the end of stage 3-6. Goose is still streaking, And Kivix, despite losing that streak, still also pretty healthy alongside Voidsin. So for those who are chilling in top 4, it feels like everything is smooth sailing.
Yeah, it is smooth sailing if you're someone like Voidsin. You're like, okay, I've dodged this 3-cost lottery situation. I'm going to be able to play around generic 80 carries. I have a really powerful augment in Knife's Edge. It does get pretty awkward with the Exiles because with Knife's Edge, you want to frontline so many of these units, and so it can be tough to play around. But hey, it's still workable from his position. And the Socialite Hex is also in the front line if he decides he wants to play around that. Going against DQA, who has actually gone to level 7, playing a different look at this Warwick reroll, not staying on level 6, going to level 7, has a 2-star Warwick with this Titan's Resolve fully stacked up, going to be a fight win for DQA against Voidsin. So DQA in solid position, and yeah, it feels like we've got like 2 classes of players in this lobby as we head into the stage 3 neutral round. You've got, you know, basically half the lobby that are hard committed to reroll. I think it's 5 people who are hard committed to reroll, and the other 3 that are playing a much more, shall we say, standard tempo.
Yeah, you know, DQA doesn't get to choose when he goes to 7 because of March of Progress,
good point.
But does end up having to roll with lower odds. So it's like a risk and reward, or rather, it's a trade-off that he knew going into it that's going to be difficult, right? But at the same time, you know, the most important thing is whether or not DQA is able to stabilize because he has lost a lot more HP. And I know Warwick rerollers, they actually do want to win streak and preserve their HP as much as possible. They have to delicately balance that. Let's take a look at how 4-1's going to fare for some of these players. Setsuko rolls down, needs to stabilize at 41 HP.
Setsuko's just trying to not go 8th here. I mean, in his situation, wow, Kivix finds a Jace and a VIP Zarya on 3-7. What is happening on that board? Was he level 8? Did he take level up? And I would love to go over and check out what is happening there at some point. But focusing on the board we have in front of us for the time being, this is someone who's just trying to do anything he can to get as many points as he can out of this game. He did not high roll 3-cost units early, so he lost streaked early. He did not hit very many 3-cost units when he rolled down on 3-2. He's gone to level 7. He's just trying to duct tape together a board, if at all possible. Is there any world in which Setsuko can maybe squeak out, I don't know, a 6th place, a 5th place here? If so, I think that's a great result from this spot.
Yeah, and that's something that is a mark of an experienced player when you recognize, look, playing for top 4 is completely unreasonable. And I think with this kind of loss, with the fact that he rolled down all of his gold, he could try to shift the Malzahar items to Ahri, but Ahri really likes to have a little bit of a different setup right now, both in terms of items and in terms of the champion layout. Let's find a Malzahar too. Okay, this is really nice. But nice might not cut it, Bryce. We'll see whether or not he can go for even a 7th place, but Robovan's also starting to hit as well. I believe he's 2-starred most of his board, at least in terms of his carries. So it'll be a race to the bottom. Who can avoid that dreaded 8th place?
Yeah, who can avoid the dreaded 8th place? Indeed. Setsuko has very little prospect of being able to upgrade his board from here. He has a bunch of 2-stars. The chances he gets to 3 stars with 0 gold on 4-2 is very limited. Going to get Spicy Appies, who's gone to a fast 8-oriented style. Not that we see from Spicy Appies every lobby. Hits a Draven and has this Last Whisper Zenith Edge on the Draven is just going to be able to do an insane amount of work into the front line, but the tankiness of the Triforce, upgraded units in Morgana and Vex are able to stall out this comp long enough. The Malzahar damage has officially reached the backline, and that is another fight win for Setsuko. So hanging in there, Robovan actually on a winning streak at 31 HP, and here is a triple Gnar shot for Setsuko. We take those, I guess. I mean, the prospect of finding a Gnar 3 is daunting, to say the least, considering how contested this unit is going to be, but at least it gives him some hope for being able to upgrade his board. Such a tough spot for Setsuko, one of the strongest players in our field.
It's moments like these where it just feels like TFT is so cruel. This is the 1-3 cost that he cares the least about. He's playing an Arcanist comp. This Gnar is not in the Socialite Hex. Whether or not he hits Gnar 3, I argue that if he goes for Gnar 3, he's almost sealing his fate as an 8th place player. But at the same time, what else can he really roll for with only this only champion that's being held as a pair of Sennas? It's not a great spot whatsoever, says Zuko. And I feel like we're watching a very, very painful, inevitable death. Now, that being said, his board has put together 2 wins. It's a very powerful win versus Goose, but Goose didn't roll yet. Goose is hard chilling at 50 gold and preparing for a level 8. And so for Setsuko's perspective, can he find a way to pull himself back in? Those 2 wins were massive, as Robovan does take a loss, and Idiko now joins the ranks and almost evens out the bottom 3 in HP as we take a look at a Stage 4 carousel.
Yeah, that's exactly what Setsuko's looking for. It's just, hey, if some other pokes can come down to me, maybe die earlier than me, that's best case scenario, get me a 6th place and get me out of this game. Rejoining Kivix's board, he's, in the middle of the pack functionally, HP-wise. Well, actually more like the top of the pack. This has gotten very condensed, actually. Our leaders have kind of come back down to the field, DQA streaking on that Warwick board. So the top of the lobby, is really like 4 players, all who are within 8 HP of each other. It's very, very close. And let's see what Kivix was able to do. He went with Radiant Relic and actually goes with the second Ionic Spark, the Radiant Spark. Can he find, this Covalent Spark is one of the strongest Radiant items. It just does so much damage, but Kivix doing the Kivix thing. He's just trying to build an unusual board, and those are some big hits. Jinx and Victor, both units he could potentially play around here.
It's difficult. If he plays Jinx, he has to take out Vi. That is something that's changed with Neon Knights. You can't play Jinx and Vi on the board together, unless you play Build Different, which is a quite unique interaction. So for now, has to reevaluate whether or not he can even afford that. Does end up going with the Alistar as the Woodland Charm, and double pulverize 2 cows is going to be a lot of CC in terms of controlling and spacing out for the Zeri and this Jace. And the VIP Zeri is popping off, but there's no Debonair, so her Lightning Crash doesn't stay that long. And look at how long this Alistar is able to stay alive. Kivix able to make one of the most obscure prismatics work. And here we go, the 3rd prismatic choice.
Yeah, the 3rd prismatic choice. I really like New Recruit for Kivix. I don't love his other options, although I guess Disintegrator's okay. He does have that Rage Blade Slam. Zeri uses Disintegrator quite well, so a lot of potential from that augment potentially, and that's what he does wind up going with. And I just want to really build on the point you were making, because I think this is such a smart adaptation. It's easy to say that an augment sucks. It is much harder to take a look at it and figure out what it's going to make it work. And I really like what Kivix has done here, playing a tempo-oriented style with the Woodland Charm, and then playing around Alistar, a unit that a lot of people don't value very highly, but having 2 cows in the front line doing massive amounts of CC is an excellent use of the augment. Really, really well done there. Spicy Appy is able to get a Zeri 2 online, so we'll have to go back and check in on how his board is doing at some point. And Nico re-rolling these Yordles, and pretty much as expected, he has 3-starred all of the non-3-cost Yordles and not able to find 3-star copies of Gnar and Vex. They are just too contested in this lobby.
Yeah, there's a lot of room still for Nico to improve his board before he can be competitive. Does end up going against Appies, who's now moved to an AD Zeri. He's talked about this in this podcast just a couple of days ago. Appies really likes to have an AD version of Zeri because she has so much inherent power, ability power from the Debonair trait. And look at this Lightning Crash. She's trying to make her way to the back line. Does find a way to somehow surround this Corki. Is that Zeri? Is that Akshan? I don't even know.
Is it Akshan? Is it Assassin Zeri? What is happening? This Zeri just kind of slowly but surely makes her way around that map clockwise and just slowly but surely nukes all of Nico's units. He seems to be in a very good place. Spicy Appy's in his comfort zone, playing flexibly oriented style. Not a lot of people think about Zeri as an AD carry, but you said it perfectly. She uses those items actually quite well. And Nico down at 15 HP, Setsuko at 3 HP. Our only win streaker heading to the end of stage 4 is DQA, playing that March of Progress. Warwick, he is in an excellent position in this game.
All right, we'll see if Nico can continue to pull himself out of his deficit, but it's going to be pretty tough right now. Both players at the bottom feel like they're at 1 life. Nico can survive a light hit, but not much more than that. Go ahead, check in Void Sin. Does have this Draven waiting in the wings. Right now, just utilizing Irelia as the item hold. It's whatever AD carry that he can hit. Loves to pride himself on being flexible, a little bit creative side. Gives up on the Dravens, looking for Irelia's. Picks up a copy of Sivir. Finds Sivir 2.
It's better than nothing, but it's just not exactly what he's looking for here, because he wants to play around this Knife's Edge, and it's just way more clean to be able to play around this Aurelia because she wants to be in the front line. Sivir can be in the front line, but it's a less safe spot for her. I think he's going to try to get the Knife's Edge value, but try to continue to play around the Aurelia if at all possible. Is this going to be fatal time for Setsuko?
Yeah, it's unfortunately time for Setsuko to say bye-bye. He's done his best effort. He didn't play greedy at all, and sometimes this is just what happens in the prismatic lobby where you're not able to get things rolling, especially for a player that likes to be from a win streak position like Setsuko. In the meantime, let's go ahead and check in on how Spicy Appy's and Goose' Gnar and this Vex will not quit. And 2-star Yordle's able to take down a 2-star legendary. Very unusual. Curious to see how that's going to continue to roll out.
Huge hit here for Void Sin with the Exiles in play. This Aurelia 2 is very tanky with Exiles 3. No Socialite required, has that Bloodthirster, so going with a much more kind of conventional comp, getting some Bruiser stats in play, has the Force Striker online. I really like the Scrap as well. The shielding on these units is going to be massive, so the only way you can really deal with this amount of this board, which has so much base AD from Knife's Edge 3 and Force Striker, is to just CC the heck out of this Aurelia.
Yeah, and the Aurelia is being tucked away. Pretty safe so far. Gets one reset, working onto the front line. A nice shockwave, able to stall out the Aurelia in the center. And here comes Azeri with the Lightning Crash, trying to work onto the Aurelia. Aurelia is stuck just for a brief moment. And that moment is all she needed for Azeri to be able to finish off the rest of the composition. Voisin takes a loss here. Every win is critical for Spicy Appy's chance to top 4. Iniko and Robovan Kenobi are out in 6th and 7th place. So now we've determined our top 5. But who gets to play for that top finish? Don't look now. But Kivix, the Woodland Charm player, is streaking in Stage 5 and going for the Alistar 3.
It's the newest, funnest iteration of Mad Cow that we have seen yet, going for Alistar 3, trying to print a second copy of the Alistar 3, and you print a 1600 health version of it via Woodland Charm, but it's still the 3-star version, which means you get the 3-star insane stun. If Kivix is able to get a 3-star Alistar from this position, which is very doable from his spot at 63 HP, 20 gold, has 6 copies of it already, only on 5-3, then he might be in a position to actually win this game with a Woodland Charm opening augment. You love to see the flexibility from this player.
Absolutely. I mean, the Pulverize is still a little bit inconsistent. Some people try to manipulate the positioning of Alistar by putting their front lines a little bit away, but able to get the finish anyways. And Kivix is continuing to shriek. You talked about the Pulverize. It lasts for an 8-second stun, and there's some good matchups for that. You're talking about people who stack the backline with backfoot or phalanx. Alistar is able to really crush these compositions that are going to be clumping up and force people into awkward spots. That's if Kivix gets to be there. As we take a look once more at all 3 of the augments, and all of a sudden it makes a little bit of sense when players like Setsuko have to take Electrocharge 3 in order to try to make something happen. It makes a lot of sense to me over there.
Yeah, it's a BG if I've ever seen one, and this is pretty much the lobby complexion we would expect, right? In Nico, Robovan, and Setsuko, all trying to play around 3-cost reroll. Goose is kind of the only person who was able to dodge that bullet, high rolls his units enough in the early game that he's able to kind of stabilize and might now be in position to actually snowball and win this game, because he went from Omega contested on the units he wanted to basically has an open field day on them. So if he's able to get some 3-stars online, look out for Goose in this lobby. Meanwhile, DQA playing the uncontested 2-cost reroll, and he's still win streaking at 63 HP, as is Kivix going up against Spicy Appy's board, who has now a Jin 2 to complement this Zeri 2.
This cow will just not quit, and Jin just needs frontline alongside Zeri, and it's a Zeri battle. 2 animal protagonists enter the arena, but Spicy Appy has 3 items and a 2-star version, so able to deal damage to Kivix. And so Kivix is going to the end of Stage 5, trying to make sure to stabilize and build up his gold count. I realized that Kivix also isn't just going for a cow 3, but also trying to attempt another obscure 3-star 4-cost in Seraphine 3, because he's not making gold. Is that going to pay off? As we take a look, and DQA's hit Tryndamere 3. Pressure in the lobby still continue to ramp up, and Spicy Appies find a way to continue to march his way to the top 4 after that nasty 7th place finish from the first game. Needs every point that he can muster.
Yeah, every point's so important for him, but we talked about it in between games. This is a really important game for Spicy Appy's tournament. He's been the most consistently dominant tournament performer for the entirety of Set 6, but we hadn't seen a tournament yet which he got kicked in the teeth so early. He has such a tough opening game, and it was, how is his mental going to be? How is he going to play? Great bounce back style game, he plays to his comfort zone, plays slamming items, flexes into AD, which is not a tree that Spicy Appy's plays a ton, slightly more AP-leaning player, but really, really nice job from Appy's. Obviously, hitting a Zeri 2 will help a lot, but I think this has been an excellent game from him going up against Goose. The Zeri's away from the Gnar for now, putting out a bunch of DPS, but here comes the Gnar. Is it going to be able to one-shot the Zeri? Not quite enough. Zeri not able to get another cast out, and this just army of 3 costs all taking advantage of the Triforce 3. Such a powerful augment. It feels like every time we go to Spicy Appy's board, we're seeing him play Goose, and we're seeing him lose to Goose.
Yeah, Goose has a really good matchup, specifically into Spicy Appies, because Zeri is not able to take down the tanks very quickly. And also, his front line is quite suspect. He's playing 4 bodyguards, understandably, because there was a lot of attack damage in the lobby being represented. Players like Voisin, for example, have Knife's Edge. But it just seems like it's balanced on paper, because he's playing like a Blitz 1. He doesn't have anything besides the Leona 2 with a really meaningful tank item. It's going to be tough. Right now, 2 players in the teens, Goose at 28. Let's hop on board with Goose and see if he can make this 3-star repeat performance. Finds another Morgana, continuing to roll down. So much gold to work with. It seems like an inevitability to be able to hit these 3 stars.
God, I love the way that Goose tempoed out this game. He realized he was going to be able to play from ahead. He realized he was going to be really contested. And so a player who normally plays a really aggressive tempo-oriented style actually went the complete opposite way. It is so rare to see Goose on 6-1, level 8 with 60 gold, playing around all these 3 stars, kind of going for everything. But it has clearly worked out for him. He realizes that with the Triforce augment so powerful, plus the Cybernetic Shell, also so powerful that just the 2-star copies of his units are able to do a meaningful amount of work. And look at him. He's able to get another fight win with just 2-star units. What is going to happen with this board is all 3-star? We might have Goose go back-to-back prismatic Triforce augment openings, back-to-back first places in this lobby B.
It depends. His rolls are a little bit awkward. He sold the extra Morgana, picks up the Gnar, sold the Vex to pick up another Gnar, but then got the Morgana back. It's a little bit of a merry-go-round. There it is, the first 3-star with the Gnar 3. Just needs 2 more Morganas, needs 1 more Senna, needs 1 more Echo, and it feels so tempting to just send it down to 0. Does he stop at 10? He does have another life to give here. He can afford to take a pretty significant hit, but he's been winning, as you've been mentioning. Now going up his Voisin, but last time was a ghost. This time's for real. Can he actually get this dub?
Yeah, his board did upgrade. This Gnar hit is very massive. It is in the front line, extra HP. It is triple itemized, plus the augments. It has 6 striker. The base AD on this Gnar is insane, and he just completely decimates Voidsin's board. Voidsin going out in 5th place here. Appy's dead in 4th place, and we have our top 3. We also have to note the Mad Cow is online. We have a 3-star Woodland Charm Alistar. I cannot wait to watch this board in action.
This is just mwah, chef's kiss, and he's not done yet. You think the madman himself is done rolling for 3 stars? Look at those 7 copies of Seraphine, and the Seraphine Alistar synergy is actually quite good because Seraphine's Encore is going to heal all of that damage onto that Alistar 3. And here we go, the battle of the 3 stars. Couple of them has just been hit, Echo 3 and Senna 3. Can the madman do it?
Yeah, honestly, this is just a fight that I have no idea how to call. It's not often that you get to see a triple prismatic lobby, let alone these boards. And oh my god, Gnar 3 just completely disappears. The Mad Cow is just untouched. Even the 1600 health copy of this Alistar is not killed. There is no Zephyr for Goose, so he's got to look for that on this next carousel if it exists, because he needs to find a way to take this Alistar off the board. It does not exist, so Hivix in a really good spot, and DQA still wins streaking at 63 HP. We've been spent so much time talking about these unbelievably fun boards from Goose and Kivix. I would love to check back in on DQA and see what is happening over there, because the man cannot stop winning fights.
Yeah, and a really fortunate outcome for Kivix to be able to get that Giant Slayer before somebody else can. Taking a look at DQA's board state, has Clockwork Soul and Weak Spot. Extremely powerful combination. As you can see, the mixture of healing and attack speed is devastating with this Chemtech Warwick setup. Now has a Chemtech Vi, also a very powerful tank in itself. So the longer the fight goes, the harder this work with scale, especially with many people considering this to be the 3 perfect items, best in slot for Warwick. And DQA is in his comfort zone. He's scouting. He's trying to juke. Now it's going against Kivix. Double the cow. Double your fun. Is it enough to be able to handle this Warwick 3? Oh my gosh, that Warwick almost immediately got devastated by that first pulverize. But Warwick's now working on the rest of the back line. And it might come down to the dog versus the cow.
Oh, it's so
and
close.
Warwick 3 just will not be denied. Oh, woo!
Yeah, not only will it not be denied, but DQA is not even close to capping out his board. First of all, we're going to see a level 9 March of Progress, not something you see every game, because if he loses this fight, we would be going into stage 7. Second of all, he has 6 copies of Vi, and now 8 copies of Renata, along with 8 copies of Zac, so he's trying to 3-star a whole bunch of 4 costs as well. Kivix not able to find the Seraphine 3, so it feels like Kivix is capped out. I do think Kivix's board is capable of being the Warwick board. That fight was so close. If you can rethink his positioning a little bit, get that Jhin away from the Warwick, maybe it's able to put out enough DPS, but I don't know if it's going to be able to beat what DQA's board ultimately becomes, because DQA's board is about to be terrifying in stage 7 if we get there.
Oh, and the Alistar Pulverize completely misses the important units. Warwick has now cleaned up all the backline, and the second Pulverize is just not enough. DQA is going to 16 streak to a Game 2 victory with plenty of room to spare. Duo Q Abuser is back at it.
Yeah, back at it indeed. He played so well yesterday, finished his 2nd place in points in a field where most people were saying, hey, if this were a Valorant tournament, I'd be scared of this kid, but this guy's not playing much TFT. I'm not really worried about him. He says, listen, I went to the World Championships 2 years ago, or 2 sets ago, for a reason. He played very well in that World Championship, and he's played very well in this regional so far. It was an embarrassment of riches on DQA's side. He basically had infinite econ, infinite health, tons of room left to cap on his board. Didn't matter. His board was good enough already, even against the Woodland Charm Alistar 3. Such a good game for the Warwick.
Oh, what a just fun game of TFT overall, though, right? Getting a chance to see all of those incredible boards, and then also see Kivix get a 2nd place with the Woodland Charm. I think that was really phenomenal. But I want to take it a step back just for a little bit and just talk about augments in general, and what makes a good augment, right? Because we did see a few players pick the Triforce 3 at the very beginning of the lobby, and Dan, even the Woodland Charm was a really interesting choice when it came down to what was offered for these players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the best player the best play in that lobby was basically the entire curve of Kivix and utilizing Woodland Charm to his max. I'm pretty sure Mortdog is smiling somewhere on his co-stream right now, talking about like, see, I told you, Woodland Charm, it's not bad. And to which a lot of players probably roll their eyes and say, you know what? Not all of us are as good as Kivix, which all of these statements are true. Mortdog's right, and all those players are right. You're not as good as Kivix.
I mean, that does bring the question, though. It's like, if you are just that good of a player, can you make any augment work, Bryce? Or are there just some that are always going to stick out to you as kind of must picks in a situation?
Oh God, mute your headset for a second. Look, I would love to be able to answer that question and tell you yes, Nekkra. I would love to be able to say that the best players can make any augment work in any situation. It's just not true. Right, this lobby is an incredibly fun lobby to watch and to cast. Triple prismatic lobbies. We saw some wacky boards in the end. It was super entertaining. It's very, very high variance when you're only getting offered 3 prismatics, and the band of options are very wide, both in terms of the relative power level. There are some augments that I think are objectively much stronger, but also whether or not you get ones that are actually good for your board, right? It's not enough to just get a generically powerful augment. Let me look at the Triforce augment. GV8 winds up hitting a bunch of 3 costs, and it's awesome. Setsuko can't freaking find a 3 cost to save his life, and he goes to the fastest 8th ever. So it's not quite as black and white as like all augments can be good and it's just skill expression, though I do really love Dan's highlighting of Kivix's augment choice. I agree it was the best play of that game, and I think that both these things can be true, right? Not every augment has to be takeable for every board, or even in general. Some augments I think are just below the power curve at a point where they're just basically never picks. But there are a lot of picks that a lot of players will tell you are unpickable, and they are completely objectively incorrect. Kivix showed you one of them right there. Most people would never take that augment ever, and he plays it to an awesome 2nd place. If DQA doesn't lead to that insane Warwick board, Kivix gets 1st place with Woodland Charm in a ton of these lobbies.
Yeah, that's really awesome to see how these players are playing around and just kind of being so creative, right? I feel like we've seen a lot of players innovate on what we would consider the strategy of the meta right now, and so I just want to keep seeing more games. But let's go ahead and take a look at the results from these lobbies. We did see DQA take that 1st place in Lobby B, but hey, Dan, Ramblin' taking that win in Lobby A.
Oh man, it's Those three N's makes me feel like when you type in all caps in chat, you're usually like yelling it. Every time I see this beautiful man's face, I just want to scream, Ramblin'! Just because it is so great to see him in peak form. I usually say that when Ramblin' is playing at his best, he is the best TFT player in the world. He's on my fantasy team. That's right, Bryce. Eat it and weep it.
God, if only I'd had the opportunity to pick this man. He is so good at TFT, and yeah, Goobums with a second place as well. So, and Soulless takes third place in this lobby. This lobby actually wound up being very decisive. You see the bottom of this lobby: Spencer, Milk, Socks, and Robin. A lot, Non-Tom in fourth place. A lot of the people who did poorly in this lobby were the AD players. The AD tree was incredibly contested, and you had the more flex players, Ramblin' and Goobums, who play completely different lines than the rest of this lobby, functionally styling on the lobby in these first two games. So a stacked lobby A, a lot of points still to go, but Ramblin' putting on a clinic. We talked at the outset about how many players thought Nubal was the best player on the server and were surprised to see him go home yesterday. But Ramblin' is that other name. He had not been playing a ton of TFT in the lead up to this event, really went into the hyperbolic time chamber, spent a couple of weeks studying and getting into form. He is absolutely one of the best TFT players in the world. He is so clean in his play. Starts off with a first. What a start to day 2 for Ramblin'.
Yeah, and I want to point out that the top 3 from last game was actually the same exact top 3 from the previous game. In game 1, it was Soulless, Ramblin', then Goobums. And then this game, it was Ramblin', Goobums, and Soulless. So it seems like the Lobby A has a pretty set amount of players who are a cut above the rest in terms of their point totals. But there also is a little bit of lobby complexion. I think if people are big fans of, say, Milk and Socks and Robin Socks, the lobby in general, how their play style matching up is a really big deal. And I know in Lobby A in particular, there's a lot of struggle with the fact that so many of them love to play Sivir. They love to play those AD trees. So if they're contesting each other, it's naturally going to be so much easier for those who are playing way more open and flexibly to smoothen out that variance.
Yeah, a lot of contestation happening for the AD tree, and based on those results, I feel like we aren't going to be too surprised looking at the overall standings for day 2 so far. You can see that those contested players right now are on the outside looking in, whereas our more flexible players like Ramblin', Goobums, DQA having impressive games 1 and 2, and of course Kivix as well, they are sitting in the top 8 to advance on to day number 3. I mean, we still have so many more games to go, so I feel like we can't, take too much conjecture from what is happening for the overall scores right now, and definitely as we enter into games 3 and 4 and the lobbies get reseeded, we will start to see a little bit more of what day 2 might have in store for the top half moving forward to day 3. But hey, we're going to take a short break. While we do that, go head over to fantasytft.com and get involved in our broadcast today by predicting the winners and the losers of each of our lobbies moving forward. When we come back from that break, we'll see you on the other side for the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. we've reseeded the lobbies, and that means we're back with the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals for Day 2. Admirable and ggdoa back on the casting desk to bring you through this next game, but we've got to talk about one of the players that really stood out in that second game for Lobby B. And that's DQA. You know, DQA, yes, they did have a very strong board with that Warwick 3, being able to win them that game. But, you know, ggdoa, I feel like this is another player that is just kind of one of a big standout, I feel like.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it's a player that I feel like came into this one a little bit underestimated. But Admiral, I know you've been watching him super closely this tournament, right?
Yeah, I'd love watching DQA because he just plays the game, like, honestly, how I would like to a lot of times. It's just that I don't have quite the same micromanagement that he does or the same knowledge, you know, for that degree. And I've really had this same feeling, like, since Fates. You know, in Fates, he had an excellent season that he had during that, you know, where he got third in the Fates finals. He made it all the way to the Fates championship, where he finished 9th place. And it just feels like any time that you have a singular carry that you have to support the entire board around, and that singular carry kind of, you know, just completely snowballs the rest of the fight. DQA feels like he is just a master at those styles of compositions, and we have been seeing that throughout this tournament as well. Whether it's been the Draven, whether it's been the Warwick, you know, pick your carry that is the one that you stack and then support the board around it. DQA has been showing that he has the knowledge to be able to fight with those. And he honestly, he doesn't have like a ton of experience this patch, at least that has been shown from the account he normally plays on. But it really just goes to show you that knowledge, I think, is just as important as the experience in some of these levels. And for some players, it honestly might even be higher. DQA's micromanagement, I think, is so strong that for his case, the knowledge is probably one of the more important factors and really showing it off here so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking to ggboms yesterday during that player interview at the end of the day, ggboms have even saying, like, sometimes it's not about playing the game. It's about knowing the game and being able to apply that when you actually do end up playing. And I feel like that's one of the reasons, ggdoa, that ggboms got 2 top 3s back-to-back for these first 2 games of the day.
I mean, Lobby A was kind of crazy, actually, in that we have the same 3 players get top 3 both times. Solus, Ramblin, and ggboms just sort of like swap spots between game 1 and game 2. So extremely strong start to the day from them. Obviously, we're mixing up the lobbies a little bit more, so they won't have the chance to be the Triforce of power that they were in the first couple games of the day for the lobbies. But, you know, we'll see what happens. Either way, you know, they are the 3 to beat along with Goose and DQA right now. There already is a little bit of separation in points here in day 2 that I feel like we didn't see as much of in day 1.
Admirable, why do you think that is? You know, I want your perspective on, you know, what was going on in Lobby A as well. You know, Dan and Bryce were talking about the fact that there was AD-heavy contestation happening in that lobby. Do you think that's going to persist, though, through the rest of day 2?
Some of that's going to line up to the variables that take place, too. Like, what items did you get early on? What did your augments look like? Who are the players that are in your lobby, and how are they going to discern to play on that spot? You know, there's a lot of variables that take place when it comes to TFT. Your goal as the player is to take advantage of those situations. So, as we head into these 3rd through 6th games right now, we're still only 2 games in, so there's plenty more to go. It's hard to say exactly what's going to happen, and that's the beauty of being able to watch it, is so many surprising things keep happening.
Hey, well, let's find out. Game number 3 of day 2 of the NA Regional Finals is right here.
All right, thank you, Nekkra. And here we go, Admirable. It's Ramblin. That's the view that we've decided to take for the beginning of this game. Ramblin is currently at the top of the standings with 18 points, 1 ahead of Solus and Liquid Goose at 17. And it's just been playing great. I mean, a lot of people have been foretelling the coming of Ramblin to dominate the North American scene. And, you know, he's done well in the past, but maybe, just maybe, this is the set where he's going to make his Worlds run.
I really hope it is. Frankly, I think if he makes it to Worlds, it's just like, you're in trouble. Sorry, other players at Worlds. It's just,
sorry,
this is
World.
We're talking. This is Ramblin' we're talking about at this spot. And in this particular lobby, another interesting point here is that DQA and Ramblin' both winners from the previous lobby. Who are you supposed to start on in this one? How did production do it?
It's a tough choice, right? We're going to get a chance to see everybody, so it's fine. Voidborn is going to be the mutant choice this time around. Doubt we're going to see anyone go too deep into that. You can. It's not terrible. but it's not as often picked as something like, obviously, Synaptic Web, right? But just going back to the Worlds conversation, I'm so excited for Set 6 Worlds because, mostly because of the expanded player pools. We see the first augments coming in, like, in particular, getting 2 players from Japan is really exciting to me because every time Japan has sent a player to Worlds, they've made the final day, which is amazing because they've only gotten 1 spot up until now. So I think we're, like, I love international TFT competition. I think this World is going to be the best one yet, easily.
I talk about how excited I am about, NA regionals and the Europe regionals, stuff like that. But the reason that's so exciting is because these are just the big tournaments. These are determining what happens in that spot. And you hit the nail on the head. The international competition is just, that's the best to watch, is because every single region has a different style of meta that ends up getting played, it seems like. And when you clash those all together, you're going to see which ones end up truly as the dominant factor in that one. It's been absolutely dominant forces have been winning Worlds year after year.
It goes set by set too, so that'll be part of it too, which region kind of has the best read on the set. Going back to Ramblin's Vord here, the 2 are going to start. Decided to go with Cybernetic Uplink 2 for his augment, so anything that has an item just gets a bit more health and mana per second. So if you're going in that AP direction, which the items certainly do indicate, it's going to be a good augment to pick up. For sure. Yeah,
also with the mutant trait being the execute, I do feel like that there's a possibility that Malzahar is really on your radar for this. Malzahar with a blue buff and having some decent AP starts to just execute units with that damage over time that's spreading across the board. A very real possibility, but almost any way you slice this, a locket early on here, I think an excellent start to give you that shield to start develop that win streak, and a tier to sit on this brand as well. It's very easy to find a blue buff and just have this streak continue to be a force, even if you get disrupted, to threaten the other players as you move deep into stage number 4. I know that's a long way to look at this point, but I just feel like Ramblin has a strong start and a very clear game plan from here.
Yeah, true enough. Oh, interesting. Just looking at the augments for the rest of the board right now, Spencer with instant injection, so a possible, very likely Warwick angle there as we check out Goobum's board, but I'm just kind of checking through the augments as well. And yeah, all right, cool. Striker emblem for Goobums, so another thing that's going to be pretty strong as he goes through the game. Able to pair that right now in the Caitlyn, which is going to be nice. This Caitlyn, too, is going to kill at least a unit or 2 on the other side every fight, so whether you win or not, you're going to at least be able to save some HP that way. So you can definitely see some lines that different players are starting to go through. Obviously, Goobum's looking at the Sivir angle, the possible Aurelia angle, something deep into Striker.
Yeah, I actually really like the Striker early on a Caitlyn too. It turns into like a bootleg Jhin at this point, where the problem with Caitlyn is that her auto attacks just aren't that strong. It's the ability that's fantastic. Like, if you have a strong in the front line, you're just not going to be taking the full damage. It's going to snipe away a unit, dust your hands, you're good to go. But when this Caitlyn's able to sit on the back line and just attack with effectively 3 extra swords attached, like, that is a lot of damage this Caitlyn gets to deal if you have a strong enough front line.
For sure, for sure. Aside from that, I mean, you put the Warmogs on the Darius, you're going to have a little bit more survivability with that. So now, maybe win streaking is an option here. A little bit light on the gold, but when you find some of those early 2 stars, that does tend to happen. He's kind of holding Hextech as well, and so, you could theoretically play like a 4 Hextech mid-game here. I think it's good, but it's maybe not my first choice for a comp these days. I feel like we've seen people try it a lot, and it hasn't maybe produced the best results. But if you do 2-star some of this stuff, it is probably worth holding for now. And of course, Jarvan's a striker, so you're going to be holding on to him anyway.
Yeah, I'm curious if Goobums is going to be on the pre-level plan here or on the gold up plan here. I do feel like this is not the easiest choice in the world, and maybe it is to Goobums, but I feel a little bit tough on this one. I really don't want to sell a Lucian when I have a Striker emblem, but I don't want to sell my Kate too with the Striker emblem either. Yeah, it's the pre-level. Goobums tends to favor tempo, and I don't blame him in this spot.
I think it's a good idea. I mean, you have a chance to hit that Gnar a little bit sooner, right? And so then you have a chance to get 4 strikers online. So
Indeed.
There's a lot of reasons to give yourself a higher chance of finding those 3 costs at this point in the game. And where you're not going to hit 10 without sacrificing stuff, like you said, then yeah, I think that's fine to go for. Just looking at some of the other augments people have taken, Jeweled, what's that one? Jeweled Lotus for Non-Tom, that's right. So a little bit of crit for his AP. And Socks, all right, Socks going for the Sharpshooter. We're seeing it a lot.
Like Sharpshooter's it's a very good augment. If you can
really
manage to
right
put that,
now.
you can manage to put that board together and find yourself in a spot where you start to develop a bit of a win streak, things can really change. And here from Voight's side, a Seraphine gets found on 2-5, and this is one of the things I wanted to talk about with the pre-level aspect is where do you find the edge? versus a lobby like this? Is it going to be in your resource management? Because the other players are pretty keen on their resource management as well. Where does that edge actually come from? And a lot of it is in these kinds of variables that pop up, and then you being able to take advantage of them. You're not always going to be offered this opportunity, and oftentimes in TFT, you have to create this opportunity for yourself. Voidson has done this. He's found a Seraphine. Can he find more units to take advantage of this, find the items to take advantage of it, or use the positioning to take advantage of it? There's so many different things to account for.
Yeah, totally. I mean, if your board really benefits from an early hit on a 4-cost, especially, then the more rounds you give yourself to have that chance to hit, the more likely it is to happen, of course. So
look at that win, too.
It is nice.
4-unit win.
Yeah.
That's the other thing, too,
strong.
is when you have these kinds of wins, you punish other players. And when you drive their health total down quicker, what that means is they have to spend their gold faster. So they're not getting the same resource management as they were planning for.
One other thing I wanted to mention here, too, talking about Sox specifically, is that he's only got 3 points on the day. It was a very, very rough start for Sox, a 8th and a 7th here. So we have 4 games left, but Sox doesn't really have the luxury of playing safe at this point already. He needs to start winning, and that is a early Aurelia for Void Sins, and that's something you're always going to be happy to see. I mean, Soulshite Aurelia, get the scrap going. Not bad. Not bad at all.
You found the early Aurelia, you have a sword, you have a blue buff, you found Zillion for the innovators, you already have a Seraphine. Like, what? I talked about finding the advantage and being able to capitalize on it. Sometimes capitalizing on it is just, continuing to have variables crop up like this.
Yeah.
Talking about a tournament in this situation, you're going to have to get a bit lucky, but it's important to take advantage of that as well. Rarely you're going to have these spots where you just get to crank through because it is just everything coming up Millhouse at that point. For Voidsid right now, that is exactly what it's looking like. 5-win streak heading into the creeps off of 2-6.
Yep. So now checking out Spencer's board. Remember, he was a player that went instant injection, so that's where the Chemtech buff happens right away at the beginning of a round. Looks like he doesn't quite have, the dream Chemtech early board together again. Takes a little bit of damage, but if he's able to get a Titans, you can see he's got a piece of it there. He's got half of the QSS. He's got like half of everything he needs. 2/3 of a Warwick, I guess you could say. Nearly everything he needs to kind of get a strong board online. But, we'll see what the, 3-1, 3-2 roll down brings him.
Yeah, there are times where the Warwick reroll can be like a Twitch and Warwick as well. It kind of just depends on what ends up cropping up. I'm curious if the Twitch is ever a thought here. I think with only 2 Twitches, it certainly is taking a little bit of a backseat. But
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
it is still possible. I think that, like, as much as as weird as it sounds, I think that what he finds off of creeps here and literally the next window shop that pops up is going to be a determining factor for this.
I think that it is Warwick or bust for Spencer, unless it's a miracle 5 Twitch shop here. It gets a couple Ezreals, but now the question is, you have all this gold.
Ooh,
Okay,
he's gonna take
you
the
are gonna
one
roll a little
roll.
bit. All right. Interesting. Now the thing is, you still have that 30% chance to find the Warwick as well. There's a Warwick too. That's pretty big. He's committing a lot of gold to this here. It's another Twitch.
It's a big one. I love to see it.
Is he-
Honestly, this was like the longest I've ever seen Spencer take on a situation where they decided to roll in a spot like this. That's how tough and how close this actually was. I have watched so many Twitch reroll and so many Warwick reroll games that it is honestly, it's at times very difficult to discern which one of these is the correct way to go. And for Spencer, I think it might be to attempt both and try to figure this out. He does have a big loss streak going, so he still is getting a big gold refund, but it's important here to be rolling to at least 30 if you're going for the ones, because this is absolutely one of the biggest spots that you're going to find them in. At 5, it's so much harder to reroll for these.
Yeah, thinks he has an angle on it, I suppose. But check it out on the other side. DQA with a really early Kha'Zix, and with that Voidborn trait, that might be one of those games where you can make the Kha'Zix work. I don't think he's quite as bad as people kind of think he is, so keep an eye on that. Robin, though, 4 Bruiser. He finds the Sivir, has an IE on there, 3 Striker. Things are going pretty well so far, I'd say.
I am not going to... I think Robin was planning a roll down. Like I got to recover. 66 is not where Robin's used to being at this point. And when you find this Sivir and you find the 4th Bruiser, you go, wait a second, I think I can slow down here a little bit. And that's exactly what happened. I think Robin here now is a much clearer game plan. I think that's a big breath of relief from Robin's side. And frankly, I think that Robin needs it as well. This has not been the best start for Robin. He's at 7 points in 12th place right now. These next 4 games need to go well.
Yep. Having this board early is certainly going to make you feel a little bit more comfortable. That said, that's a pretty strong Corki on the other side. Even the Ziggs can do some damage, even though it's clearly just an item holder there. Can the Corki finish this one off? No, not quite. Sivir says no. You know, the other thing, too, is getting the Vi, you know, with the crowd control and the power that she brings, plus the Enforcer trade along with the Sejuani is going to make this board pretty strong. Silver augment for augment number 2, so we've broken away from all the prismatic augments we've seen earlier in the day. Time to get back to kind of normalcy here, it looks like.
I do like the prismatic augments. They're fun, but for this one, I think this highlights the players that we've just been looking over here as well. You know, Robin found a big spike, and so the last thing you want is a big spike across the board. You want this to remain a gap in what you found. For Spencer, on the reroll process, sitting at 42 health, a prismatic augment would have absolutely driven the need for speed on their angle. So the players that we've been seeing so far, I think this is a big benefit for them. For the rest of the lobby, it's another mark of can you take advantage of what you're being offered from this spot. We're going to be moving on to DQA's side of thing, who looks like it's a rinse repeat from the previous game. Another Warwick Rageblade QSS with a Zeeks on that Tryndamere.
Yeah, I mean, why not? DQA taking a 4th and then a 1st in his first 2 games so far. That's going to net him a 4th place overall right now, 16 points. Good place to be in 2 games in the day. The Warwick's going to be contested for sure. But, you know, if you can maybe outlast some of the people that are playing it, maybe you got a chance to pick it up. But he is in 7th place right now. The HP is a little bit low already at this point in the game. So I feel like I'm a little bit concerned for DQA this time around. Whether he wins this round or not.
I'm a little less concerned just because of specifically the Thrill of the Hunt augment. That's going to give Warwick 2 so much more time with a Rageblade at this point. And it's going to take him a long time to kill stuff, so it's going to get, you know, be getting hit pretty hard. But at the same time, you're going to get that boost, and then you're going to get that boost. And Warwick's almost always going to take the kill from that spot just because he's attacking so fast. I think for DQA, it's a fantastic augment. And again, kind of a breath of relief. For Spencer is where I'm looking at, down to 30 as we head into this carousel. That is some major trouble that could take place.
Yeah, I mean, he did get that attack speed in the back line with his second augment, so kind of leaning into the Twitch angle that it looked like he was going for. But, you know, you do see that build, but you don't see it very often, and you really have to hit if you're going to recover from here. And he's still got a little bit of time, but almost out right now, especially with the amount that Chemtech is being contested at the moment. Quinn 2 is a nice hit. Quinn is definitely a underrated champion right now. Yeah, we all know she turns off auto attacks, and that's good. But in this meta where you see a lot of Warwicks, you see a lot of Tryndameres and things like that, you see a lot of Dravens, she can end up having a major impact on the fight.
Yeah, those key points of momentum can definitely be the decisive factor here. I do see players often re-roll for the Quinn 3, which I do think is a bit of an oversight on that one. Spencer, meanwhile, I saw at the bottom there, Ezreal 3 and Twitch 3 got found here on 3.5. Big finds for Spencer. It's going to be a huge turnaround, I anticipate. And here for Robin, you notice that Robin's up to 50 gold. Mostly, I think, because of how early he found these spikes to the board. Again, just a major point of benefit for Robin on that angle. So I think he's going to be a force as we move into the 4-1, 4-2 spot. And is getting beat here, again, because of DQA with the Warwick 2 and the Thrill of the Hunt. I think it's just a lot, plus the Electrocharge delivering a lot of damage to that Sivir as well.
Yeah,
so DQA here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, DQA just looking at a great spot, and Robin with 50 gold. You know, 7 is really, I think, what they're looking at.
Yep. 50 gold, but down to 50 HP too, which is
Spencer
rough before stage 4. Yep, Spencer did take a loss. May end up going out quick if he doesn't turn it around here. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at Sox, who, again, one of the players that really needs to get some wins going. Took the twin shot augment early on. He's got a couple gangplanks and a Corki, and so really doing his best to try to lean into the GP3 angle here, but just not a lot of gold. Still that Corki 1. He's kind of in the bottom half of the pack now at 68 HP, and you know, if things don't get a lot better through Wolves and through 4-1, the HP loss might be pretty concerning.
I do think that with the 2 gangplanks in play right now, that's a pretty decent source of gold, and at the same time has 7 gangplanks already. So I think that Sox is going to be able to find this pretty reliably for the most part. And wow, look at this win right here. It's pretty close, but that was, you know, 6 extra gold, 5 extra gold that got printed by the gangplanks here. Sox had a very clear image of this when he found that second gangplank too, and now that it's all coming together here, you know, already on 7, getting the VIP rolls through Wolves, and on the first part of 4-1, I think that Sox has a pretty decent spot to be able to claim a win in this lobby.
Yeah. Could be. Going to Wolves now. As Robin heads up to 7, so some players hitting that a little bit early just to get some extra time to roll, which if you're down towards the bottom of the lobby like Robin is, it's never a bad thing. Waiting to see what Sox gets out of Wolves, though. Would love to have one more item for that Gangplank. Would love to have, more Gangplanks in general. Maybe just, want some gold here, too. Need to roll a little bit to stabilize.
A lovely one. Some frontline stuff, not always the best, but I don't think it's too disappointing. I'm curious if Zephyr's on the menu.
I was going to say,
Sox there.
Second Zephyr might be not bad. We're going to move over to Liquid Robin's view right now. 4 Striker, 4 Bruiser, so he does have the traits online at least. Still looking for some 2-stars here as it's a big level 7 roll. There's the Sivir 2. All right, that's huge. That is exactly what he was looking for. Finds the Silco as well. Could get maybe a little bit spicy with that. He picks it up. It's hard to fit in right now because you don't want to give up either of those 4 traits. Something to think about, though, maybe.
I think that's just a plan, perhaps, to incentivize you, perhaps, to just move to 8, maybe a little bit quicker. I mean, Sivir 2 is already a pretty big incentive, I would say. But right now, holding onto the Silco does just cost everybody else the roll potential on it as well. It does seem a little bit tough to fit on this board, and it would cost gold to hold it. So I'm curious if Robin's holding on to this Silco or not.
I think if it were me, I would consider, okay, he's going to go ahead and sell it. I was wondering if he was going to maybe take out a Striker and put it in, because it does make Sivir cast that much faster in the fight. So when you can front load the damage like that, that does help you catch up a bit. And since you made that Striker emblem, you could do something like take out the Aurelia for a short time. Finds a Vi too, okay. The hits just keep coming for Liquid Robin, and it couldn't come at a better time, frankly.
I can't think of like a band name or a decade where this these hits would have been the case. I was really hoping that you would at that point.
The 90s. I'm just gonna go with that by default.
Yeah, that works. I was thinking of the Smash Mouth. There we go. The hits keep coming. They don't stop coming. Gosh, darn it! I knew it was something.
Do you build the Thieves' Gloves here? There's so many more items coming theoretically. That do you slam it? It's at this HP. Would you do it?
I think that because you have a Sivir 2 with strong items, that you don't need to do this, and that you could perhaps use these for utility instead. Like maybe you want a QSS, maybe Shroud. You could do something with the additional chains you find. You've already consumed 3 chains on the front. But if that's all you can find, maybe you can make a Shroud out of this. Get the extra time for these strikers to really snowball that fight. I feel like if Robin had a much tougher board to assemble here, the Thieves' Gloves would be a realistic thought. I think that the fact that he's got the Sivir 2 and the Vi 2, though, with these items, it was probably a quick thought in his mind and then a quick conclusion. Like, I probably should hold these.
Seems likely. 20 gold and just kind of chilling right now. Does a little bit of scouting. Because the thing is now you're going to need to be swapping sides. You're going to need to be scouting. You can see him trying to fake out people a little bit with that last second Sivir move. Runs into Sox. Oh, and Sox will barely miss the Zephyr. Hits the Aurelia instead of the Sivir. Nice dodge by Robin there.
Yeah, getting
Sox
collapsed,
still pretty
though.
strong, yeah.
Decent CC happening. Is the Gangplank able to secure some things? The Vi intercepting that Gangplank there. Big deal. Just barely able to win this one on Robin's side. And that's just a big difference on the 2s and the way that the items have been constructed from Robin's side. Very beneficial. And so for Sox taking the loss there, Spencer down to just 2 on this one. The next spot is Robin at 40. This is a long way to go from Spencer.
Yeah, I was worried about Spencer when, he committed to the Twitch build. It just didn't seem like the lobby was gonna, favor that. But, with instant injection, I can see why he considered it. He wasn't finding a ton of Warwicks yet at that point, but, maybe just a little bit of waiting and a roll down at a 1 level higher might have changed that. But, hindsight is always 20/20. Spencer, middle of the pack right now, 8 points, so still a player that could come back and make the final day if he does well in the remaining games. And who knows, there's always a possibility. We saw a 1 HP win yesterday. Spencer, who knows? Maybe he could do the 2 HP. But checking out Void Sins, 3 Socialite on this Kha'Zix right now. Again, kind of underrated mutant, but how much is he going to really rely on this? I'm curious. Because you don't necessarily need the mutant trait online to make the Kha'Zix be valuable, too.
Yeah, I think that's really an excellent point, too. And it took a little bit of time, as we see Sox with the Gangplank 3 here, for players to realize that the Kha'Zix doesn't need the mutant trait. That's not really the main feature. The main feature is that he's hopping around and slicing things away with a mana reef. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. When you have the 3 socialite online, that's like a built-in source of healing that you have in that spot. It's just not enough to handle Sox and the Gangplank 3 at this point. Voidson's going to take a loss here. Sox being able to print some gold to get some things rolling again. Spencer picking up a win, staying alive for this third and final augment that's in place.
Portable Forge, maybe find something juicy for that Kha'Zix, or, you know, for the Galio as well. We'll see what he ends up picking. Meanwhile, Sox still kind of figuring things out. What's it going to be? Ends up just going for the item components. All right, finds a Giant Slayer for the Lucian in theory. Might end up going to something different here, but that's what pops out to me initially.
Giant Slayer, I do think, is a very strong option for this, just because you're trying to, at this point, you're just trying to deliver damage as quickly as you can. There's so many different ways to use the rod. I think there are much fewer ways to use the bow at this point. So I think it's the right call, just, you know, given the outcomes that you can expect from the creeps here. And this board is looking fantastic on Sox's side. Found the Tom Kench as well. You have the 4 bruises in play. Great items for your twin shot at this point. Sox, you know, I'd say that the fact that he wasn't able to follow up on the sharpshooter with strong twin shot arguments, the first place is looking a lot tougher. But a top 3 here, I think, is a pretty reasonable outcome.
All right, going up against Goobums now. Went for makeshift armor, so that front line's going to be a little bit beefier now. Kind of keeping an eye on this GP, though, for Sox. I love playing Gangplank 3. It's been one of my favorite things to play this set. It's going to go down here, but does manage to mint 1 goal at least. But this is looking a little bit scary. The Lucian, though, remaining relatively untouched. As soon as I say it, it goes down, of course.
Look at the Rabadons on the Sivir there, too. That grants a ton of attack speed on Sivir's ability.
Yeah,
and that's something else that's quite rare that you don't really see that often, but is a great way to take advantage of these double rod drops that you can find if you're playing AD, is giving them exactly to Sivir in that spot and letting that attack speed take over.
Right. So Sox doing a decent job of trying to survive. I saw Voidsons actually picked up Triforce, too, so trying to really lean into the 3 costs this time around.
Spencer, unfortunately, exits in 8th place after the augment's not able to take advantage of it. And so for Spencer, that is a big loss that's going to be very demanding of his next 3 games. Was sitting in 9th place coming into this particular round. And so 3 more games left. And, you know, coming off of an 8th place, you're going to have some big ones on that one. So good luck to Spencer as we move forward from this spot. For non-Tom now, we're going up to level 8. And here goes a big roll. With that Zeri sitting on a socialite spot, I do feel like you have some pretty strong game plans that can take place in this one, and that's a chosen Zeri that is found. VIP Zeri is found at this point. How can you take advantage of this?
Well, you find a 3rd one, and then you put it in. I mean, that's the hope anyway. See what you can do.
All right, I expect one of these items to get reforged. I imagine it's going to be the rod that's on that Gnar at the moment. But for this fight, you see that Zeri just absolutely making its way around. Is going to get picked off by this Sivir at this point. So non-Tom, time is very limited, but you have an extremely strong spike that is available. Can non-Tom find it?
Extremely strong spike, but, you know, not a great likelihood that you will find it. You'd have to get pretty fortunate, and then you have to go on a pretty crazy win streak to be able to do it. I'll correct myself too. Voidsons picked the Triforce item out of the Forge rather than the augment. I misread there a little bit. But Spencer out in 8th with you know, an exit I think we kind of anticipated coming, unfortunately, with the way that board was looking. Non-Tom maybe soon to follow, though. We'll see if he can stay alive. The Draven 2 is an option. The items are not there. Does he possibly swap this Zeri out? Yeah.
This is the right call.
I agree, yeah.
The Debonair did not get put into play.
Well, that, and also the single sword ended up on the Draven and not the Infinity Edge, so I wonder if that was maybe a little bit of error in sequencing as well.
That is not good for non-Tom, and that is, I think, an exit.
Yep, that's not looking good. He is going to go out in 8th. Debonair build just not working out this time for non-Tom. Sox takes a loss. Voidson and he both at 15 HP right now as we check out Ramblin'. He and DQA are win streaking in this lobby right now. And it looks like it's just going to be a really great balanced board by Ramblin', actually.
I mean, just look at this lobby right now. Look at the top 2 players. DQA on a win streak, Ramblin' on a win streak. These are the players who won the previous lobby on each side, Lobby A and Lobby B. They're now in the same lobby because we mix them up every 2 games. They're the 2 who are on top. They have almost exact similar life totals. They're both on big win streaks. Like, it feels like it's writing itself right now, Doa.
Yep, sure does. The destiny is happening. Oh, DQA does find the Warwick 3 actually, and that's basically Mega Warwick though. Although I have heard people saying lately that double Titans is preferable to Titans Ginsus. I think the debate is still raging on that one, but depending on the streamer you watch, you'll see different best in slot comments. But the Ginsus is certainly good either way.
I think as long as you have the QSS and at least 1 Titans, you got a good setup.
Generally, that's the case. Yeah.
DQA looking like they're maybe just going to run away with this one. Getting a look at those augments again, seeing where everything's shaping up and how it's shaping up. My
quite
gosh,
possible.
This is so many good items here. Just feels like it's a repeat for some of these players. Rambling going to go with the Edge of Night. Edge of Night, I feel like, is a really tough one to take advantage of, but in the right spot, feels so powerful.
I wanted to call out, too, that DQA took Second Wind as well, which is not an augment people have been speaking terribly highly of, but when you're playing that Warwick board, by the time, if he is having a hard time, he'll usually at least live long enough for that heal to kick in at 10 seconds, and so that's probably not the worst augment, actually, for that comp.
Yeah, I do feel like that particular composition is one of the strengths of Second Wind there too. It's just because occasionally you're not going to get the perfect positioning. That Warwick's going to get focused. It's going to take some hits, and then that Second Wind can boost it back up just enough to get to that spot. Ramblin here going against Sox. Ramblin does know the opponents that they're going to be going against, so this I think is a big benefit to their side. Can they take advantage of this one though? Sox. Oh, look at this Gangplank getting to the back line, Doa.
Yep, he just kind of walked back there. Nobody was really stopping him on the Seraphine. He's just going to pop gold coins out of everybody. It's like the fatal version of that trick where you make a coin pop out from behind somebody's ear. It makes it pop out of your body.
Yar, peekaboo.
That's right. Well, Voidsin's out in 6th. That did not work out. Sox on the bubble now. 5th place at least, but remember, Sox has a 7th and an 8th so far today. He really needs to get, I would say, like at least a top 3 in this game if he wants to continue to come back. I mean, sure, there's 3 more games after this, but when you're 15 points behind the lobby leader, you really kind of need to make something happen. Or you have to really hope that some of the people that have been doing well today start to suffer a little bit. But with DQA and Ramblin' on top, that's clearly not happening in this game.
Sox just keeps barely missing these Zephyrs too. I mean, it's so close on these Zephyrs. But I will say this Gangplank keeps finding its way to the back line and just nails the Aurelia in this spot. This is a huge win from Sox's side. Roblin taking a major hit.
Yeah, Robin, another player, honestly, that needs to have some pretty good games. Currently at 12th overall, in danger of not making it to day number 3.
Robin looks like they're going for level 9 here as well. Like, this is a bold call.
Yeah, we'll take a closer look at their board in a little bit, I guess. That might not be a bad idea. Ooh, Chemtech emblem for Sox. That is a BG right there. That's a little bit unfortunate.
Advantage of this.
Well, sure. I mean, you can put in another Chemtech instead of the second Zac, and then you can put the emblem on someone. So there is a way for him to get 3 Chemtech on the board, but still, I don't think it's probably the augment, or it's not the item he was looking for sure.
I didn't even realize there was a second Zac in play.
Yep. I mean, hey, and the crowd control Zac offers, it's not a bad idea. If you're going to pick something to put 2 of in, yeah, why not, right?
All right, here we go.
There's a level 9 for Liquid Robin. Swapping over to him now. 6 striker on the board. What can he do to make it better? Silco. And, the thing is, it's unfortunate that the Socialite Hex is all the way in the back line because, Silcoing Sivir, giving her that extra mana at the start of the fight, is such a great way to just increase the rate at which the damage happens in this comp. So instead,
I think
it's going to be Enforcer.
I do think that dropping the scrap was the way to do this. Does get the Sivir Zephyr to this spot. The Aurelia no longer has the scrap on the bow.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a lot of damage that's coming through. This Zephyr gets the ability off, and look at how much damage this Sivir is cranking through.
Yeah, I mean, the Alistar first ult was not super inspiring. The second one, though, certainly did its job. And Ramblin' down to 4 HP. 2 players less than 10 HP. 1 player at 10 HP with Goobums. We're going to go check out DQA's board as he goes to 9. We'll see what he can find.
He goes on the bench?
Yep.
This
Could
is
be a
just
2-star.
Any legendary you find can be 2-star at this point. Any 5 cost.
Yeah, you could make the Jace a 2-star right now if you wanted to. But does he? I don't know if that's quite the case yet. Maybe you do the Silco instead. Maybe you just wait and see. He's got HP. Yeah, maybe it's a Tom Kench. Yeah, I like the Kench.
He's got the time as well. He doesn't have to make a decision at this point. Holy smokes, DQA is in such a great spot, but he does get the Warwick Zephyr in this one. There's an Ionic Spark on the other end, which doesn't really do anything to the Warwick side of things. You're just trying to clear out as much of this board as you can. If you cannot defeat this Warwick early on, you just want to clear as much of the rest of the board as you can. So I think that this is decent positioning on the other side, but you can't afford to lose the fight if you're at that low HP. A fantastic effort there from Ramblin', but he's going to find himself in 5th place. Goobum goes out in 4th. That's Robin, Sox, and DQA in the top 3, coming into 6-3.
And that is absolutely massive for Robin and Sox. Again, 2 players that needed really good games here. Robin was in 12th, Sox all the way down in 16th in the overall standings coming to this game. So being able to secure a top 3 for both of these players is really, really big. DQA does end up finding a Kench, uses 1 Nikos to 2-star it. So DQA is still looking like the player to beat in this lobby, obviously, but you know, I think Sox and Robin just both kind of breathing a bit of a sigh of relief here to at least have secured that top 3.
We're going to find out if this is enough. The Tom Kench takes the Enforcer early on. Is this enough damage? But this Sivir is getting focused next by this Warwick. It's not enough to chew through. Robin is going to be taking a big hit here.
He's dead.
Another consumption on DQA's side to get an item here. It's Sox versus DQA. Heads up on the carousel.
All right, so Robin out in 3rd. Pretty good result overall for him. And now Sox with a chance to take first in this lobby. Still on a win streak, but I think that's only because he hasn't run into DQA yet. Yeah, like I said, DQA still looking like the player to beat. Grabs the Chemtech emblem there. But we'll see what Sox can put together here. So we'll make 3 Chemtech, I believe. Oh, no, wait. That's Sox that needs that 3rd one. Does he really? The roll down's coming in now for both players. A Tom Kench 2 on both sides. The positioning of that unit is going to be crucial. If you can munch on a crucial unit at a crucial time that can swing the fight in a big way, just the crowd control, not even needing to finish it off, is going to be really important. Where's that Zephyr for Sox going to go to? Who's he going to hit? Lots of random swapping going on. Just to try to confuse the opponent. Who's he hit? He doesn't find the Warwick, though. The Tom Kench, is he going to eat it? You know, he doesn't have QSS anyway. I don't know what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, the Tom Kench eats the other one on the other side. Lucian getting the back line right now. GP starting to carve through people, but this Warwick is back to life, taking some damage. The GP out. The Warwick does fall. And now it's all down to the Lucian. Can he get it done? The Viso alive for the moment too, and it's enough damage to take down DQA. The board for Sox just a bit more durable, and that combination of Sharpshooter and 4 Twin Shot ensures just a lot of damage going out over the whole of the enemy team throughout the round.
This is a big change that's happening on DQA's side, though. Up to 9, finds a Victor, moves the Shojin. Silco 2 with a Chemtech emblem on. I feel like that Sox certainly had some strong positioning there. I feel like DQA had strong positioning there. I feel like what took advantage of it is that the Warwick was able to get overwhelmed despite the fact that the second wind was there. So can this change from DQA change the outcome?
Oh, look at that Shroud. It could not be better for Sox, and for a player that just won the last round, that might be exactly what he needs. The Morelos hits the Warwick. That is huge. Again, reducing the healing, but that said, the Warwick goes Titans quickly. The damage coming in now, and that Warwick is relatively untouched. The round swings the other way, and that is going to send Sox to the Shadow Realm. DQA is going to claim his 2nd win in a row here at Day 2 of the NA Regionals.
That is just impressive, and honestly, such a big difference there. The Warwick being able to grab that Silco ability and just absolutely go nuts on that final fight, that was the key to that one, because that Warwick was about to fall, and then it takes that Silco ability and just rampages through the rest of the board.
Yeah, wow. I mean, DQA has been absolutely tearing through the competition with the Warwick again. no less, after that game too as well. So I think that's really awesome to just see how DQA has had this consistency over day one as well as day two, being able to carry that through. But we also had switched up the lobbies, and so Admirable, do you think that that played any role in some of the players that we did see find success in that game three actually get that success?
I'm not sure if it's the lobby swap that does it. It does add a bit more variable to it, but honestly, I just feel like this is part of what's going to happen throughout the course of these days. You know, these players are all very close in their skill level, and at times you're going to have the right setup for it, and at times you're just not going to have the right outcome. In this one, it felt like Sox had a good setup. It felt like he made some good calls. It felt like he had the right outcome for this one. For Spencer, he had the right outcomes, but maybe it just wasn't the right call in this particular lobby. You know, he found the Twitch 3, he found the Ezreal 3, he found him, I think, at a fairly reasonable point. But it was a bit late. He did take a lot of damage this one. Spencer ended up getting 8th. You know, almost any way you slice these, again, it's going to look kind of strange. Like, well, how did they finish 8th in this spot? But that's what happens when you have the best players in the region competing. It's always going to be close, and that's the beautiful part about this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's take a look at our lobby winners. Now that we have switched around our lobbies after the Reed seed, DQA with a second win, and Eniko Doa with the lobby B win.
Yeah, a player that performed pretty great yesterday. Had a really great day one, winning his first game today. I don't think he won any ones in the earlier. No, he definitely didn't. He had kind of rough start. So the player that was just above Sox in the standings, actually 15 out of 16. So this game was a big shakeup standing wise. We had a lot of players that needed big finishes, get those big finishes, while some of the ones that have been doing really great, like Goobums and Ramblin', pretty middling results, as you can see. So I think it just goes to show that this lobby, this group of players is going to be tight right to the end, and you know, things might be turning around here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, taking a look at the lobby scores for Game 3 as well, immediately what jumps out to me is that Spicy Appies had yet another bot to finish for this game number 3. And I think that, like, that's definitely a player that we've looked at and gone, yes, like, they are so good, but, you know, Admirable, this looks like it's very uncharacteristic.
It just kind of, again, highlighting the point that I feel like we have been, you know, trying to, I guess it feels like years that we've been trying to make this point. When you get to this point of a tournament, you're just not going to find soft competition anywhere on the board. And for Spicy Appies here, this is 3 games now where the back 3 are very demanding. He knows exactly where he needs to be finishing and how he needs to be finishing in this one. The question is just, can he at this point? He had a crushing day number 1. Day 2 right now has been a very tough start with an average of 4.67 on the overall placements across the entire event. And yesterday, remember, he had a crushing event. So even despite these first 3 games not being the greatest for Spicy Appies, he's still got a pretty decent overall average placement, even though it is technically below the average. He has to have demanding ones here, but I still believe he can do it. There's still half of a day left to go. So the complete inverse of what has happened so far can still happen.
Yeah, I want to add to that too, real quick. It's possible to take 2 bot 4s and still make it through to the next day in this format, in the 16-player format. But you really do kind of need to get top 4s for the rest of your game if you're Appies here. Otherwise, you know, it's going to be really tough numbers wise to make it.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the overall standings. I know my dog had a lot to say during that segment, but let's see how it all shakes out.
Happy squeaking.
Yeah. All these players just trying to make sure that every player is doing well. My dog is cheering them on.
It's like the air horn, basically, right? At a soccer match or something, your dog is just back there cheering. I appreciate the enthusiasm. It's nice when everyone, even pets, get into TFT, and why wouldn't they, right? When you look at this list of players, and I mean, like I said, I think things are going to tighten up a little bit after this game. The numbers certainly reflect that. Still some players down at the bottom that, like you said, need to kind of win out for the rest of the day. Spencer, Spicy Appies, Voidsins, but a bigger middle of the pack than we had coming into this one.
Yeah, wow. This is definitely looking a little bit closer, but there is still an amount of separation that is happening, especially for the players that are continuing to get those top 4 finishes. And a reminder to everybody that is still so important when we take a look at average placement playing a factor in a potential Worlds invite. So much more to play for as we enter into our back half of games for day 2. There's still time to get involved you just got here and you're just tuning in, head over to fantasytft.com. It is completely free, and it provides you with a great way to interact with the broadcast and also cheer on some of your favorite players and get some little legends to add to your collection. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere, because you're watching the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. Welcome back to day 2 of the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. We have Bryce and Frodan back on the casting desk to bring you through game number 4. And since it's halftime, you know, what are you kind of expecting players to do in order to be able to move forward as the top half of the competition for day 3, Bryce?
It totally depends on where you're at in the standings. If you're at the top of the standings, we've had a few people who are like clearly ahead, you know, DQA, Goobums, Ramblin, and Goose all doing super, super well. They can play a little bit more conservatively, right? You just have to finish in the top 8 here. So for them, it's really just about, you know, if they get into tough situations, play risk averse, minimize the damage, try to get a 5th or a 6th and move forward because they're in great qualification position. On the other hand, if you're at the very bottom, I think you really need to be possibly thinking about more risky lines, although I don't think that game 4 is necessarily panic mode. 3 games left. The separation between the very bottom and the cutoff right now is only about 6 points, so it's not like you have to swing for the fences every single game in order to make this happen for yourself. So I think it just depends on where you sit. As long as you're being thoughtful about where you are in the tournament strategy-wise, I think you're playing it the correct way.
Dan, placement does matter, though. So does that actually affect any of these players' strategies? Because if you do move on to day number 3, you still have to look at your average placement as a factor for potentially getting a Worlds invite.
Yeah, it does matter. And so we'll see players like DQA who feel like he's in a very comfortable lead, but we have seen some throws in the past. He, say, has a finish similar to what Jing did in the EU, the EMEA Rising Legends regionals, where at the very beginning of the day, Jing rattled off 7-7-7, then went 1-2-1. These kinds of streaks in games happen, especially in a game like Teamfight Tactics. So you can't really rest on your laurels. DQA has to lock it in. Just a couple of, top fours, maybe in, a fifth and a sixth is still okay. Just avoid the low placements at all costs. And then going into day number 3, DQA is currently our current leader in average placement and could potentially be one of those players that just locks in his world qualification purely on his overall placement this tournament.
Oh, for sure. And a lot of the players that we have seen have this consistency, Bryce, are players that can play flexibly. And so I really want to highlight Roby Van Kenobi and let you talk about this player a little bit more, because I feel like they're one of those players that really fit into that mold.
Yeah, Roby Van Kenobi is rapidly emerging as one of the most underrated players in the field. Been such a consistent tournament performer throughout the course of the set. Actually, as we're looking at this player card, we're seeing a lot of really solid finishes in different tournaments. This is a player that is more in the mold of a Ramblin', studies more than he plays. He's got like 100 LP, and when he was playing in Challenger in-houses in the lead up to this event, a lot of people were like, is this guy serious? Is this actually his main at 100 LP? Or is this like a Smurf he's playing on to troll us? No, that is his main, but he has clearly put in the work because he was a top 5 finisher yesterday. He's been one of the most consistent performers today. So far, he's already played strikers. He's played like a legendary flex around a Zeri board, and he's played a twin shot game. So capable of playing in the AP tree or the AD tree, and it's just been really, really impressive so far this event. This is not a fluke, ladies and gentlemen. It feels like Roby Van Kenobi is finally stamping their place on the North American competitive TFT scene. It's been really fun to watch him play throughout this event.
If you're into numerology, there's a lot of 3s popping up for me. Yesterday, Roby Van Kenobi finished in 3rd place in points at 40, is averaging a 3.33, is 3 games away from locking in a day 3 appearance. Roby Van Kenobi, definitely one of the players that you should be looking out for right now, as he might be the breakout player, and what a breakout it would be, because it's just so unexpected. There's other players that were hyped up. We're talking about Asa and Spicy Appies from set 6. We're talking about Dish Soap and Noster from this set. And we're talking about people who have had a long time coming. Setsuko and Nubao, who've had so many tournaments in a row, but very quietly, Roby Van Kenobi's been putting on great performances. And I want to give a shout out because I think some people and the experts on Reddit, the subreddit, the competitive TFT subreddit, were talking about how this guy is actually a very quiet assassin and a tournament beast. He doesn't show up on the leaderboards of ranked play nearly as much, but he is certainly a player to watch.
Oh, I can't wait to get into our Game 4 action then, to really see if Roby Van Kenobi can continue this great streak. And we're ready for that action. So let's go ahead and jump into Game 4 in Lobby B in the NA Regional Finals.
All right, here we go. Lobby B, Game 4. We're done with halftime. Let's go into the second half of the second day here of the Gizmos and Gadgets North America Regional Finals. It's Frodan and Bryce Blum hopping on board with Inigo with a tier start. Now, we've been hearing a lot from some of the top players about bow and sword, and if you don't, you want to play like rod or chain vest and be very flexible. Tier start doesn't seem to be getting a lot of love, but the ones who do like to start tier, man, they are fanatic about having an option with tier in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, there's a lot to love about tier opening. You can slam in both defensive components and offensive components. It can work in the AD tree as well as the AP tree. It builds some of the strongest early game tempo items like Static Shiv. You know, it can kill a cloak very, in a solid way, because if you get an early cloak drop, sometimes it's kind of hard to figure out how to play around that, and Nico is a player that's willing to slam Chalice. So there's a lot of reasons why Nico starts this, and the nice thing for Nico is that because the item is not contested, he's able to essentially get what he wants to start every single game, and that's really nice consistency and predictability if you're a player to know, okay, I know what I'm going to start, I know what I like to slam, what I want to play around it, and it's also worth noting that when in a meta in which Synaptic Mutant is is like the most broken thing imaginable. If you get Synaptic lobbies and you've started a tier, you're already half the way to blue buff, which is such an important item. So, for a lot of players, they're kind of dreading seeing Cybernetic Mutant, but when you're a tier starter like a Nico, it doesn't feel bad at all. It actually feels quite good.
Yep, that's right. Now, we do know that that's not the case, and Iniko as such picked Shrug It Off. The mutant is Metamorphosis, which is a callback to Elderwood back in TFT Fates. So a lot of people don't really think about Metamorphosis very often, but do want to say that it's actually very quietly one of the most underrated mutant traits. If you look at the data, I think it's the third best performing trait overall out of all the mutants, with Synaptic Web being standard deviations better than the rest, and then cybernetic enhancements and Metamorphosis being very solidly in second and third. I don't think people are going to be playing that strategy, but we'll see. Oh my goodness, hold on. So much gold to be made. Oh. Sells what felt like the equivalent of Mercenaries. It happened so quickly I couldn't catch it all, but I believe we had to quit in GP. But, it looks like Iniko is going to be favoring an economic base start anyways. Levels to play this Blitzcrank.
Yeah, levels play Blitzcrank going to be getting roughly 0 value out of this augment. But while we're speaking of things that are quietly underrated, Shrug It Off is an augment that very few people are excited to see in their opening augment selections, but it's actually quietly one of the best performing augments. If you look at the data, particularly among higher elo players, Shrug It Off performs as well as some of the augments that people think are completely broken, like So Small and Twin Shot and On Guard and Duet. So this is a really nice augment choice from Iniko. He is going to wind up playing around Bruiser frontline, but what his backline is, only time is going to tell.
Yeah, and it really depends on how the lobby is going to itemize and even get their augments, right? Any composition and player that doesn't have a lot of anti-heal built up, either through Morel Nomicon or even just like augments, like Sunfire Board and Weak Spot, are going to have a difficult time dealing with health regeneration and can be a form of Iniko's solidifying his mid-game. So we'll see how that continues to transpire as we move on to the featured player going into this game. It is Robovan Kenobi. Now, Robovan has early Mercs at 2-2, won the first fight, but now has hit the Mercs and can continue to lose streak. We saw Robovan do this yesterday to perfection, landing a first place to wrap up day number 1, but does have Sunfire Slam, which is actually not, it's actually pretty powerful at this specific point of the game, so may end up killing a lot of champions. Has to be careful not to win, but I guess he hasn't started his loss streak yet, so it wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah, not the end of the world. Probably not going to beat Solus's board. Solus has a very strong early board. The Blue Battery augment is quite good. He's got an upgrade in this Nocturne, so a decent chance to start the loss streak, although GP already farming a gold. Not bad, we take those, and the burn is coming away. The nice thing if you're Robovan is you're kind of fine either way. If you win, and you're continuing on a win streak, and you're going to try to play kind of tempo-oriented Mercs. If you lose, maybe you start to get a loss streak rolling. Robovan is not one of the players in the situation who forces himself to just lose every fight no matter what and needs to build up to a 8, 9, 10 loss streak in order to play around this. He will happily kind of play a different orientation of the Mercenaries. He can play a tempo-oriented style. You mentioned he already slammed that the Sunfire Cape, which is such a strong early game augment or early game item because the burn damage, these fights last so much longer, it's actually winds up being a meaningful amount of DPS. So I think Robovan can go in a few different directions here, and such a versatile player as we were highlighting for the game. It's going to be a really interesting game to follow and see what line he winds up taking.
Yep, has a GP pair, which is very potent to get that snowball of the gold going if you're able to have GP get that kill. Oh my goodness, going up against a level 5 Kivix who has an Assassin Gnar! Not exactly a pairing that you often see, and that is a product of ripping that Tome of Traits, and as a result getting an Assassin emblem. Looks like he was looking for an Innovator emblem. This is a pretty classic combination to try and go for vertical innovators, especially if you can hit 5 early, is a really solidification of your mid game. But that's okay for Robovan because he was anticipating to lose. I wonder if he's going to be able to go for, say, a Gangplank off the carousel, complete it. But at the same time, that would snap his losing streak, so we'll have to see what he goes for.
Yeah, a lot of options for Robovan. It'll be an interesting game to follow. Going over to Kivix's point of view, we saw Kivix with that Assassin Gnar. Assassin Spat is, we've seen used in a bunch of different ways. One of the primary holders is Aurelia, but we also saw actually in EU earlier a first place in EU regionals with an Assassin Victor. So you never know where that spatula is going to wind up for the end of the game. Kivix actually chose to level to 5 on 2-3, a play that we're starting to see more often, players that are really valuing protecting their win streak, and Kivix definitely with a strong board. The early Locket Slam, also one of the best early slams in the game, has the Innovators online, the Assassins. This is an excellent Stage 2 board.
Yep, that's right. Locket, the Solari in general, just a very solid item to slam. And yes, while it does seem to fall off in the late stages of the game, there's some comps that can really utilize it, like Assassins, as you were talking about. So we'll see if Kivix can continue that streak. Kivix, a player that is known for rerolling, but seems to also be very comfortable from a win streak position and doing some really unusual stuff. I've been loving what I've been seeing out of Kivix. He goes up against Setsuko, who has Overpow. Not exactly a very common silver augment that you see, but when you're able to lean into the strikers, can actually get things going based off the critical strike chance. Doesn't have many of them, as it does seem like Setsuko, alongside many other players, are favoring that Yorl start. Setsuko continues his losing ways alongside Robovan and Milk. Entirely sure how this rest of this lobby is going to look. It seems like there's a big separation, Bryce, of those who want to play solid boards and those who just want to greed for as much eco as possible.
Yeah, and if you're greeding for eco and you're building up that economy with a loss streak, and you're also going to play something like Yorls or Mercenaries, then that's a great spot to be. If you're kind of going win-loss and you don't have that econ trait online, then it can be really sets you up really tough. It seems like all things are created equal in Stage 2, but you're actually not. You're putting yourself in a much weaker position for how your Stage 3 and 4 are likely to play out. Kivix desperately wants to maintain that win streak, and luckily he's going up against Delicious Milk Guy, who desperately wants to maintain a loss streak, so they're both going to be mission accomplished here in their final fight of Stage 2.
Right, well, Milk has one of the coolest augments to play around, in my opinion. It's Ardent Sensor, which is when your Chanters shield or heal your allies, they gain permanent attack speed, and so you can use it by placing Laka the Iron Solari on one of the Enchanters, which counts for shielding your allies and therefore give a lot of attack speed. And he already has that slammed on Lulu, hence why Milk, despite being first pick on the carousel, went for a one-cost vest, which is kind of painful from Milk's perspective. He probably wanted to maximize economy, but we'll see how he's able to bring it back. In the meantime, on the other end, another game, another streak for Kivix and Liquid's Goose, who is sitting pretty, and this is the exact spot that Goose wants to be in, which is a lot of HP and a lot of money from win streaking early.
Yeah, this is how Goose likes to build boards. He likes to upgrade units, play flexibly around different carries. Gnar, one of the best generic item holders. He even slams an Edge of Night, not an item we see slammed very often in North America, though it was very popular in the European regionals tournament the last couple of days, so maybe an item that we have to start looking out for. I think there's a lot of value on certain carries in the late game from the Diagro. We've seen that value on things like Aurelia. Jinx is another great example because she jumps in the middle of the team, so it'll be cool to see where that goes, maybe Kha'Zix as well. GV8 or Goose in a great spot. He has the Gnar pair, very solid early game item holder, and we actually saw Kivix level to 6 over on the right. So is Goose going to try to contest Kivix, or is he saying, you know what, I'm either good enough to be Kivix, or if I play him and lose, that's okay, not a huge deal at this stage. He does play against Kivix, not what he was hoping to see, but can he somehow win the fight anyway?
It's going to be unlikely. That's a 2-star Locket that does have a lot of support behind it, and it just might be a strength in numbers, because it's not just the 6 units, it's also the Scarab, which tanks a ton of damage. And so yeah, I think this is actually a right call from Goose. A lot about win streaking is also about knowing when to give it up, and I don't think Goose had a good champion to level and play. It'd be a second copy of Gnar. He would have to roll. He doesn't have a third mutant, doesn't have a third Chemtech. It was just an awkward spot in general, so I think it's appropriate for Goose to let it go.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. On board with Milk, who is level 6 and starting to roll down, playing around this Ardent Sensor, so we know he's going to want to play some Enchanters on his board. Really early Sivir, and this is Milk's preferred carry right now. Such a strong unit. Can he find another Striker? He already has the Gnar in play. Wow, he finds an upgrade to his Senna as well. Doesn't actually wind up getting the Sivir in play and puts a bow onto Senna, which suggests that maybe he wants to play around Senna carry this game, not Sivir. Are you surprised by that?
Well, it makes sense given that Senna is also an enchanter. I think a lot of people just think about her as an AD carry that's a socialite, but that enchanter tag is very crucial because her Pierce Darkness does end up healing the allies. And so in terms of the raw what you build around, it does make sense. And you know what? Good for Milk, because I would have gotten baited 20 out of 20 times off of this situation. I'm like, well, Sivir scales with attack speed. We have the equivalent of Rune's Hurricane. We have the Locket. I would have gone for it.
Oh,
so
and
we'll
he's offered
see.
Triforce or Socialite Heart.
Oh my gosh, those are both fantastic options. I think Triforce is the one that stands out to me a little bit more, given that Socialite isn't the most important aspect of things. He goes for it immediately. While we take a look at Solis's spot, he has some really interesting choices. All of them are really potent if used correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. Phalanx generically really powerful. It looks like well, actually, this looks more like Talon into Draven to me than it does actual Talon. You can play Ginsu's Rage Blade onto Talon. I actually saw this build a couple of times from Noser, who was unfortunately eliminated yesterday, but we've seen it from him in previous events, so it's doable, although I think these are much better Draven items overall, and Phalanx just such a powerful Draven augment, getting those defensive stats. But Stand Behind Me also a really underrated augment. Getting that extra armor onto your carries in the back line is a lot of additional stats, but Phalanx certainly more versatile, and some AP players in the lobby. Solis gets a last second reposition on this Talon, and it's the right reposition, but he gets enforced. So unfortunate for Solis.
Yeah, now is eating a 2-star Lucian using Relentless Pursuit and focusing the entire DPS of Solis's comp. Solis, who start off blistering hot, and the first half of this tournament has been taking a couple of bottom finishes after doing very well, getting that first and third place to start off the day, ended up in 6th. We'll see if that's just a minor blip in the radar, or Solis will actually be able to continue to reverse that, as he does have a really cool setup to play into Draven. Just because he ended up having a VIP town does not mean he has to stay on it. So we'll see. He ends up going for a tier on the Vi. We've been seeing a lot of flexible boards also built around Draven, so it doesn't mean that you have to commit to a deep Debonair just because you're able to do that.
We've transitioned over to Solis's board now. Actually, I take it back. We're hopping on board with Robovan, who was able to build up that full loss streak. He is at 7 losses now in a row, so probably some good loot in that chest, though we don't know exactly what. Rolling down and finds 2 copies of Sivir. Is there any world in which we find a Sivir 2? We saw DQA in a very similar situation yesterday, able to hit that Sivir 2, able to cash out and snowball into a Sivir 3 and a first place. Robovan is out of gold and not a lot of upgrades here, I have to say. This is not a board I expect to be beating really anyone going with Setsuko, who also level 7, also rolled it down. Very nice defense into the mercenary player. Setsuko says, you might be cashing out this game, Robovan, but not on my watch.
Not on my watch right now, but the silver lining for Robovan Kenob is that he still has 40 lives. A lot of players in this spot, they're usually in the 30s, maybe even the 20s, but things are starting to get pretty nasty. Oh my gosh, actually, that was a lot of HP lost just now. Oh, we can't be taking more losses like that. It is almost do or die here for Robovan. Hits a jackpot. But will he be able to cash out, considering he's still holding a bunch of 1-star units? Fire Sale needs to continue to roll down. Or will he? He does end up pausing for a brief second.
He transitions over, so he gets the MF in, so he still has mercenaries online. We will not be pulling a Kyun, at least not this round. Able to move these items over to Aurelia, which is a really interesting decision because this board is extremely unlikely to cash out still as he goes up against Nico, who is actually level 6, 20 gold. So when Nico also saying not on my watch, this lobby is scouting the mercenary players, and they are saying, if I'm in that person's pool, I'm going to get strong, and this should be more big damage heading towards Robovan. This Aurelia 1 is just not going to cut it in terms of killing, and here are 4 units. Okay, Quinn gets that last auto attack off, so it's only 3 units. Not the end of the world, down at 19 HP, and hey, 19 HP is plenty. We saw Robin come back from 1 HP yesterday, so 19 more than enough to get it done, but definitely needs to improve this board if we're going to make the magic happen.
Another jackpot into the chest, but no mega jackpots. And the differentiation is sometimes you start seeing, 10 to 12 gold and maybe another component. Sometimes you just see straight up 50 gold put in your chest, or some crazy combinations like a chalice and a Zeke's put into your mercenary chest if you're able to cash it out. As a 2-star Echo finds an opportunity to make another completed item, but needs to find upgrades, and now we're on borrowed time here for Robovan. Does have some 2-star units, wants to find a way to cash out. Can he find a way to do it?
God, we don't even feel like we're really approaching a cash out here right now. If he's somehow able to find a Sivir 2, maybe the Sivir is able to do enough work, but this is a really low board quality. He doesn't have much in the way of augment power onto his board. In fact, he's not getting any value from this scrap heart because he actually has scrap in play. He takes out the Blitzcrank. That would have been 4 scrap going against Liquid Goose, who has rolled down to 30 gold, has this Sivir carry online, and I don't think this is going to be the fight for Robovan either.
Yeah, and ends up getting a 1 scrap item conversion on the Irelia 1 instead of the Echo 2 because he took out, or rather he only has 3 scrap instead of 4. Robovan's on his last chance. It's going to be at just single digits. Although I wonder if Solus is in his pool because there's a couple of other players that are currently struggling. If he can capitalize on that, we are good to go. Can he find Sivir 2?
Never say never. Sivir 2, maybe 2 Aurelias in one shot. Mortdog, do you have him? So far, the answer is emphatically no.
Oh man, we gotta make Misfortune 2, right? We have to keep the 3 mercs in. Our backs are against the wall. Sells Irelia, plays Sivir, says I have no more time to wait. I just have to make this happen and pray that Sivir 1 can get it done. Maybe a big item off of the scrap component, a Frozen Heart, a Locket, a Shroud in the right position. Going up against Milk, who's streaking with the 2-star Socialite Senna, able to go for a big damage sweep, but the Piercing Darkness only targets the front line. The Sivir just has so much health to cut through because there's so much healing from the Enchanter boards.
Yeah, nothing is even close to dying on Milk's board yet. This is going to be fatal damage to Robovan and then some. And in a tournament in which we have seen time and time again mercenary players able to cash out and often play their way into first places, we finally feel like we're on a POV where we get the other side of the coin. There is supposed to be risk reward attached. He is not able to get a board online, and if we're being honest, Robovan was at no point even close to cashing out, so that is a really bad 8th place for Robovan, who, as we highlighted in the pre-show, was in excellent position overall in the tournament, and now he's going to be falling way back and going to be fighting for his tournament life in those last 2 games. So we transition over to Solus, who is, admittedly not playing a bunch of TFT lately and is trying to innovate a board here, playing around the Phalanx carry. We talked about Draven. He wasn't able to find any Dravens. He's got a Kai'Sa. These are not really great Kai'Sa items. I mean, the Hodge and the Rageblade are okay, but Kai'Sa, this is a far cry from set 6 Kai'Sa, where it felt like a Kai'Sa 1 was enough to stabilize and you could build a whole board around that. It looks like Solus is going to be able to get a win here, though, against GV8. Much needed win from Solus. He's now on back-to-back fight wins. I do still really worry about his macro position, though, at 25 HP, level 7, 0 gold, no carry pairs, and no real clear prospects of taking this board into a position that I think is capable of doing much better than a 6th place.
Oh my goodness, Asuko has a Jinx too, and that could be one of his tickets to find a way back into the top 4. Solus goes for a pair of these Kai'Sas, so a lot of angling for legendaries, although Solus in the bottom line actually would prefer to hit that Draven. Clearly he has a 4 bodyguard set up. Solus did mention that a lot of the core strategy today was to play a lot of bodyguards, given that he knows so many people like to play AD based compositions. But he's level 7. It's just extremely unlikely that he's going to be able to hit 2-star Kai'Sa from here. There's a VIP Leona, but that means they won't be able to hit the VIP Draven. But does he get to be in a position of bargaining here, Bryce?
Yeah, I don't know that he is. I feel like he does have to make this. I mean, at this point, we're playing around the high roll rolling for a single legendary at level 8 is not very likely. You really want to be level 9 if you're looking for specific copies of legendary units. So picking up this Kai'Sa with tier on the hope that we can find another Kai'Sa is quite this play from Solus. Will it be rewarded going up against Kivix, who did wind up playing that assassin spat that we saw earlier in the game onto the Aurelia from the Tome. This Aurelia has an Infinity Edge on it as well, but only 1 star. Kivix already out of gold, so this Kai'Sa is able to ramp up. This Aurelia 1 is really struggling to get through this Leona 2, and it's going to get stuck on the ZZ Rod as well. The damage seems to be dead from Kivix's side, and meanwhile, the Kai'Sa has ramped all the way up. A 3 win streak for the god of TFT. Is it possible this man can find his way into, and he hits a big augment selection here. Tiny Titans is exactly what Solus needs. He's on 25 life with not a lot of opportunity to improve his board. That huge boost into his life total means that he's got a chance of maybe getting to level 8 and finding his way into a better board state.
That's huge for Solus because he just wants to buy placements. And yes, maybe that 9 times doesn't mean that he'll go for a top 2, but if he can prevent a 7th and go instead of a 5th or a 4th, that's massive. I love the way he constructed his board, just stalled out for Kai'Sa, very reminiscent of set 6. Meanwhile, hopping on board with Spicy Appies, it was hard to understand what the best choice was, given that we haven't watched much of him this game. Does pick Chemical Overload 2, which is interesting for this board. Honestly, this makes sense. This is totally a Spicy Appies board. He couldn't even tell you that he was going to play a board like this at the mid stages of the game, and yet he's reasonably healthy and seems like he's still open on playing a bunch of different types of compositions, but because he's laying on this Chem Tech Overload, seems to be angling for that Renata or that Victor at the top end.
Yeah, the Chemtech Overload definitely suggests Renata or Victor if he can hit those units. He does have 50 gold in the bank, so there's a lot of potential. Chemtech Overload is actually one of the statistically performing best augments. It does a lot of work, but I do really worry around playing around this Tryndamere carry. Tryndamere carry is just historically not performing very well this set. It's a very inconsistent unit, but able to get a fight win against Solus. Spicy Appies is on a 1 winning streak, actually wins 4 out of 5 fights in stage 4 at 49 HP. He's just trying to set himself up for a little bit of a comeback game here. I think it's pretty tough to wind up in a top 2 type of situation, and he's choosing to re-roll. Looks like he's going to be going for the Warwick 3, maybe. Able to get the Renata, such a big hit, much better, well, good carrier of these items in comparison to Malzahar, considering that the Malzahar is not really taking advantage of any major synergies on this board, just the 2 Arcanists, and, I think Swain is not long for this board either, whereas Renata synergizes very well with this vertical Chemtech idea that Spicy Appies has in mind.
This is clever. I like it. Yes, Chem Tech Overload really requires you to have a good setup, but it gets better as it scales with 3 stars because you have more HP and explodes, and he has Shrug It Off and Makeshift Armor to keep the Zac really tanky, and he doesn't have even any frontline items, so I love this pursuit, at least in theory. If he can hit the 3-star Zac, we're in a good spot. The 3-star Tryndamere is also on the table of Victor at 7. Find a way to put that in. There's a Singe. We don't need that Singe. Get him out of there.
Yeah, we don't need a Swain either, Appies. You got to get the set 22 off your bench and into this game. He spent so much time rolling that he's not able to make the transition, but will he be punished for it? This Assassin Aurelia is into the back line, onto this Warwick, but because of the Chemtech, there's so much damage reduction and healing on this Warwick, and this Aurelia is stuck. It's all of the damage from Kivix's board, and it's not able to do anything yet, just ulting this Warwick over and over and over again.
Yeah, the Renata's also pretty safe, and it's only an Aurelia 1, like you were talking about, and very difficult to actually cut through. Spicy Appies also did sell that Victor, by the way, something that surprises me, but seems to be working out. And again, I think Spicy Appies says there's bigger fish to fry. I can go back and circle for Victor later in the game. I need to get these 3 stars online. Speaking of the bruisers, it makes sense why it's a little bit tricky for Spicy Appies to get the Zac and all these bruisers easily, considering that Ineko, who did take that Shrug It Off, is turning back the clock. What patch is this? Is this the release of Neon Knights with 6 bruiser Renata, but with just to top it all off has 4 Enforcer?
He also has the mutant trait online on this Vi. Vi carry or Vi secondary carry can do a lot of work, and this is a really thoughtfully built board by Neeko. We get to see Spicy Abby's board yet again, and he was not able to hit the Zac 3, but he was actually able to hit a Tryndamere 3. All 3 items on this Tryndamere are going to be doing a ton of work. The Titans has fully stacked, and it's into the backline, wailing away. The Renata is down, and it's going to be Vi versus the world, but this is a really, really tanky Vi. Remember that it's Metamorphosis onto the Vi, so extra tank stats plus the Frozen Heart and the Warmogs. The Vi is basically not even taking damage. This Tryndamere 3 is just tickling the Vi, and Neeko says, you think my carry is this Renata in the backline? Have fun, Tryndamere. My Vi is going to steal the show, and in a Vi versus Vi showdown, and Neeko's Vi, not even close, takes a fight win, and this is a Neeko at his best. We talk a lot about some of the other really creative players in this field, Setsuko being one of them, Goose being one of them, Appy's being one of them, but Neeko does not get enough credit for this. Neeko is such a creative builder of boards in TFT. This is a board that very few people in the field are capable of building, and it really works for him. He also finds that Kaisa, which is absolutely what he was looking for, much better holder of this Rage Blade than that Kha'Zix. So I really like what Neeko's putting out here.
I'm just applauding. This is brilliant team fight tactics. If you don't like this board, then you don't like this game. Everything is so thoughtfully crafted and synergizes perfectly together. The stall for the Kaisa, the stacking armor and magic resistance for the Vi, the shrug it off, and the additional HP, the thoughtful use of the mutant emblem as well, even teching in the foreign forces. The only thing is that Vi does struggle if she can't deal with multiple targets with armor shred, and that's exactly what his opponent has. And so Neeko does find a hole in some of his defenses, as he does have to figure out what he's going to do against people who do have that shred and that anti-heal combined.
Yeah, and Kivix out in 7th place. Soulless, even in spite of taking Tiny Titans and getting that massive injection into his HP, basically trades that augment all the way back after a few fights, not able to stabilize the board. Goose down at 6 HP, so Goose might be looking at his first bottom 4. Meanwhile, we have both Milk and Setsuko full streaking as we head into our stage, as we come out of our stage 5 carousel.
Milk is still at level 7, slow rolling. This is quite an unfortunate situation for him in the sense that he just hasn't hit the 3-star and is staying very low level. Ends up going to 8. The odds of 3-cost units stayed the same from 7 to 8, but now he has access to a lot more legendary units. Oh, although he does at the Morgana 3. I was focusing a lot on Senna. And that is the most important aspect, actually. Senna 2 can still get a lot of work done, but Morgana
Zephyr
3 is the tank that he needs and does get the good Zephyr onto Solus's Kaisa. Is this the elimination of TSM Solus?
And that is such a big deal because Kaisa is a ramping carry, particularly with this Rage Blade. He needs to slowly but surely pick off the units and get concentrated damage onto the rest of the team. But with this unbelievably tanky Enchanter lineup and with that perfect Zephyr from Delicious Milk, Solus's game is going to be ending here. He's just not able to pump out enough damage. The Senna 2 is more than enough. And look at how many units are left alive for Delicious Milk. Milk in these tournament situations is so good at playing around items like Shroud and Zephyr. He's just so clean in his positioning fight after fight, and we see him land perfect Shroud, perfect Zephyr, and it's just an easy game for Delicious Milk. Or I guess the Zephyr alone, the Shroud kind of miss. Goose, meanwhile, out in 5th place, his first bottom 4, but that's totally fine for Goose. Way ahead in points. He can take 5th place all day and easily wind up advancing to tomorrow.
It's such a difficult board to dissect because they have so much healing and stalling with Lulu 3. You can pretty much go infinite by scaling that Morgana the longer the fight goes. And speaking of scaling, that Rage Blade, an excellent choice as well on Senna in particular. You see some people go for the traditional Last Whisper Infinity Edge setup with that Giant Slayer, but it makes sense given that he's in the stall comp, able to get a really good Shroud, stalling that Blitzcrank for a little bit longer. And I don't know if Setsuko can take down that Morgana very easily. The Encore and the Lulu able to enlarge just enough to keep it alive. And this is exactly how the comp works.
Jinx?
Wait a second. The Jinx. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, the Jinx just deleted everything.
Wow, the Jinx got to the back line, and I thought she was going to die at multiple points in time, but never able to get that fatal damage across on the Jinx, and it's just so much damage from the twin-shot Jinx that this Jinx just slowly but surely whittles away at Milk's board. Not the end of the world for Milk, first loss in a little while, but big fight win for Setsuko. Setsuko playing from way behind in points, one of the tournament favorites coming in. He desperately needs to score as many points as he can get in this game. A first place would bring him all the way back. So we have our top 4 fully locked in at this point. We have Milk and Nico, Setsuko, and Spicy Appies. A little bit of an unusual stage 6 we're heading into, Dan. All players on multiple lives. It'll be interesting to see which boards are strong into which enemy boards.
Yeah, there's clear separation from health totals from the first half, or rather the top half of this lobby from the bottom, as noted by the fact that Solus took Tiny Titans, hit his 2-star legendary that he was building around, and still went 6th. It's a very, very tough lobby to beat. Now, let's go ahead and focus on Setsuko, a player that needs massive help in terms of points, given that he took a couple of bottom 2 finishes in a row. Hit this Jinx 2, and it explains a lot when I look at his board setup. He has not only a Jinx 2, but also has powerful item setup and 3 Socialite. And Jinx is not usually talked about as a 3 Socialite carry, but under this circumstances, she's one of the best carries, if not the best carry in the game.
Yeah, great adaptation from Setsuko, and that was the difference in that last fight, that Jinx was almost dying. I was like, where's this healing coming from? It's coming from 3 Socialite, although going up against a Nico who's now level 9 with the 4 Enforcer, so painful. The Jinx not able to get ramping early. Here comes Powder, though, gonna be descending onto the whole board. The Kai's ulti comes across. The 3 Socialite Jinx just has so much healing, though. Last time we watched these boards face off, the Jinx was able to deal with the Vi and win the matchup of Arcane Lore. It happens once again, Powder over Vi.
And, you know, with a giant Slayer off the scrap is going to make life immensely difficult for Violet. So, a huge dub there. But hey, we'll see what happens in Season 2. No spoiler arenas. Take a look at Spicy Appies, a player who honestly should just be happy that he's here. The 3 other boards look unbelievably cracked. And without Morel and Omicron on this Renata, I just do not see him being able to take down these crazy tanky compositions and also the very powerful explosion from that Jinx 2. So I think this is something where Spicy Appy's going to have to dig real deep. He needs to find something like a Victor. Oh my gosh! Wait, this Blitzcrank's going to pull the Renata. Is that what Spicy Appy wanted?
Probably not what he was looking for here. The Renata's actually already down in this fight, even before the Jinx ulti comes out, and here is the Jinx. It is wailing away on the Tryndamere. Tryndamere 3 is dead. Spicy Appy's down to 10 HP, and yeah, I think this is a happy to be here situation. This is not a board that you often see get into the top 2, and definitely doesn't feel like that's destined to be with how strong this lobby is. But maybe if you're Appies, you can outlast a Nico. Happy to see a Nico take a big loss. They're only behind by 1 HP. Maybe he's able to get this Zac 3. That would be a big deal if he can do it. So much extra value from the 3-star on the Chemical Overload, in addition to just having a better unit on the board. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be. Mortdog even taunts him with the Zac in the shop. Appies is trying to get as strong as he possibly can. Gonna put in an MF. That's a very interesting tech. I think he's identifying that he has problems with a lack of anti-heal, just the Sunfire onto the Vi. And so he's gonna put the Vi on the far right. He's gonna put the MF in the middle and see if that anti-healing into a Nico can make a difference in this fight.
It's the Renata face-off here, and I think Iniko is favored, but the winner of this gets to play for top 2 potentially as they get that 3rd finish. Spicy Appy's Renata trying to use as much of a toxic wave, but that Monsoon is going to clean up a lot. Wait a second, this Tryndamere spinning slash able to finish it off. Spicy Appy's upsets Iniko for a top 3.
Such good positioning from Spicy Appies. He got everything he wanted in that fight, and that's such an important fight because Appies has been really struggling today so far. He is behind on points, but able to eke out at least one more point there, and maybe, just maybe, Appies is able to get another fight win, or again, kill enough units to take a 2nd place, and any additional point that Appies can find there is well done. I loved the MF Tekken from Appies. This is why he's one of the best players in the server. So thoughtful. MF is not giving any synergies, just what his board needed. Speaking of what his board needed, we're on board with Setsuko, who takes a Socialite Spatula off of... Oh my god! Holy high roll, Batman! He goes to level 9 with basically no gold. He needs to find 1 Galio, and he finds 3 of them. Such a big hit for Setsuko.
5 Socialite. All of those spotlight bonuses are double. Milk has hit a couple of 3-star Sins and 3-star Gnar, 3-star Vex, perfect Shroud, and the Zephyr. But Setsuko has accepted his fate, knowing that Milk has Future Sight. It was going to be inevitable. A big stun from the Colossal entrance, and now Jinx can finally have takeoff. And can she get this done? She has so much healing, but the big burst, the Giant Slayer 1-2 combo is too much, and Milk with the double kill claims a crucial first place to keep his tournament chances alive.
Such a big win for Milk. We talked a lot about Appies needing the points, but Milk needed them as well too. One of the best players in the entire tournament, one of the tournament favorites coming in, has struggled a little bit to find his form and figure out what he wanted to play. This was a really important turning point for Milk. He has been leaning heavily towards the Sivir tree. He's been a little bit unlucky, and his lobby complexion has been contested. In this game, he was actually offered that carry. He was offered the Sivir. He could have played Ardent Censer Sivir, and he said, you know what? I don't think that's the correct move. I'm going to play around 3 stars. Senna, eventually, I'm going to play the vertical enchanter board, and he gets a decisive win in this lobby. Such a great game from Milk, and puts himself back in qualification position for the final day.
I feel like every player has had a really big win come through for every game today. And Dan, I just feel like that speaks volumes to the level of competition that we have here across the board, whether it was today or yesterday.
Yeah, very much so. This lobby was, and honestly, an example of what prime teamfight tactics can look like, the potential of Neon Knights. I know a lot of people are talking about Synaptic Web. It did really well in portion of yesterday's lobbies as well as today's European regionals, but the top 4 was not something that I'm pretty sure anyone really can expect, because we haven't seen a center reroll in that kind of way be very successful in quite some time since the beginning of the set. A 5 Socialite Jinx comp, very cool from Setsuko, who needed a big top 2. And then 2 Renata Chemtech reroll attempts with a Metamorphosis as well as a random Tecton Misfortune. That was just beautiful TFT. And honestly, it just gives me a lot of hope that the rest of the weekend we can continue to find inspiring play, that some of these players are putting on such a great performance. Hats off to the top 4.
Yeah, it's been awesome to take a look at, and I think that just gets me even more excited about our final 2 games of the day. But let's take a look at our lobby winners. We did see Milk get that impressive Lobby B win, but also Non-Tom Bryce with a win over in Lobby A.
Yeah, Non-Tom, I mean, this feels like the comeback stories. Both Milk and Non-Tom get wins in these lobbies. They were both fairly far behind on points, so super valuable point scored, and it feels like the lobby is heavily condensing as we head into the latter stages of the day. Only 2 games left, and the people who it felt like might be out of it score big points, so only time is going to tell exactly how this shakes out, but it feels like no one or very few players are starting to be in the extreme danger zone heading into game number 5.
Wow, yeah, actually, taking a look at how all those standings was, you look at Setsuko, Spicy Appy's Milk, Non-Tom, they were all towards the bottom of the standings. We got some real shakeup, and that is what makes TFT tournaments pretty exciting. Yes, it's a 3-game sample size in the very beginning of the day. You can draw some storylines and conclusions, but it's really about not how you start. It's always about how you finish. Speaking of finish, one player does leap out to me. Spencer takes another 8th place.
Wow.
Very brutal for Spencer, who looks like he is down and out. We'll see whether or not he can bring it back, because we all know what Spencer's capable of, but it just doesn't look like he's there yet. And other players like Sox, what's going on? Is Sox not able to get it done? Will he not be able to join us for day 3 and potentially get an unprecedented 3 times world appearances on behalf of North America?
Yeah, Sox was a player
sure.
that a lot of people thought really highly of. Spencer maybe not necessarily in his normal form, so I'm not shocked to see him struggling a little bit today, but Sox, it felt like, was kind of coming in on a high today and was expected to do very well. Has kind of low-rolled lobbies, it has to be said. Sox is leaning heavily towards the AD tree, and in both of his lobbies today, so all 4 of his games, that has been the most contested line, so maybe Sox is able to get a slightly better draw for games 5 and 6, put together strong performances. They're not out of it, right? They're both, both Sox and Spencer at the bottom of the standings, but because our format offers 10 points to first place, if you put back-to-back firsts together, you're very likely to qualify from either of their spots, so they've got to stay in it mentally and do their best to go for these kind of top 2 finishes in the final 2 lobbies.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the overall standings just to paint a picture of what this all looks like for these players. I mean, 3 players tied at 21 points, Milk, Non-Tom, and Nico. From there, when you take a look at going outwards from the middle of the pack, there is not a whole lot of variance, though, Dan. I feel like there is definitely a chance for Kivix, Setsuko, and Spicy Appies to keep up with the rest of the players here, but from then on, it does look a little bit tough for Sox, Voidson, and Spencer.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying towards the bottom of the standings, there's not much wiggle room for Voicen and Spencer. They just pretty much have to win out. Top 2 or bust both of these games. For Sox and Spicy Appies, and even Setsuko Kivix, it might feel like it's desperation time, but don't focus on who's first. Focus on who is just ahead, and it's actually quite tight. So I think that there's still a lot of room for these standings to flip, and especially from Robin downwards. Even Solus at 23 is not safe. So I'm pretty sure that the top 4 very likely to lock it in after next game, especially the way Ramblin', Goobums, and Goose and DQ have been playing today. So they've been getting the roles, they've been playing solidly, they're executing flawlessly, and even being creative at times for some of these players. But for everybody in that middle of the pack, we've seen some crazy reversals in TFT tournaments. I wouldn't count anybody out yet.
Yeah, absolutely. We still have 2 more games to go, so that's such a great point that there is so much more TFT to be had, especially that we're shaking up the lobbies and reseeding them based on where these players stand right now for games 5 and 6. Who knows what's going to happen? Get your predictions in at fantasytft.com while we go to this short break and reseed those lobbies. When we come back, we'll have game number 5 of day 2. Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. Admirable and Doa are back on the casting desk to take us through game number 5 after we have reseeded the lobbies for these final 2 games of the day. And Admirable, it is important to note that when we were looking at the overall standings before going into break, I did do a bit more math after we went to the break, and it is very close. You know, you take a look at Solus, who has 23 points, Nantom and Nico at 21 points, Setsuko at 18, and Spicy Appies at 16. This Lobby A is going to be a really, really tight race to see which top half of our 16 competitors today make it on to day number 3.
You said it. It's really, that's where the focus, I think, of these last 2 games are for me entirely, is who's just making it through that cut. You know, we've been seeing DQA, Ramblin', Goose is having a tremendous day today, Goobum's having a strong day. Sure, great. I do want to focus on that at some point. However, the race for the top 8 is really the big cut, because making it to day number 3 is absolutely the most important factor of these next 2 games.
Yeah, it's I feel like, oh, sorry, I was just
No,
so
go
excited.
ahead.
So basically, it looks to me like it's really only Voidsons and Spencer that have almost no chance of making it through. I mean, there's still 2 games left, but even with 2 first places for both of these players, that would still only put them at 30 points, which I could see that being, maybe mathematically a little bit on the outside looking in. It'll be close. It still might be possible. I'm not going to do the math because I don't do math. But those are the 2 that I'm kind of like, well, it's going to be tough either way. Sox, outside chance of getting in. And from there on up, from Spicy Appies on up at 13th right now, you could still see a lot of shakeups. So these last 2 games are going to be incredibly important.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, overall standing matters, or like your average placement over these few games, but Doa, there have definitely been some players that after the lobbies have been reseeded, it does take them a game, I feel like, to kind of get the placement that they want. You know, I think Spicy Appies is one of those players that has had really good performances, but also some really low lows when it's come to today. So I know that evens out to a good average placement, but you are going to need to get consistent top 3s if you want to really come back in from that outside.
Yep, and I feel like Spicy Appies is one of those players that sometimes kind of outsmarts themselves too, where they're so flexible and they're so willing to try any sort of crazy thing that seems to be good in the moment, that sometimes that can lead them down some inopportune paths, but it's tons of fun to watch either way, and there is a lot of talent under there, so we'll have to hope for the best for those players for the last couple games here.
Yeah, I mean, anything could happen. Maybe we'll get another 100 HP lobby winner today, who knows? But what I do know is it is time for game number 5 of day 2 of the NA Regional Finals. So Doa and Admirable, take it away.
All right, well, thank you, Nekkra. And here we go. Doa and Admirable with you for game number 5 here today and day 2 of the NA Regional Finals. We're on board with Nantom, coming off of a win in the last game that he participated in, and a much-needed win as well. Jumped up to 8th place with 21 points overall, so definitely bounced back with that result. But going to need to keep it up if he wants to make it to the final day and get that shot at Worlds.
Oh, yeah. So are the 2 players that are surrounding this 8th place as well, with Milk and Nico also sitting at 21 points in this one. You know, we've talked about how close it is, and it's just, I feel like at every single angle you slice this, it just feels like that is almost always the case for these regional spots, is that when the players are just this good and there's this much at stake and they're playing as hard as they can, we just always have these games come down to the very last one. Like, it just feels like you could have, 75 games played and it would still just be this close by the end of it sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, 6 games, never feels like enough at the end of the day, but, we have to stop somewhere, right? You can't get into like an 8-hour, 10-hour broadcast. I mean, hey, maybe someday we could have a marathon thing with like a bunch of different people covering it all. That'd be great, but for now, 6 games seems adequate. It's going to be Makeshift Armor, and it's going to be Metamorphosis, so the Elderwood-esque talent for Mutant this time around. Nantom, though, taking that extra defensive stats for anything that's not holding an item, has a pretty decent set of units to choose from with that early Echo hit. Kind of thinking maybe hoping for like an early Innovator angle, but still missing an Innovator. No Singe, no Zillion quite yet to complete that. So for now, just going to be 2 bodyguards and 2 out of the 3 Yordles.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much like 2s are the theme of this particular board right now. And 2s are the theme, pretty much of, I said it was the theme of today coming in on one of my tweets. for this one. And it just really feels like that has been the case. Like, everything is so close across the board. My gosh, I feel like I'm going to stress this way too much this game, because I keep looking at it and I keep thinking about possibilities and outcomes and all sorts of stuff here. And for non-Tom, again, it's just even two different directions that these items take in very distinct manners, which you either have the Hex Tech Gunblade Slam, which is a very key element to a lot of the AP strategies, or you have an Infinity Edge Slam, which is very key to a lot of the AD strategies. And very often in these early games, you need to choose one of them. So which one are you going to choose? Non-Tom's going to choose Infinity Edge. I don't blame him here. The Corki carries this pretty reasonably. And the Rod always that also benefits Corki pretty reasonably here. So non-Tom has leaned much more towards the AD direction right now. However, there's some slight little secretive ones that can still take place with the crit casting build.
Sure, yeah, you're absolutely right. You can always pick up a glove later and build that Jewel Gauntlet to have the crit build combo of the Infinity Edge Jewel Gauntlet. But the IE is going to be something that's just kind of more general useful in a AD comp sense. So non-Tom, doing what you'd be expected to do in this case is play Yordles and play flexible, Get the extra econ. Don't commit to one direction or another right now.
Always commit. That's my game plan.
No, never commit this early unless you have a very, very good reason. Don't listen to Admirable, everybody.
No, listen
He's
to
trying
Admirable,
to get
everybody.
you to throw your ladder games.
No! Shh. This is my secret.
Spicy Appy's board looking pretty solid right now. Pair of Talons, pair of brands there as well. This definitely feels like the kind of board I think that Spicy Appy's works with very well. I'd say in their history right now. Got to sell up to 20 as well.
The Morgana with the Warmogs, too, is just going to be a really great front line at this point in the game. You've got the 2 Enchanter online. I don't know if this is going to necessarily be a board that's going to win out, right? But it certainly is one of the stronger, like, if you're going to have all one cost or 1-star board, it's not going to be too bad.
I'd say this board is pretty strong, though. The brand is still standing on a cornered socialite. You have a great front line for this. You have a tier that's on your bench here as well, so if you manage to get a lost streak, what that means is the blue buff is up for grabs, but Spicy Appy's doesn't want a lost streak here. And if Spicy Appy's can pick up a win streak versus a...
Oh, I was so close!
Oh, I mean, the thing is it was going to be Warmog diff for a moment, and one of the things that Spicy Appy's loves to do, as many players who take this style love to, is slam items early. And so, got the 2 belts, decided to slam the Warmogs, knew it would be a good pairing with the Morgana, absolutely right in that call, but at the same time, it's just going to be kind of, like I said, a board that in that state wasn't necessarily going to win out before Carousel. That brand too is going to help things a little bit, but it's still going to be something that you're going to be like keeping your HP pretty high, but you might not be win streaking.
Setsugo had the clear mind as well, so was able to be at level 5 on 2-2, and that was truly the difference in that last matchup. Spicy Appy's taking a scout around. Great reposition here on this brand, keeping it alive versus this Blitzcrank, pretty much in any direction that you're going to slice this. And Spicy Appy's, I still think, can produce a win streak with this board. And again, we're coming into Carousel. If they lost this matchup, they'd have a great spot, I think, on Carousel to, again, grab a blue buff here, which I just am extremely confident is going to be on Spicy Appy's favor in terms of what they would pick at this point. And it looks like they are going to lose this round.
I mean, it's all down to the Ziggs. If the Ziggs 2 misses the brand somehow, it doesn't even matter. He's dead anyway. Yeah, Ziggs 1v Ziggs 2, and yep, it is going to be that board again. Good losses, at least for Spicy Appy's. He does get a slightly better, well, it's going to be about the same as far as carousel placement. Second to last pick, not the greatest ever, but you'll make it work.
Unfortunately, from Spicy Appy's perspective, you see that Ramblin' just curving around the carousel, and you're like, yeah, that tier is gone.
Yeah, man.
When you see him going for the tier.
You see him like drift racing into that Morgana with the tier. It's like, yeah, that's a tier and a 3 cost right there. That's not bad.
And that's exactly what I think of when I think of the carousel here, is how fast and furious it is.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe too fast, too furious sometimes. Nobody with the metabolic boost, though, so not quite this time around. I also want to point out, too, that Ramblin' took Spellblade, which is really unique. That's something that we don't see as often, but it is something that can be great in the right composition. If he does end up playing that Deep Arcanist trait, you do have some more fast attacking things like the Mals, the Brand. You're going to get a lot of those Spellblade procs going. So that'd be cool to see. I'm curious where that one's going to go.
Yeah, I feel like Spellblade, it's a tough one to take early on because it's a very heavy commitment, but it is pretty powerful.
You went for it.
It just, when you're able to get it and get the right items rolling, it can be very dangerous. A very lookout kind of perspective. For Solus here, does choose to slam the Guardian Stoneplate early on, does have still another Cloak sitting on the bench with a Reforger as well. and this 2-star Twitch kind of hanging out to carry some of these items, I think, for a bit. I'd be curious to see how Solus really wants to take this one, because with Built Different, all sorts of strange things can happen. And I feel like this might be one of those perspectives where Solus could be at a slight disadvantage in terms of the experience outcome, because Built Different is a very unusual augment that requires you to be thinking outside of the box pretty much at all times.
Right. Just to kind of state what that does, basically, if you don't have all the champions that don't have any active traits going for them, get a big stat boost, get a big attack speed boost, and so just essentially makes them much more powerful than they would be normally. So it's a weird balance of trying to get just good quality champions with as few traits active as possible. So it does completely change the way you approach the game. Now, a lot of times players won't follow through with that for the entire game. They'll use it to have a solid early and mid game like we're seeing, and then kind of just forget about it later on. But, you know, when you have Built Different too, there's arguments, depending on the units, to just go for it all game long.
Yeah, I'd say 2 and 3 are the ones that can do that, and Built Different 1, it's gonna be variable here. Solus is gonna take a loss leading into the creeps at the end here, and sitting below 20 gold and not having a streak either. This feels like a really tough one to have going into the Krugs at this point.
It does hurt a bit, no doubt. Spencer down to 70 HP already. Another kind of rough start. I mean, sure, yeah, you can go on the loss streak and all that, but you know, with the way things have been going, I'm just a bit worried for our buddy Spencer down there at the bottom. Into Krugs, though, for DQA. DQA did take the back foot 2 augment, so a lot of attack speed given to the units in the back 2 rows. Now, the interesting thing in that last matchup is that kind of negates a lot of the bonus that you get from Built Different, right? Because if your opponent is getting a bunch of extra attack speed too, then the stuff you got from the trait isn't going to matter as much. And then they're going to have the traits active that they're going to get anyway, you know, so they're going to have that extra power to equalize, if not exceed. So you can run into rough situations if you go Built Different like that too.
I'd say like a great generic way to make that kind of comparison too is like Built Different. I look at it as like about half of a star per unit that's getting added there. So when your opponent's got a bunch of 2 stars and you have a bunch of 1, they are still outscaling you at that point. But Built Different will win these early mid stages if you are kind of equally matched on the star count.
Right.
Now DQA's board here. Ooh.
You got the epic 3 bruiser 3 hex deck composition here.
Look how
Might
fast
change it up a
he
little bit.
swaps this stuff too. Like this is like the casual thing from DQA's side. He plays the serious
There we
part of
go.
the game just as fast. Like I don't know how he does it. Like he swapped so much stuff here. I have to wait and to see where this fight starts to have a strong understanding of what his board is actually going into this round.
His gamer reflexes. So I thought maybe he was going to go with 4 Hextech, but it just kind of goes to show just how little faith people have in that trait right now, that he would choose to stick with 3 and 3 for Hextech and Bruiser rather than put in 4 Hextech and drop a 2-star unit that he wanted to keep around. And it looks like this is going to be a round loss anyway, but yeah, 4 Hextech, you know, rarely going to do you a lot of good at this point in the game, or really any point in the game, frankly, right now.
Edged bet on DQA side as well. Goes up to 30 gold in a spot like that. For Ramblin', Ramblin's sitting at 50 gold coming into 3-2. Sees a Renata in the shop, but I do feel like that Renata is really off the menu for a lot of these compositions at the moment. I think that it's a very niche hero, but when it's champion, but when it's very strong, I feel like it's pretty strong. It calls for so many circumstances. And for Ramblin' here, they have Debonair in play. They have a Scholar sitting like at the 1 spot. It could be at the 2. And this just isn't even a concern for Ramblin'. They're just sitting at 50 gold going, I don't really care about this. I'd much rather have the Zyra and have 50 gold than this 4 cost.
Well, I think the big thing here is the blue buff VIP brand. That's going to be putting out a lot more damage. It's certainly going to exceed whatever early Renata can give you, especially with no Morellos. So easy choice to keep that one in.
Yeah, just
Despite
Hakuna
the fact
Renata.
that Hakuna Renata, exactly. What a wonderful shop. But yeah, not really, because he didn't buy it. So
Yeah, well, no worries.
hey, great reference though. Way to go. Spicy Happy takes a big hit. That VIP brand is just so strong. I mean, if you can get that online, you're going to be winning a lot of rounds here. Keepers, not too bad. Phony frontline. All right, so some durability stuff there.
The Ludens with the Spellblade plus the blue buff here, that's so much damage Ramblin's gonna
Oh
crank.
yeah, you're right. I had totally forgotten that he had that Spellblade earlier, but yeah, that's going to be pretty nice. Now we're going to see Spencer deciding that augment there. Not super inspiring per se. I mean, Innovator can benefit from keepers. You do tend to keep things clumped up a little bit with that. Electro Charge at the silver level isn't really great. And I don't think he has the ability to go up to 4 scrap, even if he took the scrap part. Although the Blitzcrank might change that. But either way, it's a little bit rough right now.
Yeah, because the keepers tend to, like, they want to be, like, spread on the front line and then, like, pretty much a back line from that spot, you know, going forward. I think, though, that given the situation of what was offered here, the keepers is probably the take. And you're going to have to make some calls on how to change this board position in the right manner. So going to 3 Chemtech, stacking up just a little bit here. Yeah, there you go. And so you do have an extra unit with the keepers, which is, I think, what makes it so strong with the innovator spot. But for Spencer, in order to find themselves going into day number 3, I think they quite literally need a first in these next 2 games. So pretty much if it's a risk that has the big payoff, I think from Spencer's perspective right now, it's go ahead and take it.
Yeah, and you know, it's another Twitch 3 attempt. It looks like this game, and that hasn't worked out super great yet. You know, we'll see if today's going to be if this game's going to be any different. But that is a pretty scary Corki on the other side. Yep, another loss for Spencer, down to sub 50 HP, or a little above 50 HP rather. Going into the 3-4 carousel, that is not generally the HP you want to be at.
I do think that Spencer's items for the Twitch are a lot stronger this time. And I feel like initially he seemed to be in a slightly better spot for the Twitch than on the previous one, where again it's the longest wait I have ever seen Spencer take in order to roll. It was about 6.5 seconds, like at the maximum. And for Spencer, you know, rolling through 80 gold, selling all of your units, getting all of your items back in place, scouting everyone on the board, and then repositioning for the perfect way, that takes about 30 seconds for Spencer. So when he's taking that long to think about it, I think it was a tough one. This game, it's looking pretty solid. And just, you know, you're one Twitch away at this point.
Oh, but
There it is.
Okay, he just ignores it. Yeah, 1 Twitch away, I suppose. That VIP Draven, that would have tempted a lot of other people, but, you know, you don't really have a way to get it online right now. And you got the Twitch 3, so why not? This is pretty fairly ideal, so we'll see if he can make it work.
Yeah. You got a Frozen Heart here, too, which is a really big one. Like, being able to have a Frozen Heart in that back line to you know, stand alongside that Twitch, it's going to buy the Twitch, I think, a pretty enormous amount of time here. So even despite the fact that Setsuko has got an Aurelia here with a makeshift armor, look where the Twitch has found itself first, and look at that Frozen Heart buying so much time. I think this is a great spot for Spencer right now to really claw their way back and have a real chance at getting a first place in this game.
Well, we'd love to see it. We'd love to see Spencer have a chance to stay in this one. Certainly going to win that round at least against Setsuko, but Setsuko currently the lowest HP player in the lobby, so probably not the greatest challenge he's going to run into here in the remainder of stage 3. Meanwhile, on board with Iniko is he's got 6 Arcanists online so fast because of that Arcanist heart, and with that brand, it's he doesn't have Debonair online, but it's still going to be strong with the blue buff and the Morellos.
And this gold is cranking on Iniko's side as well. Like, you have such a strong board state at the moment. You get to go up to Debonair on the next level. You have Yordles printing as well, and you have ideal items for this kind of situation. You have a frontline item that's going to buy you time. You have blue buff and Morello to start shredding these spots that we're trying to sustain in the front. Iniko has a marvelous spot here, and this is one of the things that I've truly wanted to highlight from Iniko's side is that I think that Inigo's a very strong player. I think that when they're high rolling, they are they're one of the scariest players I think that's out there because they have such a strong understanding of how to capitalize on these scenarios. And I think that's what we're going to see this game. I mentioned that Spencer, I think, had a real spot to go in first in this one, but this is a strong one to be lining up against.
Yeah, sure. Good at playing from ahead. Oh, all right. Yep, gets 6 Arcanists, maintains the Yordle by putting in the Lulu now. And this is kind of the mid-game 6 Arcanist build that a lot of people like to have. He's going to go ahead and swap the brand out for the Ari. That's a little bit different. You know, in the mid-game, sometimes you have the Mal's carrying too if it's not the brand. But having the 6 Arcanist and Lulu is kind of great because you keep the 3 Yordle, and then Lulu just gives you so much more survivability. And then eventually, if you can make her into an Arcanist, then you get a lot of survivability out of that ability she's got.
Setsuko up to a 4-1-8 thanks to the Clear Mind. That is a pure econ augment at this point. It is now wiped off the face of the planet. For Setsuko here, they need a massive shift in momentum, and Doa, it looks like they're starting to get it right now. That's a Tom Kench we see in play. They have an Aurelia with an Infinity Edge. A Victor's being offered here. They have a pair of Kha'Zix available as well. There's so many strong directions this can go. It really feels like a matter of which one comes up first or whether or not you decide you want econ traits. I'm sorry, some more economy in the bank to be able to keep rolling.
Right. Runs into Ramblin', though, is the only player in the lobby with a win streak. And you can see why. Hextech Gunblade and a blue buff on a VIP brand. That is extremely scary.
I don't think you can match the Tom Kench is all. Look at that. I mean, just the fact that ZZ Rot does not come out like in an immediate fashion is such a big deal. This brand staying alive, I think I spoke too soon.
I mean, never underestimate the Hextech brand, man. He did so much healing. I thought maybe with the Zac ability, with the knockup, he would be CC'd long enough to get taken out. But yeah, it's with the 1-stars on the other side, brand is just going to eventually shoot through all of that.
Setsuko having a pretty tough choice here, it feels like. I mean, to me, this feels like an easy one. I'm picking up the Aurelia pair because that's going to start cranking through the board here. You have 3 4s online that you have pairs of at the moment. This is on 4-2. You have a Tom Kench already going, and you lost to the player in the lobby that has the win streak. And there could have been a number of differences in that one. I think that absolutely Setsuko is making the right call here and just a couple spots away, again, from also having a contention for a very strong top finish here.
Well, that's a really strong Aurelia. Very tanky, although the last whisper tears right through it. Never mind, I spoke too soon there. That's a lot of damage from the Draven, though. The Aurelia's down. The Draven seems safe for the moment. The Giant Slayer just destroying these bruisers. And yep, that's going to be a win for Draven. And Solus manages to take another chunk out of Setsuko. Setsuko might not even see his 3rd augment again.
I mean, this just seems crazy to me as well. It feels like Setsuko's board is so strong, but I think this is the difference in having 1 fewer augment that can be even possibly related to combat. The whole point of that Clear Mind is to get tempo. It felt like he got tempo, but it felt like everyone else managed themselves so well. And now a VIP Draven found on Setsuko's side. Are they going to have to change?
Nope, apparently not. Well, maybe. If you can find the Debonair. There are a couple there. He sold it anyway.
Okay,
not
that's
going
a big
for
one.
It. Yeah, throws in the Jace. Not bad. I mean, that
Enforcer pair now.
Yeah, it does give you enforcers. The board got a little bit better, but did it get good enough to beat DQA? Middle of the pack,
I think it
we're
might
find
have.
out.
This
Maybe.
Jace as an alternate damage source is a very big deal.
Yep. There is that. Yeah, the Lucian did not survive very long there. Oh, no, he is still alive. Didn't see that. He's going to get... he's just going to be like, I like you, Lucian. That's why I kill you last. From Setsuko. And he does win the round. So he needed that. He needed a win pretty bad.
He dies.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well...
This is no exhibition we're in, though.
Nah, this is a real deal. So, Spicy Appies, another loss for him, too. Straights are dire on that end of the board as well. And there is a spatula. See if anyone can make use of that. Spicy Appies runs right past it. Goes for the cloak on the 1-cost or on the 2-cost Swain. Interesting. Must really need that cloak.
Nico gonna go straight for that spatula. And I think that's some real possibility can come up there. Ramblin' gonna get a rod. Non-Tom having a tough choice here. 4 gold belt. So now, looking at this board from top to bottom, 74 health for Ramblin', 16 for Setsuko on the 1 to 8. And it pretty much just scales downward. That's the biggest gap is looking like from 4th to 5th at the moment in terms of health total. As we go to Non-Tom's side here, Oriana 2 could be big.
Yeah, you're going to find a way to maybe... okay, so yeah, he's going to go ahead and put in the clockwork with that. Probably advisable. Corky, though. Is it going to be able to continue to do enough damage here?
It's not 100% what they're looking for. The idea here from Non-Tom's side is to be able to find a VIP Draven, I think, and just completely start to dominate this board. But, a couple players seem to have been on that that game plan as well.
Yeah.
So look at this other VIP Draven. I mean, that's a 1-star. It's on the other side of the board, being able to crank through some of this damage. And look at this Leona that just feels invincible to this opposing board state here. I mean, Silco wiping out some stuff. The Oriana doesn't have the mana to get it done. Non-Tom's still at a very healthy life total at this point, though, and a lot on the bench that could change their mind, I think.
Definitely seems that way. Okay, another augment coming through. Weak spot, future sight. Stand united for Non-Tom. We'll see what he and Solus end up picking up. Okay, so it is going to be Phalanx, I believe, for Solus. If I read the trait right, if I read the icon right. Oh,
yeah, that is a Phalanx on that side. My goodness, this Leona is just stacked.
Yeah, I mean, Leona, honestly, one of the tankiest frontliners if you can get some items on her. 2-star at this point in the game, for sure.
Gosh, and look at this. I mean, this is like
It's a built different board.
2-star units. Yeah, this is two 2-star units on the built different board. Solus is still at 50 gold at this point too, and I think with a 4-win streak here, you have to be going to 9 from Solus's perspective at this spot.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, to 8. Excuse me. For whatever reason,
9
I thought they were at 8
eventually,
already.
hopefully.
Oh my gosh, I'm insane.
I mean, well, you're not wrong. He probably wants to go to 9. That sounds pretty good at some point. So it's a true statement. Let's see how he can do against Ramblin'. Yeah, Ramblin's still number 1 in the lobby. And this brand, the VIP brand, if you have items like this, you can really ride the brand all the way through to level 8. Ramblin' has done just that. Level 8 at 4-6. And yeah, I'm telling you.
Oh my gosh, the augments for Ramblin' are just spot on as well. Being able to output this much damage on your casts, thanks to those first 2 augments, and then having the Celestial Blessing like across your board. When you have a ton of Arcanist in play, you're just getting so much extra health on your board as a result of this. Like just feels like it's gonna be so tough to knock that out.
Yeah. Now, looking at Solus's board again, so the built different 2 augment gives everything 400 HP and 60% attack speed. So at this point in the game, 400 HP doesn't make as much of a difference on an individual unit as far as keeping it from getting blown up. And while the attack speed is nice, you're not really getting a lot of other stats out of that. You're not getting any other trait benefits. So that's why we do see players move away from it sometimes. Now, that said, you know, if that Draven is attacking very quickly, so if he can hit the Draven too, this still could be a board. You could still stick with this, but, you know, if you're Solus, maybe you're kind of looking for some other options as you go along here as well. Or not Solus, if you're non-Tom, rather, I believe it was.
Inigo here, going to 8. Going to put a stand-in unit with the Vi in play at the moment. Vi 2 is going to be the call. And what exactly are they looking for here? It does feel like it's perhaps the 6th Arcanist right now, but if you can't find that, and you do find Renata to go alongside this Morello, this blue buff, and all of these AP items you have sitting on your bench, I feel like you have a real possibility here as you turn this Vi into an Arcanist. Does miss the binary activation right at the end. But this is a very strong and unique board, Doa. I was talking about how it's tough to find the right Renata spot, but I think that Iniko may have found it and just didn't have time to position in this particular round.
Could be, but does it even matter? Setsuko comes slamming through with this massive Aurelia, and guess what? 2 HP and a Dream does some damage to Iniko. Setsuko not out of this just yet. We saw 1 HP come back. We could see a 2 HP comeback. I don't think it's super likely. It never is. But if you're a Setsuko fan out there, there's still some hope. Deep within.
I said it early in this game. I felt like today was about 2s. It would be the second comeback happening at 2 health. And then tomorrow would be about 3s. That's just the law of patterns at this point.
All right. I will take your word for it. I like Iniko's board here, though. It's an interesting take on the Arcanist side of things. It feels like it's missing 6 Arcanists. It feels like that's where it's really going to kind of start to pop off. But we'll see. We'll see if he decides to go with that or not.
Pretty decent binary items that were had here as well. This Vi getting the Warmogs alongside the Hand of Justice. Pretty decent. But the Renata just getting shredded by this Sivir in the back line. Iniko is just having 2 really tough fights here that are taking place. Setsuko getting knocked out. There goes the dream for this particular game. And for Setsuko, that is not the finish they were looking for. They were in this game 5 with 18 points, putting them at 12th place coming into this game. So we're tacking on 1 point on top of that going into the 6th and final game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to make it basically impossible for Setsuko to make it through to day 3. Still one more game to play for Pride and other things, but not looking like a day 3 for him. Now, looking at Ramblin's board, still hanging out with Brand 2 at 6 Arcanist. And, you know, until you hit that RE2, there's really not a big reason to change, you know? Why not just take this all the way as far as you possibly can? Level 9.
Level 10.
Yeah, just go level 10, sure. Why not?
Look at that Twitch, too, from this is Spencer's Ghost that we're getting a perspective of right now, having to use a jeweled gauntlet to go alongside this Twitch. You know, not your ideal item, but if you're able to keep fighting, you're able to keep fighting. And that's really the whole point here. For Ramblin', I think this is way about the carousel and then start to roll and improve this board. Ramblin' taking a pretty big hit here at 9, but does have a ton of gold going into carousel.
Yeah. And to be fair, he's gotten way more mileage out of this brand than you usually even see. Like I said, you can take it to level 8, but once you get to around this time, once you hit like late stage 4, stage 5, you really need to start thinking about transitioning out of it. And no doubt that's on the mind of Ramblin'. Would love to move those items to somebody else, probably the Ahri. What's it going to be for Ramblin'? Syndicate Spat might be useful.
Giant Slayer, yeah.
Giant Slayer? Sure. Yeah, I suppose he still did need a third unit. Or a third item for his carry, that's true.
Now 40-3 from top to bottom. 7 players still remaining here. And Ramblin', it's time to start rolling. Pair of Jinxes. Malzahar 2.
Okay.
A lot of Renatas.
Yeah, as a Renata, would he be willing to make her an Arcanist?
Silco shows up.
I like the Silco.
Renata
there's
instantly
Ahri.
gets sold when it shows up.
Oh, he did roll past an Ahri there. All right,
Very
well,
interesting.
you know, the thing is that the Giant Slayer is going to buff the brand a lot, but if that Ahri would have been picked up, could have been an Ahri too with the Nikos that he's got. That said, wouldn't have had a replacement for the brand, so... Well, I guess the Ahri would have been, so you'd still have 6 Arcanists there anyway.
Giant Slayer went on to the Ziggs in the back line here, and it
Yeah.
feels like that was not correct.
Yeah, I wonder. I feel like that wouldn't be my first choice too, but...
Wow.
Maybe there's a reason. It's enough to take out Spencer. It's going to go down. Nantom out. Wow, we had 3 players drop that round. Nantom out in
Seriously.
6th. Inigo out in 5th. We have our top 4. Spicy Appies manages to cling to life long enough to take a top 4, at least here. DQA, who we've swapped to now on a win streak on the back of this carry. Carry Sivir, of course, but also Seraphine doing some work here between the Shojins and the Morellas. It's a pretty big hit, too.
Yeah, this was like the classic build for Seraphine before her ability took a pretty big downward tick in terms of its damage and its healing. However, the board here from DQA's side really made possible, I think, by this Striker emblem where you're able to go with the 4 Hex Tech, the 4 Striker, and still have something else in play that's relevant.
Right.
And for DQA here, the only player that's on the hot win streak that's labeled by the sidebar, you can kind of see why. It's really tough to get through that front line, and this Sivir cranks out so much damage in the meantime. Solus taking a big hit in this one as we go into the creeps on the final part of Stage 5. Still 4 players remaining in this one. DQA still the only one on the win streak.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, though. Seraphine, Jace, Jarvan, all of these are going to help Sivir do what she does best, which is swing really quickly. And so it really is like it's not the most common, traits you see besides a 4 Striker. You don't often see 4 Hextech with this. But, everything is kind of built around keeping that Sivir going as fast as possible. And you know what? The Alistar front line, it's been overlooked a little bit sometimes. I don't think it's the strongest front line, but in this particular case, not too bad.
And I think DQA is making a great use of this too, with the way the positioning is lined up, as DQA is going to 9 here and trying to add a couple more units into play that or maybe change one thing that could really strengthen this. But the way that this Alistar is going to hit the board, it typically is going to be going back into the left here. That makes everything chase it, and so that Seraphine ability is going to hit that whole line that follows that Alistar from that point. So I think that this is just pretty strong vision here that DQA had in terms of how the fights were going to be panning out, and given just enough leverage to continue to win in these spots.
Yeah. All right, who's he going to play against? It looks like it's going to be Ramblin' on the other side here. Oh, that was a pretty good Shroud. Is it going to make a difference here? The Sivir does get the cast. There comes the big Seraphine ultimate coming through. Oh my goodness, the damage is immense. Can he finish off this? A brand still there doing damage. Oh, and it's barely enough. Sivir takes it. Now the question is, look at the sidebar. Spicy Appies versus Solus. Spicy Appies still kind of on the outside looking in at a possibility for day 3, but he manages to get the win over Solus, and that is massive. Spicy Appies right now at 13th out of 16 points total for him today, and he's going to take at least a third home out of this game. So a rough start to the day for Spicy Appies, but a chance, especially with this Morgana 3, to finish off strong.
And you're seeing one of the alternate lines of how this AP side is played. At times, you do just end up going for the 5 Syndicate side of things with the Ahri doing all of the carry through these attrition-style fights that are taking place. 2 RFCs onto the Zyra right now. There's one player I've heard preach about the power that Zyra offers. We're going to see if it comes up in this one. Zephyred onto the Victor. And I'm not going to lie, Doa, I feel like that's enough to convince me that Spicy Appies is going to win this fight.
I mean, it was just a great move right before this round started. Not only did he get the Zephyr and the Victor,
soon!
It's not enough. It's still, he's going to lose a round, but it was still good positioning, right? He's out in third. I think, given the circumstances, that's a great result for Spicy Appies in this game. Looks like it's going to be the Ghost on the other side. And, okay, so Ramblin' and DQA get a face-off for the win in this game. Just to go back to that move Spicy Appies made, not only did he Zephyr the Victor, but he also dodged a Shroud. So positionally, great move for Spicy Appies, just a matter of, not the better board in that particular case. But we got the face-off with Ramblin' versus DQA starting up now.
Yeah, I got pretty hype on that last one. But again, it's just DQA and Ramblin' have been dominating today when you look across this one. DQA sitting in first place currently at 32 points. Ramblin' came into this round in fourth place at 26 points. They're finishing first and second, and now the lobbies are about... the lobbies have already, done their thing at this point, excuse me. It's just, these two have dominated the day from here on out. They have it locked with this first and this second place finish.
Sivir down, and everybody else has two. Huge win for Ramblin'. That's plenty to finish off DQA. It is going to be Ramblin' taking another win here in day 2. That's his second first of the day.
I mean, it's just, and all looks back to that initial augment that was taken there from Ramblin' as well, the Spellblade early on. It just absolutely spelled out the direction he wanted to go, and then the Luden's Echo showed up on 3-3, and he just had everything built to sail away with that one, and just, that Victor at the end, having the Shiv, having the Shojin, and then also having a damage magnifier at that point, it's just going to be really tough to stop him there.
I mean, that's incredible stuff coming in from both Ramblin' and DQA, right? These are two players that now both have 2 firsts under their belt for day 2, and they just continue to just walk away with this competition when they weren't even players that were on the chopping block. They are still towards the top of this overall standings, and I feel like, Doa, these performances from these two players just completely locked them in for day 3.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible for them to be knocked out going into the final game here. So it's kind of a victory lap. But at the same time, again, that overall average placement, their high placement today might come in very, very handy if they end up in that 4th place spot tomorrow and need to get that 4th spot at Worlds via the average placement across the 3 days. So still a lot to play for anybody who may be pretty high in points today either way.
Yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and take a look at our lobby winners, though. We did see Ramblin' take that win in our first lobby, but also
it's the Goose!
Wow, Admirable.
Goose now has 2 wins for the day.
Yeah.
Today is the day of 2s. Someone has to win with double trouble at this point. I mean, just everything is going nuts. Goose is crushing it today now as well. Holy smokes, Doa.
Yeah, that is pretty amazing. It's great to see Goose do well in a tournament. I feel like it's been too long. I think I've probably watched Goose's stream more than anyone else in TFT, so it does warm my heart to see him doing well today.
It's awesome. I feel like Goose has kind of needed this big tournament finish for a while, and so getting a chance to see Goose get these really, really big wins today puts him in such a good position for tomorrow. This is where all of our players ended up for game number 5. You can see Socks as well getting a really, really big finish in Lobby B. Liquid Robin once again with another top 4. But yeah, maybe a little bit uncharacteristic Admirable. Roby Van Kenobi with an 8th place in Lobby B.
Yeah, this was a very key game here for Roby Van as well. They came into game 5 at 10th place with 20 points. So an 8th place here is a dire finish for Roby Van here, and it's just across the board. You look at this, and every single player feels like they have a storied finish. For Milk, they needed something solid. They came in at 7th place. They absolutely got a solid finish at 7th place here. For Socks to have a chance, they needed to have back-to-back top 2 finishes, I think at the least. They got one top 2 finish, and so that maybe puts them in reach for that striking distance at the top 8 as we're cutting for day 3 on the next game.
Yeah, let's take a look at the overall standings now, because I think that there are going to be some surprises here, which is that there is a gap between where Liquid Robin stands with 28 points and Aniko at 25. And beyond that point, Doa, it's a pretty tight race. I feel like this final game is really going to be a photo finish.
Yeah, I mean, so for everybody from Liquid Robin on up, you just need something solid, right? You just need a very safe top 4 game to kind of secure yourself a spot in day 3. There are cases, though, where a lot of players like, Non-Tom, Spicy Appies, Socks, even Robbie Van Cano have a chance with a great game on their side and a really kind of awful game on the top 8 side from those players, that we could still see this shuffled a little bit, but I don't think we're going to see as many shakeups at the end of day 2 as we did at the end of day 1.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for some of these players, but wow, very convincing for DQA, Goose, Ramblin right now sitting at the top of the leaderboard. But wow, what a fantastic first 5 games, and it obviously always comes down to the 6th and final game of the day, and it really is going to matter for those players that are sitting right at the cusp and right on the outside. Admirable Doa, thank you so much for walking us through games 1, 3, and 5 today. Admirable, thoughts on day 2 so far?
Just an unbelievable day. Again, just so many crazy games that we have seen. We kicked off the day with prismatic lobbies, plural S, and those always are going to shake things up and how they work. And it just, for the players at this point, it's always bitter and sweet to see players get cut at this stage, because it's been so difficult to make it here. So my hat's off to all of the players. I've been impressed by all of them who ever make it to this spot, and just good luck to you in this final game, and continue to perform this well in day number 3 as well.
Doa, what about you? Final thoughts for the day?
Just another ton of fun day of TFT, right? I mean, I'm just looking forward to tomorrow, right? I just want to see who's going to make it to Worlds. It's going to be a thrilling finish, as we always knew it would be for day 2 here. The Doa Dream team, there are some questions there, man. I mean, Spicy Appies, he's a little bit on the outside looking in now. So, I'm not sure if all 4 are going to make it, but I got faith. I got faith in my predictions, so we'll see what happens.
All right, so predictions on the line for sure. And chat, you should also get your predictions in for the final game of the day. This is your last chance to participate on fantasytft.com for our games for day 2 of the NA Regional Finals. Do that during the break, and Admirable and Doa, we'll see you tomorrow as we head to this break and come back for the final game of day number 2. Welcome back to day 2 of the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. We've got Bryce and Frodan back on the desk to bring you through the final game of the day. Bryce, it's going to be a photo finish for a lot of these players when we take a look at who's right on the cusp.
Yeah, I'm so excited. There's nothing quite like one game put up or shut up time. If you're on the bubble, take your destiny into your own hands, get a first place here and move on to tomorrow. And this is like the pressure, right? The big moment. This is the tournament everyone's waiting for, and there are so many spots on the line this year, especially with the last chance qualifier, that making it into day 3 is really the key goal. So I can't wait to get into the action.
Yeah, Dan, I mean, that's great that we have a last chance qualifier, right? How do you think that affects maybe players' mentalities of looking forward to, okay, well, I could get a Worlds invite, but there's also the possibility and the consolation of also having that last chance qualifier to be able to compete too.
Yeah, it just means that you've got to put your best foot forward. So yeah, DQA, Goose, Ramblin', and Goobums, they really want to try and continue to improve their average placement because you never know how day number 3 is going to transpire. So those players are still going to be trying their hearts out, even though, pretty much they're all guaranteed, if not already locked in. On the other side of things, we'll have to see who can really get the edge in the middle of the pack. I mean, there's not a lot of players who are super safe beyond the top 4. Even Solus, Milk, and Robin who are 28, and there's that point gap to 8th and below. A lot of things can happen, and the most important thing is just to avoid that bottom 2 finish. Even a 6th puts you in jeopardy depending on how everybody else does. So the tension's never been higher, and we're about to see who's going to get on the chopping block and who narrowly survives and advances.
I mean, Bryce, we've seen a lot of different approaches to the games today, whether it's maybe trying to lean into something that you're really comfortable with or playing a bit more flexibly. What has been the standout to you from the players that have really solidified themselves to move forward into day 3? What has kind of been their game plan?
I think you've had a few different game plans that have all worked really well. I mean, I think that some of the really flexible players like Goobums have found a lot of value in playing super flexibly. He's been the most consistent player, not just today, but throughout the tournament. Been so impressed with Goobums' play. You've had someone like DQA that's actually been among the most narrow players of the field, playing Warwick over and over again, and then mixing up with a Sivir game. And he's just been getting the right augments, hitting on curve, and been able to play from ahead with that composition time and time again. And he's actually the highest overall average placement. And then you've got someone like Ramblin', who has been leaning towards an AP tree that's been overall less contested in this event, and just showing so much versatility in terms of when he rolls, how he gets stable, what he carries in the end game. So it's been so fun to watch. And then last but not least, Goose, who has played, had some up and down games yesterday, but has been just so consistent today, starting off a couple of the reroll games and then moving to flexing around 4 cost carries, playing tempo, playing from ahead like Goose often does. So he's gotten some great games today and executed his game plan to perfection.
Dan, we're going to jump into Lobby B, and I'm sure we're doing this very, very shortly, but we have Goose, we also have Goobums, some of the more flexible players. How do you even play against that if you are on the cusp and trying to get into it? I'm going to let you ponder on that because the game is ready to go. So let's go ahead and enter into our final game and lobby of the day.
All right, here we go. Game number 6, the final lobby of day number 2. After these 40 minutes are up, we're going to find out who is joining us for the final lobby of North America, who goes to the top 8, and who can grab those coveted World Championship spots that's happening in just a little bit over a month. Let's go ahead and hop on board with one player who has guaranteed his participation in day 3. It is Team Liquid's Goose with a very strong 38 performance today, and it seems like things are finally clicking for him, and I know that he's been trying a lot of different stuff. Let's see if that momentum can continue as he starts off with a very strong Kassadin 2.
Yeah, very strong Kassadin 2 if he wants to make it, and Cyber Enhancement Mutant as well. This is one of the most underrated mutant traits. We've talked about it a little bit throughout the broadcast, that everyone is looking at Synaptic and playing around Synaptic, but Cyber is so good as a tempo-based composition. You get so much power from that trait online early, and you can play around that, kind of mix up your items and then play flexibly, go in a completely different direction later. Or if you hit the mutant units and you kind of snowball that advantage, you can absolutely play around Kha'Zix. And his first augment choice is such an interesting one. He's got 3 really good choices. Calculated Loss is one of the strongest strongest early augments, but it's not really Goose's style. He tends to play tempo a little bit. He likes to slam items. So I would not be surprised to see him forego the statistically performing better augment, the one that more people tend to want to play from, for something that's going to give him a little bit more strength. He goes with the item grab bag. He gets a strong tank item. This is Goose playing the way that Goose likes to play. I think 4 out of 5 players in this field will probably take Calc Loss, not Goose, and he's sitting at 38 points, so it's pretty hard to argue with it.
Yeah, and again, I think because he's playing with house money, so to speak, he's already qualified for day number 3. It's most important that he stick to his style to try to increase his average placement. And in that sense, for Goose, he can kind of play back to whatever style that suits him best on solo queue, which is where he made his reputation in the first place. Finds an Alawi 2 as well that he can pick up. And all of a sudden, powerful start here once more for Goose. That has opportunity to level and play another 2-star champion if he wants to. Find out what ends up happening. Cybernetic enhancements, we just haven't seen a lot of synaptic web in general for Mutant, which I think a lot of players and viewers are probably breathing a sigh of relief. And we'll see if anything special can come up, because it feels like Bryce and I have been getting some real cool lobbies today.
Yeah, we've been getting very cool lobbies today. I love the positioning mind games. He winds up on the wrong side, though, into Robin, who's going to have this Twitch jump immediately in the back line. Goose choosing to slam a Zeeks. A lot of people slam Infinity Edge here, but Goose is a tempo player. If you didn't learn it from the pick of the augment, then you learn it now from the slamming of the item. Zeeks is a much more powerful augment or item in the early game, and that's what Goose cares about. Is it going to net him a fight win, though? This fight is so close. Is Twitch going to have enough damage to get through this Poppy Shield? Such a big fight.
There's just so much armor to cut through, and Stoneplate Gargoyle is one of Poppy's best items because of the amount of armor that she gets and to use her ability to deal that much more damage. Let's go ahead and hop on board with Robovan Canope, who's sitting at 12th place at 21 points. Now, that might seem like a very difficult, nigh impossible situation to be in to crack the top 8, but there's still a glimmer of hope, depending on how well Robovan does. If he gets to the top 2, if he wins the lobby, very much in the running. The magic number that we're talking about right now is around 29, 30 points, and you enter that conversation. 31 feels like you're in, and we know that that's what happens when you get that first place.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're one of the players in a position like Robovan, you need to be playing that style, right? Goose does not need to play that style. Goose can slam items, take tempo, and not swing for the fences, whereas someone like Robovan has taken an early econ-based augment. He's trying to get his econ snowballing here, not worried about losing, just trying to kill as many units as he can because he needs to swing for the fences. I love this approach in the early game from Robovan.
All right, holding to a couple of impactful pairs.
Oh,
we get a notification that and on 2-2, Goobums decided to play 3 mercenaries to begin his lose streak, and we'll see if Goobums can to lock it in. Goobums just pretty much needs to get 7th or better, which feels like at this point, Goobums is incapable of going bot 4, at least worse than 5th place. I think 1 bot 4 this entire tournament so far.
Yeah, we find out that he can actually bleed and take a bot 4 in the last game. I know he's tired. He's not operating on a lot of sleep, and he's mathematically guaranteed. So he's saying, you know what? Why not? I'll just take a Mercs game, maybe go out in style here on the end of this day. It doesn't really matter. He doesn't need the points. So it does have macro implications for the lobby, though, as we're talking about someone with like Robovan who really needs a first place. He doesn't love to see someone like Goobums playing early mercenaries, because if Goobums is able to successfully navigate a big loss streak into a cash out, he certainly can snowball that into a first place win, and that's big deal for Robovan, because 8 versus 10 points could mean the difference between qualification. So all the intricacies and inner workings of the lobby are going to have to be something that we track based on everyone's needs in this game.
A duel between Sox and Robin for the bow on the carousel, but a nice little consolation for Robin, able to get the sword instead, as those are also 2 players to pay attention to. None potentially more eyes on than Delicious Milk. Milk guy on the screen, who started off the day very rocky with a 7th and 6th place, has now strung together a very solid 4th and 1st, and then another top 4 in order to put himself in 6th place. And we'll see whether or not he's able to get it done. Starting off with a cybernetic shell, very solid, has resulted in some really good tempo and has good 2 stars. A lot of tankiness in the form of Cassidy, and a good amount of damage coming from his 2-star scrap units. An excellent start for Milk.
Yeah, I really like the way Milk is playing around his augment choice. He's going vertical scrap because he has the cybernetic augment, which is going to incentivize him to spread out his items. So he can spread the items out across the different units on his board, get scrap value, and he gets value from the augment. So really, really nice. This Ezreal 2 is such a big hit because now he has enough damage to potentially be able to continue the streak all the way through stage 2, and that is the first mission on Milk's game plan. He doesn't need a first place here in 6th place with 28 points. He really just needs to avoid a bottom 4. If he top 4s, he's essentially guaranteed on. Even a 5th place will probably be fine. So this is exactly the type of start that he was hoping to get in this game.
Yep, very much so. Has an Echo pair and a Blitz pair. Wondering if he's going to sell either of them for gold, given that they can be some really powerful 2-star units. So we'll see. His matchups against 2 other streakers, Goose and Voidsons, are both also at 100 HP streaking. One of them is going to get a non-streaking player. And Milk is just crossing his fingers, hoping that it's going to be him.
Yeah, he would love to play whoever is in his pool not at 100 HP, though Milk's board is quite strong, capable of beating another 100 HP, and that's exactly what happens. All things coming up, Milk going up against Robovan, who has no hope of defeating Delicious Milk in this fight, so Milk is going to be very happily win streaking, and now who is going to have their win streak snapped on the other, and will it be Voidson or will it be Goose?
Massive moment for Milk fans. Able to get that 5 streak and put himself in a prime position to be very healthy going to the mid game. As wait, hold on, Voidson's also got the win and Goose is still fighting. We might have a very unusual situation where 3 people are streaking. What is happening? Am I watching a normal game? This is usually the way health totals end up slanting when you have very high imbalances. But it just so happened that matchmaking favored not 1, not 2, but all 3 win streakers.
Yeah, I was talking about it like they were guaranteed to play, but I guess they each have one other player in their pool, and so if everyone winds up dodging, right, they all have each other in their pool, but if they all wind up dodging it, then they can all be 100 HP, which is such a big deal. Now, will they all follow suit and try to defend it, right? We haven't gotten a chance to look at all these boards and see whether or not they think they're capable of continuing this win streak through stage 3. I expect to see at least one of them, maybe several of them, leveling to 6 here, off curve on 3-1 in order to try to protect this 100 HP streak.
All right, taking a look at Sox, a player that has innovated the Sivir line and has really put the rest of North America server on notice. He's not going to put his faith in Sivir this game, though. He's rolling all the way down for these 1 cost, and he hit so many of them, and he's still at 49 gold. How much more do you go?
I mean, at this point, you keep going because the thing is, Sox's swing is playing for first place right now. He's at 22 points, right? Only 1 point above Robovan. So the analysis is still very, very similar for Sox. Interesting to see him going for Twitch, a composition that has, throughout this tournament, really not performed that well. Twitch is a far cry from where it used to be, where it was actually regularly playing for top 1s. I think it's more of a top 4 oriented composition. We did see Setsuko take a second on it yesterday, but if you're gonna wind up in the top 1 position with Twitch, this is the kind of start you're looking for. This isn't a crazy amount of units that he has in terms of the core units he's looking for. Already has 7 Twitches at 3-1. If he has an Ezreal on his board, and I didn't quite see, he has 8 copies of Ezreal. He has 6 copies of Camille. So this is a possibility where we might see him hit way ahead of curve. And if he's able to do that, maybe he can snowball into a top 1 with Twitch.
What the heck is happening? All 3 players are still streaking into 3-2. This is not, I haven't seen something like this happen. Will any of the win streakers ever play each other?
Yeah, theoretically, they don't have to, right? There's no guarantee. They have a pool. They're all in each other's pool right now, but if they all pull the 1/3 of the other person in their pool indefinitely, then they won't. Goose leveling to 7 here, by the way. Kivix still not playing one of them, so let's see. So we have Goobums still on the Mercenary, trying not to cash out, and we have Kivix playing Yordles on a 1-loss streak. It looks like Goobum's going to be able to maintain his loss streak here as Kivix has a relatively weak board, but certainly strong enough to deal with whatever Goobums has going on over there just to maintain the loss streak. We see Voidson with a win, so he avoided playing one of the win streakers. Are Milk and Goose playing against each other? They are. Milk takes a loss. Goose still at 100 HP.
What a wacky start. The health totals are completely imbalanced right now. Let's take a look at the 3-3 augment here for Kivix and Team Liquid's Robin Song. So Kivix gonna go with underdogs, trying to see if he can bolster his front line a little bit, get some more tankiness. For Robin, Go ahead and check in with what's going on here. Another misfortune I spot right behind this second augment. A lot of people really like Wii Spot currently, but is Robin in position to take that? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I think all of these are pickable. Cyber Uplink is a really, really generically solid augment. The mana generation feels really good, as does the health. And if he wants to play around a Misfortune board, you could even theoretically go Enforcer Heart, because it's very easy to wind up in 4 Enforcer on a Misfortune carry board. Specifically, you can play the Caitlyn, plus the Vi, plus the Sejuani, and 4 Enforcer, as we've seen, has been a very powerful trait at times. So chooses to go with Cyber Uplink. I like this. He has items already fairly well spread. It's a good solid pickup for Robin, and Robin is in the exact same spot as Milk, 28 points, really just looking for a top 4 and get out if he can pull it off.
It's a battle between the two misfortunates, Kivix versus Robin. Robin really wants to try to continue this win streak. This Jhin enters the curtain call, a really good angle and the distance to make this critical shot, but he missed on the backline Misfortune. But this Sejuani just will not quit. And that make it rain on both sides makes it kind of close. A huge win here for Robin Songs.
We're all making it rain, but Robin Songs is the one making it rain into a victory. Nice win for Robin, and just trying to preserve as much HP as he can. Meanwhile, we have Goobums taking a tier. Gonna have to check in with him. He's one of our very low HP players, as is Sox, who is re-rolling that Twitch. On top end, Voidson, our only player still at 100 HP.
Sox does have a 3-star Twitch. Even though he's 38 HP, he should start turning it around pretty soon. For Goobums, wondering about how his loss streak is going to be snapped. As he right now has a pair of misfortunes. He's level 7, a Jhin pair in the shop. At level 6, a Sivir also appears as well. Some really interesting choices coming here for Goobums. How does he want to pick apart his opponent's future board? He has that Kha'Zix. Goobums has been a vocal lover of Kha'Zix in the mid-game. He finally puts in that Rek'Sai as well. Who's going to be Goobums' opponents? Is it going to be one of the top streaking boards, or is it going to be one of the players that he can take advantage of?
It's one of the streaking boards. Goose is in a fairly good spot. He's got his carries in the middle of the map, and it's going to be hard for the damage to get through. This Misfortune ulti comes out, and it's on to the front line, but his entire Goobum's entire front line is dead at this point, so it's an easy fight win for Goose, and some big damage heading Goobum's way, down to 25 HP. We're not in panic mode yet, but we are approaching it. He really needs to upgrade this board, maybe get one of these 2-star 4 costs online, although I do really appreciate the flexibility Goobums is showing here, teching in the mutant trait off of that early mutant heart, grabbing that Kha'Zix off of the carousel, so there's potential. It is a little awkward though, because the units he's hitting, the 4 costs, are not the 4 costs that he wants to play around. He really wants to play around Kha'Zix this game.
Yeah, this is code orange, I'd say. We're not in a code red, mission critical, must win. Slams a rapid fire cannon and Hand of Justice, 2 very solid items on Kha'Zix. But it really depends on who his matchup is against. As he went up against Goose, a player who's notoriously strong or rather plays a lot of strong boards. But these are so many 1-star units. The only 2-star unit that Goobums has is a Misfortune.
Oh, and it's
about to get pulled.
Such bad positioning from Goobums into Milk support. That's such a large percentage of his damage, but it did get a cast off, which is a really big deal. The early anti-heal in this Kha'Zix is still alive, jumping around onto the Ezreal. Ezreal is dead, but so is Kha'Zix, and so is Goobums' chances of winning this fight. He's going to take another loss and keep his loss streak on Mercenaries into stage 4.
Oh dear, well, Goobums does end up piecing together a loss streak, holding a couple of pairs of impactful units, finds another Sivir. Oh my god, mega jackpot! So Goobums has hit big in his chest. I sense it now. Goobums is sitting up. He's adjusting his glasses, pushing his hair back. He's ready to go. He's rolling during the PvE round, finds a Kha'Zix pair. So he's got pairs of multiple 4-cost carries at this point.
Yeah, and you know Goobums is tired by rolling there. There are certain players in this field that are not capable of getting through a large amount of gold in a relatively short period of time. Goobums is not one of them. When Goobums is fresh, he can easily get through 20, 30 gold in a round. He hits the Kha'Zix too, such a big hit! That is the main unit he was looking for here. Now if he can find a way into some upgraded front line, we might be cooking with gas.
Okay, well he finds a Zeri. Zeri goes in over Jhin. Gonna keep rolling down. No way to fit that Orianna easily. The front line is the biggest issue. It's not really about the damage. There's a lot of damage in Goobums' comp, but the front line is suspect to say the least. It's a 1-star Rek'Sai, a 1-star Alawi, and a 1-star Vi going up against Sox, who has that 3-star Twitch Online with 2.5 items now. Oh my goodness, the Echo ends up rolling a Morel Namicon so that it gets really good, powerful convergence, anti-heal. And now this Kha'Zix has to clean up everything by himself. It's just Kha'Zix and Zeri versus the world. And Goobums is now down to his last chance.
Yeah, one chance left to go. He needs to get all of this gold onto his board. There's so much value in this chest. All we need to see is him get strong enough to actually beat somebody. And when we were looking at this last time we were casting a couple games ago, it was very clear that it wasn't going to happen. I think for Goobums, he absolutely can make this happen. He doesn't really need these Sivers at this point. He just needs to get upgraded units on his board. That Jhin is a really big deal. It's going to be some supplemental damage. The Gangplank as well. But as you said, his problem is not his damage. His problem is his front line. He has a 1-star Vi, a 1-star Sedge, 1-star Alawi, and a 1-star Rek'Sai. He needs some upgraded units here if he can get them, but he's out of gold and no opportunity to do it, so he needs to scout around, figure out who his weakest players in his pool are, and figure out if there's a way that he can position to beat them.
Meanwhile, every other player sweating, praying, hoping that Goobums is down and out. It is ggvix to hold the line. ggvix has a 2-star Misfortune, but he's also at level 6. So not the strongest board, and Kha'Zix is now starting to work onto the back line. A big Vault Breaker able to stall Kha'Zix just for a little bit longer. And the Void Assault is starting to work, and I think Goobums has done it. He's cashed.
Wow, ggvix does not have the lobby on this one. Goobums in a spot that was starting to look doomed, and he's able to hit the big upgrades. Now, the next question is, what is in the box?
Okay, so we know that he hit at least one really big jackpot. He's trying to go very slow. He has a Tactician's Crown. Oh my gosh, and he recovered a good amount of gold. But here's the thing. Goobums still has a fragile board. If he just loses one time, he's dead. So there is absolutely zero margin for error. Some big upgrades. Rek'Sai 2, Echo 2. Orianna finds her way in. Goobums needs to position. Slight movement of Kha'Zix to the other side. Is this enough? Who's the other side? It's Robin. Can Robin put an end to this Mercenaries player with that Sivir 2?
Wow, Robin has a Sivir 2 on level 7, rolling conservatively, able to actually hold his Neeko's help as well, so in such a good position to be able to top 4 in this game. The Kha'Zix is wailing away, but the Sivir is doing damage to it now. Is the Kha'Zix going to be able to kill the Sivir before it dies? It is another fight win for Goobums, and he is staying alive, but barely.
Oh my goodness gracious. So we do have Goobums. Looks like to be quite stable for now. And also, don't look out. Sox is also on a win streak, applying pressure from the bottom. We'll see whether or not this carousel can change anything here.
Taking a moment to take stock of the overall situation for the lobby. We have Goobums potentially trying to play kind of spoiler here for the people who really need the comeback. Trying to figure out a mercenary way into a first place and take those 10 points for himself. You have Sox, win streaking at 38 HP. He really does need to get a top 2, maybe even a top 1 to advance. Robovan in the exact same position at 28. ggvix is functionally eliminated, though it's theoretically possible if he were to get 10 points he could advance. And Milk and Robin doing exactly what they need to do in the situation, at least so far. In the middle of the pack, HP-wise, just hoping to get into the top 4. Goose already advanced, and Void Sins is already mathematically eliminated. So we have a really interesting, final shape up to this lobby, and Milk playing around a 5-cost carry, not a 4-cost carry. He has that Jace in play with 2 items on it. He's also found a Silco, which is a really big deal. Choosing to move that Jace into the front line, a really interesting move here going up against ggvix's Misfortune.
Oh, that's really risky, and the Silco's gonna get pulled, so he doesn't even necessarily buff the front line. Guaranteed if he gets sniped, he does end up getting that Shimmer down. But wait, the retaliation! Misfortune also gets pulled by the Blitzcrank, and she's targeting who pulled her, so the Make It Rain doesn't actually do enough. Milk gets a really big win here. However, Milk is extremely low economy, and how far can he push a Jace 1 and stabilize his top 4 as we take a look at the 4-6 augment?
Okay, so Milk can take Cyber Shell here almost every time, and he does. He's got a ton of items on his bench to spread out, so he's got options there. Looking at ggvix's options, I'm not sure there's any augment in the game that could possibly save him. I think he basically needs to get a shop with 5 Misfortunes in it, and then another shop with Misfortune to even have a hope and a prayer in this game. He is stuck at level 6, he is on 7 loss, and at this point, the only role ggvix serves in this game is to be a high roll for whoever plays him. Kivix had a pocket tech that he's been trying to bust out for the entire tournament. It's the Quinn reroll. As we see, he has 8 copies of Quinn. He finally gets the Quinn online. So we're finally going to get to see Kivix's favorite comp in his potentially final game of regionals. Part of the problem with Quinn reroll is it's such a bad 2-star unit. You can only really carry it at 3 stars. So that's why this board looks so weird for so long. The Quindra is online, sort of. Not the best items, and only the 3-star copy of the Quinn. It's not looking good for Kivix here.
Yeah, and going up against Goose. Now, Goose does still have a Corki 2 carry. Oh my god, that Disarming Assault almost one-shot a lot of the back line. Maybe round 2 will get it done. Just look at that triple elimination. And so, while Kivix does not look to be a contender whatsoever remaining in this tournament, you gotta admit, this is a pretty dope build.
It is. Is it gonna win? Oh, the rod! It's a rod diff. It's a rod diff. Yeah, this is a really, really cool build. I would have loved to have seen him kind of hit it a little bit ahead of curve. I feel like we're not going to actually experience this composition as it was meant to be played, because I think this comp is not just a meme. I think that if he hits on curve, it has real potential, but to barely hit your 3-star main unit on 4-6 with 0 gold at level 6 is just a BG. It's not what he was hoping for in this game, so really, really tough spot. Meanwhile, I can't help but look over on the side, and I'm seeing Goobums at 41 HP, and I'm saying, wait a second, what? And then I realize this man got Tiny Titans, and if you play Merc Cash Out and get offered Tiny Titans, that is the best case scenario in terms of your final augment, because we know he has a lot of potential power. The danger for Goobums was that he couldn't afford to lose a fight. Now he can.
All right, well, let's hop on board one of those players who is on that bubble and cusp. Robin Songs, the reigning North American champion, fighting to stay in the tournament. He is in it right now at 7th place, and his roll down to greet an extra gold has netted him just a Nard 2, no extra Irelia copy, despite having that Nico's, no Tom Kench 2.
Oh,
and
great
lands a
last-second
Zephyr onto the
shroud.
back line on Goose.
He goes double Zephyr on the back line, goes for that Seraphine as well. The front line is already down, and the Goose's DPS is finally out in this fight, but are these Zephyrs going to make the difference? His Sivir is already hitting Goose's Sivir, and they absolutely do. Very, very clean micro from Robin in this fight, and that is such a big deal because he was on the bottom kind of looking out, and he really needs to find his way into 4th place this game, if at all possible. The lobby is starting to come back to him a little bit with Goose and Void Sins losing, and this HP, we were so skewed HP-wise, Robovan already out, Kivix on 1 life. Things are starting to get very tight as we head into 5-2.
Zeri appears in the shop here for Robin. It's just not good enough. He needs to find Irelia too. He needs to find a way to dump this Nikos. The issue is that the longer this Nico sits on the bench, that's 1 fewer round that Robin's able to collect value from that. And if he can continue to cement that top 5, it'll be his ticket to a day 3 and playing for his 2nd back-to-back championship. As Zephyr moving the front line, that future sight targeting Void Sins' front line, but a juke to make sure to avoid as Sejuani does not get Zephyred. The 2 Zephyr still hurts. Can anything get to the back line? Void Sin does not look to have a lot of backline access. Just has kind of a mediocre composition. Phil, what is this board? It sucks.
It kind of does. It was preserving HP in the early game, taking advantage of the twin shot hard. He's trying to play the tempo version of twin shots where you go to level 8 and try to play around Jinx. Not able to find it, not able to get that board really online. But speaking of boards that are online, we said it's hard to top 1 with Twitch unless you hit ahead of curve and get the ball rolling, the snowball rolling downhill.
Whoa.
This is a snowball rolling downhill. He has great augments. He has the Twitch 3 with literal best-in-slot items. He has best-in-slot Echo as well with this Frozen Heart and this Morello. He hit all of the 3 stars you're really looking for in this composition in the Camille, the Ezreal, and the Twitch. Is Sox going to get a 1st place playing the Rat and rat his way into day 3?
Going up against Goose, who's now going through the ringer of very strong boards that have come online. This Twitch is uncontested. The Pierce now working onto the Innovator. It's bear versus bear action. That Sivir is going to go down, but does Twitch have enough life to sustain it? It will. And Sox's rise to the top continues. Voidsins and Robin also taking that loss. Milk with a critical victory. And Goobums, he did get that extra life, but he has not been streaking since. Is now also down to his last life.
We are in for a wild finish here. You have Goobums and Goose looking to play spoiler. You've got Robin and Milk hoping they're going to be able to survive. If Phil can somehow get strong, if Voidson can get strong and be able to kind of play spoiler in the top four, he could potentially bump someone out. But first thing is first, in order for this to happen, we need Goobums to be able to stay alive and do damage. He's able to get the 7 mutant online. He's level 8 with 9 units because of Tactician's Crown, and he has 2 Kha'Zix 2s plus a 7th copy of Kha'Zix on the bench. He gets that Shroud in play, not wanting to cheese the Shroud because with 7 mutant in the Cyber variant, he definitely knows he wants to have items onto this Kha'Zix or onto this Cho'Gath. So this is a very strong board Goobums has been able to build, but is it strong enough to be able to win out from here? Going up against Robin, who it looks like has a 50-50 on the Zephyr, and he does not win the 50-50. Such a big miss.
Oh dear, Goobums can now annihilate the back line, and look at these Void Assaults back-to-back tandem. The Kha'Zix does take a lot of damage from the Sivir. No one's targeting the Sivir. And finally able to do it. Robin now down to his last life. Voidson as well. Milk losing. That previous victory is going to be such a big deal. Who is going to join us in the top 4? We might see the eliminations right here that decide it all here, Bryce.
Yeah, this next fight could decide it all. That's such a big deal for Robin. He goes for the Kha'Zix that's fully itemized with the RFC, the Hand of Justice, and the Infinity Edge. He winds up in between the 2 units. It's a 50-50, and he loses that coin flip. Will that coin flip wind up costing Robin his chance at the World Championship and an opportunity to defend his North American regional title?
I mean, you call it a coin flip, but Robin has future sight. He needs to find a way to get it done. Meanwhile, Goobums is going up against the Streaker in the lobby, the strongest board, that Twitch 3, immediately confronting units like the Cassin, which will also slow down the Pierce, which is a significant downgrade of DPS. And meanwhile, the Kha'Zix are still both alive. Twitch just disappears. All of a sudden, Goobums eliminating the main source of damage from Sox's comp. It's just down to Ezreal in order to get it done, and it's not going to be enough. Goobums stays alive. Voidsons is eliminated, and we have 5 players living on. Robin Songs continues on to stage 6.
Oh, huge fight win for Robin, and equally important that Voidson is going out in 6th place. Robin and Milk need to score every point they can possibly get in order to secure their position. They're currently on the inside looking out. They're already in qualification position. So is a 5th place alone going to be enough for Robin to do it? Only time is going to tell. If he can find his way into the top 4 somehow, it virtually guarantees it. But things are starting to look very scary. We've seen all of these boards, and they're all really strong. I'm not sure that Robin's going to be able to, though, with the Future Sight and the Zephyrs in play. He has a lot of outplay ability in every single fight, so it's all going to come down to whether or not he can position. Getting a look at Milk's board for the first time, I'm surprised to see this board as healthy as it is. He does have the full vertical strikers, but he's carrying a 1-star Sivir still. If he can find that Sivir spike, it's going to be a big difference. But you know what? The raw AD from the 6th striker trait, plus the Knife's Edge is just doing work clearly for Milk, as he's able to then spread out all of his items and take advantage of the Cyber Shell as well. So, you know, Milk's going to do some last-second repositioning. He's so good in these settings. Is Robin in his pool? He is. This is a big fight.
Robin versus Milk, and the Zephyrs miss all the carries, except just does land onto a 2-star Irelia, but can anybody answer this Sivir on both sides? Robin trying to get it done. Milk is able to clean up most of the front line. It's not a bad loss here either way, but Robin just can't get it done. There's just too many shells. All that armor and all that health and all that attack damage stack up. Robin Song now has to wait to see his fate as Goobums does it again with another top 4 with his dual Kha'Zix carry. Goobums is playing some lights out TFT.
Yeah, he's playing some incredible TFT. He does high roll his final augment here. This is a Tiny Titans diff if I've ever seen one, but a really cool board from Goobums, and still top 1 potential. We haven't seen him lose in a while, and there's Kha'Zix 3 upside there as well. So, you know, is Goobums not only going to be able to get a top 4, but be able to wind up in a top 1? Interesting repositioning from Milk, clearly positioning to deal with Sox, not going up against Sox, going up against Goobums, who also has an assassin-based composition.
Yeah, he can hedge his bets. There's 2 players with assassins in the top 4. Not a usual common sight. Oh my goodness. Turns out Sivir 1 can't handle dual Kha'Zix sweeping in. And now Goobums is coming for that top 2 spot. Milk takes a big loss. Sox has taken a heavy loss to Goose. I'm not entirely sure who is going to be able to win this lobby anymore. Every time it feels like one momentum is going the other way, that's a Kha'Zix 3 in the shop. Now, I've heard Kha'Zix 3 is very fragile, Bryce, but there's one player that can make it happen. I want to see the cherry on top, the dominant performance all weekend. Goobum, show me the way for Kha'Zix 3.
Yeah, and it normally would be fragile, but with full vertical 7 cyber, there's so much additional health on this Kha'Zix, plus with the extra, it's going to be doing so much damage that even if it doesn't roll healing on the Hand of Justice, its ultimates are going to be healing for massive amounts regardless. So Goobums is in outstanding position to be able to put a stamp and maybe take the #1 overall points for this day, depending on what happens in the other lobby. Goose going up against Milk. It is a striker board versus a striker board. The Frozen Heart is into the back line, onto the Sivir. Goose's Sivir is dead. Milk gets a big fight win. Goose down to 11 HP. Is Sox going to somehow be able to miraculously survive against Goobum's Kha'Zix 3, or is Sox tournament done here?
The last player that's fighting for his tournament life, he needs to stay alive, and there's just too much Kha'Zix pressure. See ya later, Sox. We'll see ya next set. Top 4 will not be good enough to get Sox through. He needed to go big or go home. And Goobums, the deliverer of top performers, the crusher of dreams, finds himself in dominant position to wrap it up. All 3 of these players remaining will be joining us for Day 3 of the Gizmos and Gadget North American Regional Finals. But as any good student does, they are playing for extra credit. Who can go out with a dub and keep their momentum going to day number 3 to play for that average placement to potentially get that 4th coveted spot as insurance for the World Championship.
Yeah, it's not just extra credit, it's also the average place. Remember that the qualification system has changed, and so these fights really do matter. If you're Goobums, you're not just playing for bragging rights and to style on these kids, you're also playing to give yourself the extra out that if tomorrow doesn't go your way, you might be able to qualify for Worlds through average placement. Is Milk Sivir 2 going to be enough to swing this fight? Probably not, but let's find out.
And Soko can get units that's stuck onto the Kha'Zix a little bit longer, but I just don't see it happening. This Kha'Zix is just not losing any HP, and there's not enough CC in a striker board. Strikers just want to end the fights quickly. They don't actually focus and specialize on stunning and being able to stall out the fight. Milk takes a loss, but it is just enough to wrap it up. And so we have the showdown, Goose versus Goobums. 2 of the most dominant performers today. I think it's only appropriate we see one final showdown here, Bryce.
Yeah, this is absolutely fitting. It feels like every single time I check a lobby, the people in the top 2 are Goose and Goobums, the 2 Gs, coming in hot on day 2 of the North American Regional Championship. Goose has a really good board. He's got an upgraded Jace. He's got that Sivir carry. He's been able to do a lot of work in maintaining 11 HP, but Sivir 3 is a beast. The Zephyr comes out, and it's possible on the Kha'Zix. No, it's not actually. It's going to get the Swain. Kha'Zix is wreaking havoc in the back line.
Yeah, no Zillion Time Bomb to freeze. That's pretty much the only CC available. Oh, hold on. A big sweep at the last second. Kha'Zix is still a little bit low. Trying to heal back. It's not going to be enough. Goobums is going to win the battle of the Goo Goo Gagas. And that's going to wrap up day 2 here at the North American Regional Finals. Congratulations, Goobums. You are the winner.
Wow, he is the winner, and he's not just the winner today, he's the winner of the tournament so far. Goobums has played the widest, top 4 the most games. He does wind up with a bit of a high roll here. He gets a Merc cash out into Tiny Titans to save his game, but you know what? Goobums has been playing fantastic TFT from throughout this weekend. Anyone who thinks he's advancing on luck alone is crazy. He might be the best player on this patch.
I mean, all the practice that Goobums has been able to put into this patch has clearly paid off for him, and even just getting a chance to talk to him at the end of day number 1, he seems so confident, he knows exactly what's going on, and that's what you want to see from a player, is not only the confidence, but also the play to be able to back that up. Great stuff from Goobums there to be able to take the win in that lobby, but Dan, I'm so excited to take a look at the overall standings soon, because there were some interesting things that happened in terms of placements in that game.
Yeah, I think that it was really laid it down the line for Sox. I think that is the big heartbreaker going into the final results of this lobby. Sox clearly put it all out on the line, and it looked like there was that glimmer of hope and leave it up to one of the players that he's been talking and practicing and theory crafting a lot, Goobums, to rain on his parade. Goobums, again, didn't have to play for first place, but to solidify his results and once again to enter the conversation as being the top North American player, I think he really wanted to put on a show, and he did exactly that. And so while Sox does take that 4th place and by my count is not going to be joining us for day number 3, he put on a hell of a show. And I mean, dude just had a baby. He's also designing his own game on the side and also competing at the highest level of teamfight tactics. If anything, my respect for Sox has only continued to grow set after set. And while he won't be at his 3rd world championship, the dude is still an absolute monster and a threat to any tournament he enters.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, the competition for the NA regional finals this set has been intense. You know, I think all of the players that made it here deserve to be here, and it's going to be sad to see any of them home. But let's take a look at our lobby winners. As we did see Goobums take the win in Lobby B, but Spencer taking a win in Lobby A. And Bryce, Spencer had come into this with the least number of points out of everybody in the top 16.
Yeah, he did, so it's just a for fun win for Spencer, but nice to see one of North America's best players that quite frankly just wasn't in full form for this event. When Spencer shows up prepared, he is one of the best players, absolutely a threat to qualify for the World Championship like he did last year. So nice to see a bounce back game from him. Good bounce back game from Setsuko as well, who has been struggling today. Spicy Appies gets a big 4th. Is that going to be enough to push him over? It was so close on that final line. We're going to have to see how all the tiebreaker shakes out as well. And Soulless, who was in solid qualification position, gets an 8th. Is he going to have enough points to make it on to day number 3?
Well, there's only one way to find out.
It might come down to the tiebreakers, actually. It's super close. So, for example, Iniko's at 25, Spicy Appy's at 23. And at the end of it, it does come down to a tiebreaker, and Iniko looks to have stolen that 8th place over new coming rising star Spicy Appies.
Oh, God, this is heartbreaking. We talked a lot about Sox and the legacy of Sox and how impressive he has been, you know, the only ever back-to-back World Championship qualifier from North America. But Spicy's has been the tournament player of Set 6. He has been consistently performing in every single tournament. Such a joy to watch, so creative in his play, so versatile, being able to re-roll all the different costs, play for 4 costs, play for 5 cost carries, played really good TFT this weekend, and it just wasn't quite meant to be. Ties for 8th place and loses on the tie break. So that is devastating. I know he must be disappointed, but he will be back. Spicy Appies is an absolute monster. He was slept on in previous sets, not anymore. He is a threat in every single tournament he enters, and he will be back with a vengeance in set 7 coming back for this regional championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any way you slice it, I think it was always going to be difficult to send 8 players home because we had to cut the competition in half to move forward to day number 3. But let's look ahead at what that even means. We have DQA at the top of the overall standings at 47 points. And they're definitely going to be a player to keep an eye out on because they performed incredibly well from day 1 and of course for day 2 as well. They qualified through the mid-set qualifier, but Dan, there's so much more to this player than just that.
Yeah, DQA is a player that I think people just continually underestimate. He's not particularly flashy outside of his roll down transition. He's quite a reserved person, but he's extremely intelligent, and he's also very motivated. Or sorry, when he is very, very motivated, he's a very dangerous player. And I think a lot of people just do not really underestimate him because they know what DQA is capable of. That being said, I will say the first 2 days really fell DQA's way. It could lull him into a false sense of security going to day number 3. I would say that if he can continue this momentum, yes, absolutely, he's a threat to any tournament, especially when he's in form. But by his own admission, he's not even in his peak form, which I think is even scarier to a certain extent. Like, if this is not even him at his best and he's feeling like okay / below average to where he usually is, what's TQA even capable of if he is at his peak form?
Yeah, I think that would be really interesting to find out, and maybe we'll get that tomorrow. Maybe the level up will happen overnight or something, and we'll just see what peak DQA looks like, but we're going to talk to DQA after this short break. Before that, though, want to give a big thanks to Ball Street for providing such an interactive way for all of our viewers to be able to participate in the action this weekend. If you missed out on the stock market, it is closed now, but it will reopen tomorrow, so head over to fantasytft.com and sign up before we go live for our Day 3 games. When we come back from the break, we're going to talk to our overall points leader, DQA. Welcome back to the conclusion of Day 2 of the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. We've got DQA on the line, our overall points leader for day number 2. And first of all, DQA, congratulations. You played out of your mind today, and you definitely had some incredible moments, like that Game 2 where you got that Warwick 3. That was an amazing thing to see in an entirely prismatic lobby, and then you also got back-to-back firsts. So, you know, are you happy with how you did today, first of all?
Well, I mean, honestly, I think anyone would be happy with, like, my placement in, like, the past few days. Honestly, I'm not gonna pretend like I didn't get, like, really lucky in the past few days, too. I honestly don't think that I'm playing, like, as well as I could be right now. And recently I haven't actually been practicing that much. I've been kind of busy with other things. But of course, I am definitely happy with my placement overall today and yesterday, and I'm hoping for a good placement on day 3 as well.
What are some of your biggest takeaways from the first 2 days of competition? I feel like as much as you're not in peak form, it's clear that even just playing in these high intensity lobbies, you are improving, right? You're getting more opportunities to learn from that previous game. So can you just give us some like lessons and takeaways you've had from the first 2 days of competition?
Well, I think that while I haven't been playing a lot of TFT recently, I think I've been watching and like I've been watching a lot of VODs in like the past week. I watched a lot of Spicy Appies. I was in call VOD reviewing with like Ramblin', Socks, Goobums, a bunch of other people. I've called Nico and Setsuko quite a lot. I played with them. And I've kind of just learned like a little bit from all of them and kind of adapted it a little bit. As Gizmos says a lot of times, I kind of steal other people's tech, basically. So I think in the past few days, I've really just tried to put together as best as I can for regionals. And I think overall, it's gone pretty okay. I think rerolling and AD are kind of like my strong suits right now, and I'm kind of playing towards that.
So last time you were at Worlds, you made a hell of a run. You were within 1 point, I think, if memory serves, of making it onto that final day and being able to compete to lift the World Championship trophy. I think if we're being honest, you didn't expect to be sitting here having this interview right now. Like, I think you probably didn't expect to be even making it onto day 3. But now that have stomped so hard days 1 and 2, you have to be thinking about the World Championship at least a little bit. How hungry are you to get back there and prove that you're capable of being the best in the world in teamfight tactics?
I mean, I think last time I played Worlds, I felt like it was really, really tragic because the lobbies literally worked out in like a perfect way that I didn't make it to the last day. I lost a tiebreaker to make it to the last day of Worlds, tied for 8th place, ended up going 9th, and then I think 2nd place in that lobby was like, it was almost guaranteed to make it every single time. I think there's only one scenario where I don't make it after going 2nd place in the last lobby, and it was the scenario occurred. So I was really, really sad after that loss, and I'm really hoping for like another Worlds run again to prove myself. And I think yesterday I saw in Twitch chat someone was like, "Oh, is DQA that one guy that one-trick KO in set 4 and then was never to be heard from again?" Yeah. I'm hoping to prove that wrong, and I do think that I've been underrated a lot of times.
Yeah. I would agree with that too. Let's talk a little bit about some of the other players who might be underrated or maybe even potentially overrated. It's up to you. Let's talk about the 7 other players that'll be joining you. Who are 3 other players in your mind that are likely to join you in going to the World Championship?
I think the first one that I'm gonna have to say is definitely Ramblin'. I mean, I think he's just like definitely one of the best players in the world. Super consistent over every single tournament that he's ever played. Really, really incredible player. I think and then honestly in set 4 he was so close to making it to Worlds then too. I think this time it would be a real shame, and like I feel like he's gonna make it this time. Other than that, I think Goobums, again, he's had really good placements day 1 and 2. Currently 2.92 average placement overall, so I feel like that's definitely crazy. And then one other player, I mean, I think everyone in the final lobby is really, really good. Maybe a little bit of personal bias. I really want Nico to make it just because I've been playing a lot with him and I know how much he wants it. And yeah, but hopefully everyone has like a pretty good shot, and I think no matter who it is, we'll have like good representatives at Worlds.
Agreed.
Yeah. I think it goes without saying that however you slice it, I think our representatives at Worlds are going to be absolutely nuts. DQA, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast, and we wish you the best of luck in your day 3 run.
Great, thank you so much.
It's always so good to get a chance to talk to these players, and like I like that DQA is one of those types of players as well, that he's very humble. You know, like I can tell, yeah, he maybe doesn't feel fantastic about just like overall play, but also like gotta give him a lot of credit, Bryce, especially after having such good runs on day 1 and 2.
Yeah, we've got a couple players in this field that have not been putting in a lot of TFT work lately. We've got DQA and we've got Solus, and those are 2 players that when you talk to people, we love doing our rankings. We have our rankings podcast. no one was putting them in qualification position. No one was even putting them close to qualification position because they just didn't believe. They were like, how could the set is so complicated? There's so many unit and augment interactions. And so how do you possibly, be able to basically not play TFT for a really long time and come back and be competitive? And the answer is, these guys are really, really freaking good at TFT. And some of the fundamentals, the raw skill stuff, doesn't go away. So I think DQA is giving you an honest answer about his current state. I don't think he is one of the best 8 players in North America right now, but he's certainly capable of performing at that level, and that's exactly what he has shown in the last 2 days. And you know what is also very real is I think DQA has a chip on his shoulder. He feels underrated when the conversation happens about the skill ceilings, not about current form, but just who are the best players in North America. His name doesn't get mentioned very often, and I think a little unfairly so. But when he played in that World Championships, he played phenomenal TFT. And he is very capable, if he takes one of these qualification spots, of going and kicking ass on behalf of North America at the World Championship. So it's so cool to see him finding form in this tournament after a meaningful break, and I can't wait to see what he does tomorrow.
Tomorrow's going to be so exciting. We have figured out our top 8 players moving on to day number 3, and that's going to do it for day 2. Dan, it's been an incredible day of competition, but what are you looking forward to for tomorrow?
I'm looking forward to who is going to be a future world champion punching their ticket. I think North America is at its peak form and just continuing to improve set after set. All the players are clearly pushing each other, and I'd be happy with any mixture of these 4 players, even Solus, going through, because clearly there's something going right for these fundamentals. And some of the players, we've got a good mix of them. We've got young people, we've got old people, both in age and also in terms of their experience in TFT. We have people who are intuition, we have people who are very scientific, methodical, people who grind a lot, people who study a lot. I can't wait to tell you all about it. Got to show up tomorrow so that we can tell you more.
For sure. Bryce, what about you? Any final thoughts to wrap up day 2?
I echo everything Dan said. I'm down to fall asleep for the next 20 hours and wake up and be ready because I'm just too excited to figure out who's going to be grabbing those 3 world spots. Can't wait for tomorrow.
Is it 4 p.m. PT?
Yeah, is it?
Is it? Yeah, I don't know. I hope it is. I hope it's coming soon. But that's right, everybody. That's going to do it for our Day 2 broadcast of the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. Thank you so much to all of our casters and to all of you viewers and to all of our players for giving us such a phenomenal show. Can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. If you want to find out who the European representatives are going to be, then the final day of their broadcast will be later at 7 a.m. PT, and tomorrow, 4 p.m. PT, we better see you back here for the conclusion of the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. Good night, everybody.